Menendez and all counsel. The witness is on witness stand. Would you state your name again for the record?
Ann Wolbert Burgess.
I'll remind you you're still under oath and you may continue your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Burgess, have you done research in the area of the sexual molestation of children?
Yes, I have.
And how extensive has that research been?
Research has been since the 1980s. It has been under funded federal grants as well as individual work.
Now, federal grants, or who does the money go to if you receive funding from the federal government for research?
You receive what?
Money from the federal government for research.
It goes to the university.
The university that employs you?
That's correct.
And does it pay you or does it pay other people?
It pays other people.
And how much funded research, what's the dollar amount of funded research that you have done?
Objection irrelevant.
Can you clarify what you mean by the dollar amount? Of funded
Yeah, how
research?
much money have your research projects received from the federal government?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
How many different studies or research projects has the federal government funded for you?
I've been funded for, I believe it's 7 grants in the area of child and adolescent sexual assault, or its correlates.
What do you mean by correlates?
Well, for example, we looked at the issue of AIDS and sexual assault, so that would be an aspect, if you will, of sexual assault. We'd look at memory in children. You have to, in a grant, identify what specifically you're going to look at.
You're talking about memory in children who have been the victims of sexual assaults?
That is correct.
So these are various aspects of studying the nature and effects of sexual assault on children?
That is correct.
And in addition to doing research in this area, have you conducted first a clinical practice in treating the victims of child sexual abuse?
Yes, I have.
And how many patients have you treated in that practice?
Certainly hundreds. I can't give you a precise number.
And have you also evaluated children, adolescents, and young adults to determine, first, if they were the victims of child sexual assault, and second, what the effects of that was on them?
Yes, I have.
And have you done that for both private and public organizations?
Yes, I have.
Have you done that for courts?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified on the issue of child sexual assault and its effects in both civil and criminal courts?
Yes, I have.
And in criminal cases, approximately how many times have you testified on behalf of the prosecution?
Probably 20 to 30 times.
And how many times have you testified on behalf of a defendant or a juvenile accused of wrongdoing?
As many as 5 to 10 times.
In your both clinical practice and in your capacity as an evaluator, have you ever rejected reports of abuse as unfounded or not credible?
Yes, I have.
And apart from your own personal research and your own clinical and evaluating practice, have you kept abreast of all the research and writing in the field of child sexual abuse that's been conducted by other interested professionals?
Yes, I've tried to, as best as one can, keep up with journals.
Is there a great deal of research and writing in this area over the past 10 years, say?
Yes, there is.
Now, yesterday you gave a number of approximately 1.5 million reported cases of child abuse in the United States.
That is correct.
And within the field, is there a projection of how many unreported cases there are as compared to the reported cases?
Yes, there is.
And what is that projection?
The projection is slightly different for males and females, but for females it's projected at 1 in 4. For males it's projected that there's a larger number that don't report, and so it's more like perhaps 1 in 5, 1 in as many as 9.
Now, that 1 in 4 means that only 1 in 4 victims report?
Correct.
And the 1 in 5 for males is that only 1 in 5 males report abuse,
That is correct.
and that's abuse of all 3 types that we've discussed: emotional, psychological/emotional, sexual, and physical.
No, that tends to be more the sexual abuse is what we're talking about.
Do you have a total number of reported cases of child sexual abuse?
I don't have that number of just the sexual abuse.
But whatever the number, the projection is that only 1 child out of 5 males will report it.
And that's a conservative, yes, number.
And is that report a voluntary report, or is it a report that's often based on someone else coming forward and then the child being questioned?
Yes, because of the mandated reporting laws in each state, more likely to be someone who does report that.
Other than the child himself?
That's correct.
Are there any statistics kept on a slightly different issue? How many sexually abused children actually voluntarily on their own talk about it?
Question vague.
Want to rephrase the question?
Yes, tell other people, disclose themselves for the first time.
Well, for a child to disclose, they're still going to have to, then somebody else has to identify it to an authority person for it to actually get reported. So because of the nature of children, it's very rare that they would walk to an authority person that would, just to like walk into a hospital or to a police station. That is rarely happens.
Is there some understanding with respect to the psychology of sexually abused children, dealing with their reluctance or eagerness, on the other hand, to reveal what has been happening to them?
Yes.
And what is the understanding in that regard?
Well, first of all, it's very difficult for a child to even come forward to anybody. And usually if they're going to disclose spontaneously, it's going to be somebody within their caretaking or school environment. When it happens that it's to a caretaker, then they go through a second, if you will, filtering system. There are a lot of families that may not want to then bring it forward to authorities. So there are kind of 2 gates, if you will, to really understanding how many children are abused.
Are you familiar with the testimony in this case from Diane Vandermolen, a cousin of Eric and Lyle's, who indicated that when she was staying in the family residence, Lyle made a report to her of improper touching by his father?
Yes,
And Diane's report to the mother was rejected.
yes, I am aware of that.
And do the studies show that the rejection by a caretaker of such reports is a relatively common phenomenon?
Yeah.
Introduction and proper opinion.
As to what?
As to that particular, the preceding question and this one. Improper opinion.
All right. You're objecting to the previous question, which was just
objecting-
asking whether or not she was aware of the testimony.
Right, and I'm objecting to this question in light of the previous question, being improper opinion.
All right, let me hear the question reread then.
Last question,
Yes.
Question, and do the studies show that the rejection by a caretaker of such reports is a relatively common phenomenon?
Right, objection sustained to the question to the extent that it referred to the previous incident that was recounted in a question, and you can rephrase it in a more general sense.
Do the studies show that caretakers, the non-molesting caretaker, frequently reject reports of abuse either by the child or by third parties reporting it?
Same objection and relevant.
Overall.
Yes.
In evaluating a child, an adolescent, or a young adult for a history of sexual molestation, is it necessary to examine the entire dynamic of the nuclear family?
Yes, it is.
Now, we'll get back to that in a moment, but I would like you to define for the jury what within the research is called sexual abuse of a child.
Sexual abuse of a child consists of the sexual touching, fondling, penetration of a child. It also includes the photographing of a child. That's called child pornography. That is also considered sexual abuse.
And why is sex between a child and an adult, what's wrong with that?
Several things. First of all, a child is not a consenting partner. Second, it introduces prematurely a sexual component in a relationship.
Let me stop you there for a moment. Are children equipped at 6 or 8 or 12 for sexual interaction with adults?
No, they are not.
And what happens to them if they're forced into that kind of interaction with an adult?
It sets into motion a new phenomenon for them to have to deal with. They have to deal with it both cognitively and behaviorally. And that is what is meant by that premature introduction, as well as it's not a consenting factor for the development of the child.
Are there studies that show what happens to the child's sense of security or sense of self-worth if they're in a situation where they feel they have no control over what is done to their bodies?
Yes, this is one of the feelings that children have, is this out of control aspect of the abuse.
And does that impact their ability to function? Does that impact their sense of self? Does that impact their sense of well-being?
Yes, it does.
And in what way?
It begins to, first of all, it's very confusing for a child, and they have to begin to sift and sort what is going on. It detracts them from normal growth and development, in which they are supposed to seek out their own activities and achieve their own accomplishments under the control, if you will, of an adult. So all of these factors then begin to speak to the sense of inadequacy and their self-assuredness, and it begins to really erode that component of a child's view of themselves, their self-perception.
Okay. Now, were there other factors in describing why sex is wrong between adults and children?
Certainly it misrepresents moral standards, and that's one of the confusing factors to a child.
Do children know somehow that it's wrong?
Well, this is...
Cause for speculation.
Why don't you rephrase the question?
Based on the research, have there been studies that indicate what the children's attitude at various ages is towards these acts being perpetrated on them?
Yes, they begin to develop this sense of right and wrong. That's an important developmental task anyway for children. And although it does occur at various ages, that's one factor. The other bit of evidence that says that children react to this is even in very, very young children, we see the protest behavior, even though it's not an overt protest behavior, so that even at that level, even very young children will protest, cry.
So they have a sense that it's wrong, what's being done to them.
Yes,
And they have a sense that they don't like it.
yes.
Is there a developmental age when if a child is being molested, they become cognitively aware that what is being done to them is really wrong?
Yes, both cognitively, and they begin to more actively think about it. Their whole thinking as they're developing. Yes, there is an age.
And what is that age?
And that tends to be around adolescence, as they're approaching puberty.
And do children who are being molested as they approach puberty experience a heightening of distress and difficulty with coping with what's happening to them?
Yes, and it may be accounted for various reasons, but generally you do see changing. If they've been in an ongoing situation, you will see some change around puberty.
And where will those changes tend to manifest themselves in the life of a child? Or where can the changes usually be most noted in the life of a child?
Well, changes can be noted in their behavior. I mean, that's one of the things when you have children that aren't saying what's going on that you look for is their behavior.
And in order, let's say you're going back and trying to reconstruct a history of abuse, what would you look to and let's say you don't have, either the immediate family members or perpetrators aren't going to cooperate, or you don't have that as a resource, what would you look to see if there were changes at this critical age?
We look in primarily 3 areas. We look in the physical. Is there anything physically that speaks to some type of symptom? We look cognitively.
So that means you'd look at medical records?
Medical records or histories of stomach aches, headaches, those kinds of complaints that are very general, but they may show a pattern. We look at their cognitive functioning. Are their grades keeping up? In case that's been one of the areas that has been most focused on. And then, of course, the emotional. We look at any signs from an emotional standpoint. How do they view themselves? How are they doing?
If you received reports that a child of that age was behaving in ways that were somewhat mystifying to the people around him, sudden outbursts, not directed at other people, but just unexplained outbursts of activity, great deal of crying, is that the kind of information that bears on the emotional state of the child?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Now, is there a difference with respect to the child's perception of themselves or with respect to the effects of sexual abuse if it's perpetrated by a stranger versus a member of the family or incest?
Yes, there are added issues when it is within the family than when it is with a stranger.
And what are those added issues when it's incest?
When it's incest, the factors that seem to be most pronounced is there's a betrayal. There's a betrayal of the trust, if you will. But even more so, because it's in the family, there's a real surveillance aspect, that the child is constantly under the surveillance of the parent. So their ability to be able to be free with their behavior, to get away from, is significantly curtailed.
Are there patterns of incest? In other words, patterns of behavior in incestuous relationships?
Yes, there are.
And would you describe what those patterns are?
Overall.
The patterns generally follow a fairly usual course. To sexually abuse a child, which is a conscious, planned action by someone, they have to have access to the child. And in this access, if you will, there is what's called an entrapment. There is a way that the child is pulled in. So access and entrapment. And then there is the pressure on the child to begin the sexual activity. And what happens at this point is, again, can be specific to the child. I mean, it isn't the same. That part is not necessarily the same.
The
But there is-
pressure part's not necessary?
Well, the pressure is, but what actually the sexual part is going to be different, may vary. So that you have pressure, sex, and then you have the secrecy. In order for an offender to be successful, he is going to want to, or she is going to want to continue the sexual activity. So there has to be a way that the child is secured, some way to secure the secret so that it can continue. So those are 3 major aspects of pressure, sex, and secrecy.
And is there is there an aspect or a facet, characteristic, if you will, of children that makes it relatively easy for them to be entrapped by a parent, say, in a relationship like this?
Yes.
And what is that aspect?
Well, first of all, the abuser is an adult, and that by itself implies dominance in a relationship. Adults are obeyed and give orders and tell children what to do. And so what happens in the abuse situation is that the adult generally trades on the ambivalence of the child. Ambivalence is very much a part of a child, as a child grows up, of their problem solving. And there is a very careful attempt to try to break this internal resistance and to work on that ambivalence.
Now, what do you mean by ambivalence? Ambivalence means of two minds, does it not?
Right.
Ambivalence about what?
Ambivalence about right and wrong. This is one of the major developmental aspects. And so what is the child knows or believes that adults know what is right. And so even though there's this pull or this tug against what is wrong, this is what there's generally by the abuser an attempt to say this is all right or this is okay to do. And that can even be said verbally, or it can be put into a more elaborate type of explanation. But the abuser has to work on this ambivalence part.
Do abusers, apart from trying to convince the child that it's okay or it's all right, typically make the sexual encounter seem like a form of love or special attention?
Oh, yes, that might be one of the techniques used, yes.
In this particular case, you did evaluate Eric Menendez to determine whether or not he had been sexually molested by his father.
Yes, I did.
And are you familiar with his recollections of how the abuse began?
Yes, I am.
And in evaluating that, did you characterize certain activities by Jose Menendez as constituting this access and entrapment phase?
Yes, I did.
And what behaviors on the part of Jose Menendez fit this pattern of access and entrapment?
Well, one of the things that Jose Menendez did was to begin the abuse in a more normal context. For example, after swimming sessions or something, wiping down the child. That's a way to be able to get access to a child's body in a way that is not considered out of the ordinary, and it even can be perhaps done in a public place. Then, within, again, the context of the swimming, which is an important part of this, his son's life, is to talk about how to reduce tension before a swim meet or before some sports activity. And this is precisely what he would do. He said this is the way to reduce tension, and he would begin these massages. So for this, his son, it did not appear out of the ordinary. It seemed to make sense to him.
And so on that level, if a child is being told that something is normal and not out of the ordinary, they're less likely to have protest or resistant behaviors?
Yes, and also if the behavior, if the activity does not hurt and does not seem, and might even feel good, as rubbing often does on a young male.
So then you get the child hooked into the pleasure part of it?
Yes.
Now, what was the next, with respect to when this escalated into sexual touching, are you familiar with the things that Jose Menendez said to normalize this behavior to his son?
All right, again, ladies and gentlemen, this witness is relying upon information provided to her either by reading transcripts of the testimony already heard in this court that you've heard, testimony of witnesses, or other information provided to her outside of the courtroom in some fashion. You ultimately are the judges of the facts as to what happened and also as to whether the events upon which the witness relies actually occurred. She is assuming these things occurred for the purpose of rendering opinions here and giving you her opinions about certain matters. You are ultimately the judge of the events as to whether these things actually happened, and also the judge of the ultimate issues in this case. All right, you may proceed.
Well, could I have the question reread so my witness can answer it, Your Honor?
All right, if the court reporter can find it.
What was the next? With respect to when this escalated into sexual touching, are you familiar with the things that Jose Menendez said to normalize this behavior to his son?
Yes.
Okay. And what were those things?
The next things that the Jose Menendez would say is that this is in addition to how you reduce tension. He would put it in context of what the Romans would do, what the soldiers would do, so he added that level, if you will, of, because this was important to be strong and to fight and so forth. So that was the next aspect of when it moved from the touching massages into more sexual, oral type of massages.
All right. Now, you've heard what the judge just said to the jury. You have read all the testimony in this case, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
And you've also interviewed Eric Menendez, have you not?
Yes, I have.
How many hours of interview time did you spend with Eric Menendez?
About 50.
And is 50 hours of interview time low, medium, or high for an evaluation for sexual molestation?
It's a high number.
Ordinarily, how much time is spent interviewing a child, an adolescent, or a young adult to determine a history of sexual molestation?
I don't know the actual average, but certainly under 10 hours.
And did you spend 50 hours with Eric Menendez because you weren't sure of what he was telling you, or because you wanted to be thorough, or for some other reason?
I wanted to be thorough.
Did you also read the statements of witnesses who testified?
Yes, I did.
Did you read the statements of witnesses who have not yet or aren't going to testify?
Yes, I have.
And when you do an evaluation of a child or a young adult or an adolescent to determine whether or not they were the victim of child sexual abuse, do you formulate an opinion at some point during the evaluative process as to whether what they're telling you is true?
Yes, I do.
And did you form that opinion with respect to Eric Menendez?
Yes, I did.
And what is that opinion?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
Do you accept as credible what he told you?
Same objection.
Same objection and same
I'd like to
ruling
be
by the
heard,
court.
John.
Objection is sustained.
I'd like to be heard, John.
All right. You may proceed.
All right. Dr. Burgess, did you, after examining all the information that you've testified to, and you examined all the records, the school records, the medical records, all of that, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And after your 50 hours of interview with Eric Menendez, did you formulate an opinion as to whether or not he was a person who was sexually molested as a child and adolescent?
Yes, I did.
And what is that opinion?
And my opinion was that he was.
And although we'll get to it in detail later, did you also form the opinion that this molestation had effects that continued through the time of the killing of his parents?
Yes, I did.
Now, we were going back actually, though, to the description of the pattern of incest. And I think you addressed yourself to the notion of access and entrapment. And I was going to ask you what evidence you evaluated on the issue of isolation. And you talked about secrecy. Is isolation also a part of the secrecy part of the pattern?
Yes, that is one of the ways that the abuser will try to ensure the secrecy.
Okay. And what information did you receive that indicated that the pattern in this case fit the pattern of incest cases with respect to isolation and secrecy?
Well, in terms of the isolation, there was strong evidence that these sons, and certainly Eric Menendez, was kept from even developing friends. He was kept in such a active sports type. Not only was he kept active that way, but he was told by the father that it was not something that you did, it was distracting to have friends. So that's really very important in terms of the message that goes to the child, and something that's a very normal part of growing up, especially in latency in 7, 8, 9, is when you
use the term latency.
Yeah,
Okay.
age 7, 8, and 9. This is generally the time when children should be developing peer friends, friends of their same age.
Were there other aspects of the way this home was run, other aspects of their interaction in the community, which pointed towards isolation besides the discouraging of friendships?
Right, that was certainly just within his own friendship area, but certainly with relatives. It was controlled as to when they would get there, what they would do, when they would have to leave. Everything was very carefully orchestrated by the fathers so that there was no possibility that they would have a lot of contact with family members or community or any of the other outside agencies.
And is that important when molestation is occurring with relatively young children to ensure secrecy?
Yes, because it starts young, and the message then is learned, and it's followed, and the child very often just obeys it and thinks that this is actually normal.
Is it safer for incest perpetrators to allow children more contact with other people if they're older and have been keeping such a secret for many years?
Well, they generally don't like to have any more contact than they have to because the danger that the secret may be revealed.
So is there a pattern, therefore, of always being vigilant to keep a child isolated from meaningful context when that child is being sexually abused?
Yes.
Now, you're familiar with the history in this case that the sexual activities of Jose Menendez escalated over time.
Yes, I am.
Is that unusual in incest situations or common?
No, it is not unusual.
And can you explain why it's understood that is a typical pattern?
Well, the typical pattern is to escalate for several reasons. One, the activity that starts out is often what's kind of called the seduction aspect or the grooming aspect, is to secure the child as a partner, if you will, to the activity. But that may not be what the abuser ultimately wants to do. So the escalation then usually gets into more mutual kinds of activity. And it uses the base, if you will, of what the abuser does to the child to then ask the child to do it to him. And the same kind of thought process goes on. Well, if I'm reducing tension in you, I need you to reduce tension in me kind of thinking. And this is very understandable to a child. And so that usually you begin from what is done to the child. Then it develops into the mutual participation. And actually, once that happens, then the child very much is really locked in because he is now doing to the adult something, and so his thinking now is, I am participating. So that's an important cognitive, as we call it, a cognitive reasoning for the child, albeit it's wrong, but that's the way it happens.
So that makes it somehow feel righter to the child, or that the child is more, I mean, I'm trying to understand why the notion that the child is participating locks it in even more. Do they feel guilty that they're participating, or does it normalize it that they're doing these things?
It really normalizes it, and again, you have to look at the conversation that occurs. Sometimes an abuser will say, it will make this relationship quite special. I guess that's the other important part, is that the child now feels what he's doing with the adult really is very important to the adult, too.
And was there evidence that that way of characterizing it to hold on to the child was done in this case?
Yes.
And what evidence was that?
Well, the evidence was that's what the content, what was verbally said. That's what I heard was said, that the participation was, I need some tension reduced. I've done it to you. I want you to do it to me.
I was addressing it to the notion of specialness.
Oh, the special relationship, absolutely. Again, on several reasons. Children want to be special to their parents, and sometimes children who aren't special in the way they necessarily want to be will take anything in terms of being special. That's a very driving force in a child, in any relationship between child and parent.
And that being the case, in those situations where a child doesn't otherwise feel special to the parent, is it more likely that that child will, and I use the word loosely, value the sexual relationship because it gives him something from the parent that he wanted?
Yes.
Is it more likely that child being told he's special within the sexual relationship will keep the secret of the relationship to perpetuate it?
Yes. Very, not only to perpetuate it, but to also protect the father or protect the adult.
In this case, is there evidence from a number of witnesses that Eric Menendez was definitely not treated as a special person in the family by the father in other regards than sex?
Yes.
Now, apart from making such a relationship seem special and desirable to the child, are there other ways that incest perpetrators preserve their secrecy?
Yes, there are.
And what are those ways typically?
Well, sometimes incest perpetrators have to threaten the child to keep the secret.
Okay. Threaten with what?
Well, they threaten with withholding aspects. They can threaten to withhold love, but they can even threaten to harm the child. Those are statements that one hears from children, to actually threaten something terrible is going to happen if that secret comes out.
Like, I'll tie you to a chair and beat you to death?
Yeah, those are some, but it can even escalate to more severe threats to seriously injure a child.
Beat to death is pretty serious.
Beat to death, kill a child, yes.
Kill anybody you tell?
Yes. Yes, very often that's a factor where other people will be threatened. So that makes the child feel very responsible, not only for his own, may not even be thinking of his own welfare, but that the welfare of others, whether that be whomever the adult has named in the threats.
Okay. And are there other behaviors by the adult that can ensure that the child keeps the secret besides the threat of violence?
Actually doing violence, that's often done.
Doing violence related to telling, or any kind of violence?
Any kind of violence, because that then the model has been set, that the act has been done, and that's not an illogical connection for a child to make between he said something would happen, he has done something, so therefore, if I ever reveal the secret, very serious consequences will await me.
In other words, if someone threatens to do something violent and then actually acts violently for whatever reason, that sort of reaffirms the what's the word? Credibility of the threat, if you will.
Oh, yes, yes.
Now, how is, in the typical incest pattern, how is the behavior of the adult interpreted by the child?
Well, the behavior of the adult still is interpreted primarily by the fear reaction. If I don't do what he says, something awful will happen, and so there's great conformity, there's great compliance.
Now, we had talked yesterday when you were discussing the body's instinctive and survival fear mechanisms that sexual abuse of children engenders a fear reaction even in the absence of violence or threats of violence.
Yes.
And why is it that that seems to be true?
Well, without the actual threat of violence, what seems to occur, or what clearly occurs, is the age of the child, the helplessness of the child, and that is what is overwhelming by the adult's behavior. You don't have to have a weapon or something to clearly threaten a child, just one size, and that factor is clearly overwhelming to the child.
And the fact that the child is not the initiator, that things are being done to him?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is there cognition in young children that they're being treated like an object? Strike that. Is that what's frightening, that children feel they're being treated like an object, not like a person?
Sustain.
Is there information in the literature that part of this fear is based on lack of control?
Yes.
And is there cognition on the part of children? I mean, do they express the notion that they're being treated like a thing and things break or things can get hurt as compared to people?
Yes, there is in the literature.
When you interviewed Eric Menendez, did he describe to you a particularly disturbing aspect of that type of sex that he calls rough sex?
Yes.
Did he describe to you a difference in the way that his father would look or act during those acts that involved the pins and the needles and the pain infliction?
Yes, he did.
And how did he describe that to you?
He described his father's face. That seemed to be one very focal point, and his whole demeanor, well, actually his whole demeanor, and his behavior, certainly in terms of what he would do, was a different aspect than what the previous types of activities had been with.
And how was it different, if you can recall?
Well, he was very angry, and during this period of time, one of the things that he was trying in a way to normalize was to say he had seen him react to getting a shot, and so he wanted to really toughen him up and say that you must stand pain. And so it was in that context that he would become very, very aggressive, very angry, very violent. His face, his behavior, those were the things that he described to me. Eric Menendez did.
And did Eric, in describing this to you, indicate how it made him feel, and apart from being fearful because he was being aggressive and violent, did he talk to you about this notion of being an object?
Objection, compounding to the spectrum.
Overall.
Yes, he did.
And what did he say in that regard?
He actually described that he realized that his part in this meant nothing, that he was just having these things done to him, and that it was very much exciting and giving a reaction to the father, and his part in this did not matter.
And did he indicate that understanding caused him a new level of distress or disturbance?
Yes, because that now moved him from this seeing himself as a participant with this special relationship, that now he wasn't that special, that maybe that aspect was clearly a conflict for him.
In the studies of the effects of sexual molestation upon children, have there been, I'll strike that. In the studies geared at the effects of sexual molestation on children, this chronic fear response that you were talking about yesterday and on Friday, how has that shown up as a symptom? And with what frequency? And
Right.
Objection vague, as to whom?
obviously as to the victims?
Yes.
You may answer the question.
In terms of the alarm center and the fight-flight, what we see, or what I heard in this situation, was actually the numbing part, in which there was compliance with the activity between the father and the son. Second, there was the flight part, was quite clear in terms of the putting his mind on other things, daydreaming, dissociating, his mind wandering, thinking of other things. And then in the fight aspect, there was the crying, the protesting, there was a lot of vomiting when at certain levels of the sexual activity. And there was also symptoms that he described in terms of the nightmares.
And are nightmares a symptom of a chronic anxiety syndrome in a child?
Yes, well, nightmares suggest that there is content from the day that is being processed and reaches a level of memory, i.e. the nightmare.
guess my question is, though, based on the research, do sexually molested children tend to have this chronic heightened fear response?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And did you find symptoms of that, the chronic heightened fear response, in Eric?
Yes, I did.
And was that based just on your interview with him or on reviewing all of the information from all the sources you consulted?
It really came from reviewing all of the material that I could possibly find, as well as interviews with him.
Now, you said that when a child is in one of these situations, they react to the fight-flight mechanism with, is it fair to say, adaptive behaviors?
Yes, they do.
If there is long-term incest, long-term sexual molestation in the family, do the children tend to adapt or accommodate in some way to the abuse?
Yes, they do.
And in adapting, does that make it all okay?
No, that doesn't make it okay. It just means the child can go along with the activity.
And is that, given the situation of children, the isolation and the lack of resources, is that a way to survive?
Yes, it is.
Now, you indicated earlier that it's estimated that only 1 in 5 of the boys report sexual molestation as compared to 1 in 4 of the girls. What is the understanding as to why there is that disparity?
It is much harder for young males to come forward and to report. And what that seems to be related to is the belief or the mythology, if you will, of male sexuality. There is this belief that males, regardless of age, are supposed to be able to manage and to perhaps even enjoy any type of sexual activity, and that they should not complain when there is any type of sexual activity.
Now, you called that a myth.
Yes.
Is it true? Do little boys like being molested in a way that little girls do not?
Little boys and little girls equally do not like to be molested.
Are you saying that there's a societal notion that boys should not complain or that boys can manage sexual encounters of any kind?
Yes.
And in viewing it from a socialization or peer group standard, does the literature suggest that it is more difficult, particularly for an adolescent boy, to admit a same-sex molestation than it would be for an adolescent girl to admit molestation at the hands of a male?
Yes, it's much harder for an adolescent male. Yes.
Is there some perception among the children that were interviewed in these studies, in the research that was done, that boys expect less sympathy from others if they are abused?
Yes, they expect and they usually receive less sympathy.
Why do they receive less sympathy?
Again, it has to do with the way the person that's receiving the information, and the beliefs that are in society are generally held by many, many people. So that does not, just because someone is a professional or in the system that is hearing that, they still carry with them their own beliefs.
Now, we've touched upon whether or not children in these situations of ongoing sexual abuse, particularly in incest situations, tend to tell.
Yes.
Is there some indication in the literature that if a child does mention it voluntarily, that it happens in a particular context?
Generally it does, yes.
And what is the context where it happens, if at all?
If it happens, it's going to be more of a subtle kind of telling. Children don't just come out and say words like, I've been molested or I've been abused. There generally is a testing, if you will, to see what other people's reaction are going to be, so that the subtle message generally is there. And a lot is going to depend on the age of the person revealing, whether they're children, whether they're adolescents.
Now, with respect to adolescence, I think that you've indicated that there is some notion at the developmental age of puberty or around that time where the child is very morally confused about what's happening
Yes.
and confused about whether it's, what, right or wrong or normal or abnormal? What is the confusion?
Yeah, because this is generally the time when the whole moralistic aspect is being looked into by the child or developed by the child, so that things that are right and wrong become important to the child.
Does normal and abnormal, is that important for a child in an abusive family in general?
Yes, it is.
And are you familiar with the testimony in this case concerning Eric's approach to his cousin, his younger cousin, and the information that he relayed and the questions that he asked of his cousin?
Yes, I am.
And how do you assess that information as compared to the histories of other children who have been studied?
My assessment of that statement shows that it's fairly consistent with other statements I've heard that speaks to the child trying to see how normal or usual certain kinds of behaviors are. So a child or an adolescent will actually ask, does such and such happen in your family? That is not unusual in incest situations where the child really believes that everything that's going on is quite normal and that it happens in everybody's family.
On the other hand, they're questioning that at that age.
Yes, that's the age that is from a normal developmental standpoint.
Speaking of normal and abnormal, I'd like to put two pictures on the board. These have previously been marked at 2:30.
What I make of them is what's important about that is that the faces are not there, that just the genitals are clearly being the focus of the photograph, and that obviously these are males.
I do understand that the one on the left is Eric and the one on the right is Lyle.
Yes, yes, I understand that.
And you understand is the testimony that their father would from time to time photograph them naked and photograph their genitals.
Yes, I am.
Is that the sexual molestation of a child?
Yes, it is.
Is that the kind of photograph that a normal parent would take just to have a memento of their child's developmental years?
Judgment call.
No, that is not generally the way parents would take pictures.
Now, in the studies of the children who have been molested and the adolescents, the young adults that have been talked to by a number of researchers, do the children express why it is they don't, as a rule, tell people about what's happening?
Yes.
And is this information now generally accepted in the community of those researching child abuse as commonly held beliefs on the part of children that prevent them from freely discussing what's happening to them?
Yes.
And what is the mindset of these children? What are the reasons why they don't know?
There are a variety of reasons. One of the most important ones is they don't feel they're going to be believed. This goes back to how they have been treated, if you will, in the abusive situation.
Things like that.
That may be one of the threats that is given to the child. No one's going to believe you, so don't even bother thinking to tell. That often is a clear message given by the abuser.
Even if that message isn't given, do children tend do children think that in a spitting contest, if you will, with a grown-up, that they're going to be believed over the grown-up?
Yeah, no, they don't. Adult words are generally honored more so than children's words.
Okay. And Does this notion of not being believed pervade the life of these children?
Yes.
Okay, what's the next reason?
Well, the next reason in an incest situation is the possible exile from the family. This is very, very threatening to a child. The family is, or the parents are, his world, and the possibility that that will be taken away, even though the abuse is part of the complaint, is very, very difficult for a child to even consider telling.
Okay. And what's another reason why children don't tell?
Again, another reason is the shame that it might bring to the family. If this is a family that has strong values that one does not dishonor the family, that's going to be a major factor.
Now, that takes a certain age for a child to conceive that
Yes.
going forward might cause that.
Yes.
So that would be for older children?
Yes.
Okay. What are
Well, the
other
other that also fits in with the belief is that the child's going to be punished for telling, that the child's going to be blamed for telling. Children are blamed on many, many things, regardless of whether it's their fault or not, so that's not unusual for a child to believe that they will be blamed.
as if it was all their fault?
That's right.
And is it common for children in these situations to, in fact, once they realize it's wrong, it's not normal, to blame themselves?
Oh, yes. That happens not only because it's kind of a logical thinking pattern, but very often that's the message that is given to them. And when it gets into the mutual participation, that becomes even a stronger factor.
So they think it's all their fault somehow.
Yes.
Maybe there's something wrong with them, that's why this is happening to them.
Yes.
Maybe they asked for it somehow.
Yes.
Do incest perpetrators typically tell children, you asked for this, or I know you want this, or words like that?
Yes, those are commonly been reported in the literature, yes.
And do they tell children, now if bad things happen, it's because you did X and Y, and that's why you brought it on yourself?
Right. Not only you brought it on yourself, but what you do is going to affect the whole family and will disintegrate the whole family. And that's a very powerful kind of message that a child is not going to do something that would, in fact, have that happen.
In incest situations, do the perpetrators tend to glorify or emphasize the importance of family, more so than in healthy families?
Yes, they do.
In this particular case, are you aware of the evidence, totally unrelated to abuse, from people who talked about how Jose and Kitty Menendez glorified their family, had notions of Menendez superiority?
Yes, I am.
And how would you rate this family mythology, if you will, about the importance of family as compared to other families that have been studied?
Objection, last time they can talk to you.
It's just a roll.
In a family where family, per se, is highly emphasized as a critical and important component in a child's life, is the child even less likely to bring disgrace, less likely to break ranks with the family?
Yes, they are.
Now, you've talked about now that children are afraid they won't be believed. They're afraid of exile from the family. They're afraid of punishment. They're afraid of being blamed.
Yes.
They're afraid of being shamed to the family.
Yes.
Is there also a notion of being ashamed to talk about such things?
Oh, yes. The personal shame is a very large factor, especially as the child increases in age, as it gets older.
So that becomes more inhibiting the older they get.
Yes.
Now, when you evaluate a person and a family situation to determine whether or not incest has occurred, what kinds of things do you look for to guide your evaluation? I mean, you don't just believe everything you hear, do you?
No,
You don't just believe everything you read either.
no.
All right. What is your protocol, if you will, for evaluating complaints of sexual abuse?
Well, there's several factors that go into it. First of all is the context in which you are hearing a statement.
Now, I'm going to stop you at every one of these
Okay.
things so you can explain as you go along, because I lose track otherwise.
Okay.
What do you mean by the context?
Well, the context depends on how the statement comes in. In other words, is this a self-report? Is this because somebody else reports it? Where is the child? Is the child in the home or the person? Where are they? And just the general factors of why I'm there, perhaps even talking with the child.
Okay, what's the second?
Well, the second has to do with the consistency. As the person begins to give a history, you start looking at the consistency. And consistency can be matched with other information that one has, or corroboration kinds of things. But it can be looked at over time, too, if you're able to talk with someone over time.
If you're able to talk with someone for 50 hours over, how many occasions did you see, different occasions did you see her?
5 or 6.
Weeks and months apart?
Oh, yes.
And do you then, when you go back and you interview again, see if there's consistency between, with respect to the facts over the course of all the interviews?
Oh, yes. You when I go back over it, I'll ask it a different way, trying not to ask questions the same way so that I can see what answers are given.
Okay. And when you say the consistency of the history, internally consistent on the one hand?
Yes, internal as well as external.
And when you
Both.
talk about external consistency, okay?
Mhm. Yes.
Let me ask you this. In how many cases of child sexual abuse that you are familiar with, is there an eyewitness to the sex?
Very rarely.
And does that prevent experts such as yourself from rendering an opinion as to whether or not the molestation occurred?
No.
Objection irrelevant.
Overall.
So when you say you look outside for corroboration, corroboration means something that supports a statement of fact?
That's correct.
Okay. What are you looking for, since you're not going to find people hiding under the bed?
Right. You're going to look for possible statements from people that they make that may, in fact, support something. You certainly will look, if at all possible, for photographs. That's one of the corroborating pieces that is looked for in a
Do you look to the personality, characteristics, modus operandi, if you will, of the abuser?
Well, then you move into the family and you look at the family dynamics, which of course are going to involve parents. If you're able to, you look at as much information as is available regarding the family.
Okay, let's say no one, now in this particular case there was a prior statement that Eric Menendez made when he was about 13 to his cousin Andy.
That's correct.
And there was also a prior statement that Lyle Menendez made when he was about 8 to his cousin Diane.
That's correct.
Do you always have that kind of corroboration in an investigation and evaluation?
No.
So apart from that for the moment, did you formulate some picture in your mind of how Jose Menendez dealt with his children generally?
Yes, I did.
And some notion of the family dynamic, who had the power, who is available to these children for good and for bad, if you will.
Yes, I did.
Do you evaluate the sexual abuse history that you received in terms of whether it is consistent with the other behaviors, attitudes, states of mind that you have learned about the abuser?
Yes, you do.
And do you also see if it's consistent with the family dynamic, so that the child's report of feeling isolated or being unable to extricate fits into the larger picture of the family?
Yes, you're trying to look for the match between what is said with this more external type of information. Yes.
Okay. Now, so under the notion of consistency with other information, is information about the character and behaviors of every member of the family used as a, if you will, a sounding board for the specific information about the molestation.
Yes, it is.
Now, what else do you look to besides context, where the statement is made and under what circumstances? Consistency in the telling of the history. What else?
You look for if there have been any symptoms of the child. Again, if it's a situation where it's occurred over time, you want to see if there's anything that can be located regarding, say, school activity, peer interaction, whether there have been any physical symptoms, whether there's been any trips to the doctor for unexplained injuries, whether there's been any history of symptoms, even though they may be minor.
Now, you can't say with certainty, can you, that if a child, for example, has concentration problems in school, that he's been sexually molested?
No.
You can't even say if a child is suicidal or depressed that they've been sexually molested.
No, you can't.
But if, on looking back, where a person is telling you they had a long history of violent sexual abuse, if you saw happy-go-lucky, well-performing, highly concentrated, perfect kid, would that be important for your evaluation?
Yes, it would.
Would that be an absence of symptoms?
Yes, it would be.
And did you, in both the records and in testimony here, find symptoms in Eric Menendez's childhood that were, though not proving it, consistent with the child who is being abused in some fashion?
Yes, I did.
Are there, in fact, you said there was one thing you look at is unexplained injuries.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Eric's medical records going back to 1977?
Yes, I am.
Is there a particular entry on those medical records that is an unexplained injury?
Yes, there is.
And is it something that you noted in your assessment?
Yes, I did.
And what was that particular injury, Lisbeth?
That was the injury that was reported on an emergency room visit of injury to the throat.
And when we talk about the throat, you're talking about the outside?
No, talk about the inside of the throat, the pharynx.
And do you recall what type of injury that was? Was it a cut or was it a bruise?
It didn't have precisely what it was. It had the statement that it was hurt, and I believe there was some observation. Obviously, there was some observation there that was recorded. It did not say what had done it. I could find no history as to what had caused the injury.
In other words, the adults who brought the child to the doctor did not say how he got this injury to the back of his throat.
Objection, false speculation on part of witness.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Is that, you didn't see that anybody had told the doctor how this injury to the back of his throat had been inflicted?
That's correct.
Foundation.
Oh.
Are you referring to any entries in the notes?
The entry in the medical record.
Why don't you rephrase it that way then?
Okay, well, based on the medical record, obviously you weren't there, correct?
Right.
And based on the medical record, there's no indication of anyone, either Eric Menendez himself or whichever grown-up we assume took him there, indicating how this injury occurred.
That is correct.
Now, are you able, with such sketchy information, to formulate a fixed opinion as to how that injury occurred?
No.
Is such an injury, though, to the back of the throat consistent with penile insertion in a child's mouth?
That could be one possibility.
Now, is there also, when you do an evaluation, are you also interested in how detailed versus how vague the report of the subject under study is?
Yes.
And what kinds, is detail better than vague?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what kind of details do you look for? Well, just that.
Well, you look at the statements that the person makes, the language that they use. You also look at the affect or the emotion as the person is talking. And you look at a number of things, and you look at it not only at one time, but over time.
Okay, I wanted to stick with details, if I could, for a moment. When you say the language that they use, the language of what?
The language doesn't match the actual age that the child would have been to describe it. Do they have their own terms for it? Versus do they just say, well, I was molested, or I was, and give you a more adult type of terminology.
Is it typical that children label this behavior in some way unique to themselves?
Yes, they generally do.
And is it typical that when these children, even when they're older, talk about these acts in the terms that they used when they were children, when they happened to them?
Yes, they generally do.
And did you, in interviewing Eric Menendez, become familiar with a particular language that he used?
Yes, I did.
And what was that? I mean, not the specific words, but what kind of particular language were you interested in?
He had, if you will, had described it at more or less the phases. One was where it was nice sex. One was a type of posture that he had to assume. He called that the knees. Then he called a period of time when it was dark sex. So that these were important factors in his language in describing it. He would go into more detail, of course, around each one, but he had that as the phases, if you will.
Now, you, and that's fairly typical of persons who were sexually abused as children to have coined this special language?
Yeah, they all have their own special language, but they generally can give you some way that they have thought about it in their mind.
It shows that they have processed the information?
Yeah, that's the information
Ruminated?
processing part that we look for, yes.
Now, did Eric Menendez ever say to you, gee, Dr. Burgess, I was molested, I was sexually abused, and I have the following symptoms, and this is what's wrong with me? Anything like that?
No, he didn't.
Did he try to sell you that these things had happened to him?
Objection.
Did he ever try to persuade you in interview that he had been molested?
Cause or speculation.
Sustained, rephrase the question.
Did he use the language of persuasion? Now, you really should believe me, or I hope you believe me, or this really happened, or anything like that?
Objection irrelevant.
Overall.
No, he did not.
All right, let's take our recess, and we'll resume at 10 minutes to the hour. Don't discuss your examination of the witness.
Thank you, Marcia. We were talking, Dr. Burgess, about the things you look to in evaluating statements of abuse, and with reference to the information you received about Eric Menendez. You had said that the language or the terminology that he used was significant to you.
Yes, I had.
Were there particular descriptive words that he used that had particular significance to you?
Yes.
And what were they?
And some of those words included the nice sex.
Okay, no, what's significant about nice sex?
Well, what's significant about nice sex is that many children might not describe it, or many persons may not describe it that way, but in his mind that was a special way that he described it. Unusual didn't have to say that it was nice, could have said a variety of other kinds of descriptors, if you will.
Well, let's say, hypothetically, someone was going to make up a sexual molestation history. Is it likely that they would use a positive term to describe it?
No.
And nice is a positive term?
Nice is a positive term.
And what was it that Eric was telling you was nice? Why did he call it nice?
Nice had to do with Father's attitude towards him and the way that he perceived it, that this was a nice phase, that Father seemed to not be angry with him, to be happy with him, and that made him happy. And this is, of course, this was in the beginning of the process, if you will.
Do you recall that he also described nice sex as also occurring later, which was very long and protracted and mutual?
Yes, that is all that part, when he gets from the what is done to him to moving into what he must now do to the Father.
And did you note in hearing his descriptions of the different kinds of sex that nice sex seemed most to be characterized by an absence of anger and an absence of violence?
Yes, and this is contrasted with other types, phases that he describes.
Did you reflect on or evaluate what the emotional impact on Eric Menendez would have been to have to participate in this nice sex, which has a lot of mutual behavior, when he's an adolescent?
Yes.
And what was your evaluation of the significance of that?
The evaluation of that would have been a very difficult thing, and this is something that the behavior does change by the father, and even takes on a whole different direction, if you will, an intent by the father.
But what's the impact of being, say, 16 and spending these protracted sessions of mutual sexual acts with your father at 16?
Yeah, well, that's very hard for a 16-year-old, absolutely.
Now, you talked about, all right, so nice was a significant term. Were there any other terms he used that were significant from the standpoint of us trying to evaluate whether this, in your opinion, this happened?
Well, he would describe on some of the more specific aspects of the abuse. He described that, and he gave what we would call sensory responses of how it felt to him, what he did, etc. So that's a part of the language of what his response would be, getting sick.
I'm sorry. If you receive a report of sexual molestations that's devoid, absent details such as unique or idiosyncratic language, or doesn't reflect the sensory, the feelings of the child, both physically and emotionally, or doesn't have much detail about what actually happened, okay?
Right.
How do you evaluate that kind of information?
We put a different evaluation on that because that would suggest that it was just something that was being said, did not have the what we call the backup material to indicate, especially the sensory response, that children generally are going to have that sensory response.
So that would be less reliable, you think?
Yes.
And when Eric Menendez described to you his sensory responses, were they consistent with reports of other children?
Well, they were consistent with reports of other children, but they certainly were also consistent with what he was describing had happened.
So in other words, he was telling you how it felt in a way that made logical sense.
Yes.
Now, when he was describing, you have described, I think you have used the word rape.
Yes.
Did he ever use that
No,
word?
he never used those terms. He did not use technical terms.
And when he was describing penetrative acts, do you recall, or acts that constituted intercourse, do you recall the term that he used for that?
It was not rape. It was, I can't recall the exact term.
Did he just use the word sex?
Sex. He just, that's right. He didn't use any particular term for that.
And if someone reported to you that there had been an act of what we technically would call sodomy at the age of 11 or 12, and called it rape or sodomy, would that be suspicious?
It would be, to use a technical term at that age, yes.
Now, was there also a validation, if you would, of the information you were receiving from Eric himself in the other information you received from other sources concerning Mr. Menendez?
Yes, there
And
was.
what was that?
Well, the information that was received from other sources confirmed the, if you will, the persona or the way in which Jose Menendez ran his life, ran his business, as well as ran his family.
And can you recall what specific details or aspects of the sexual abuse revealed personality or character traits in Jose Menendez that were verified from other aspects of his life?
Well, there were certain factors. One is certainly the control and the need for dominance that certainly was pervasive in other reports, but also the derogation, the humiliation, the kinds of acts that were done to him were very humiliating, and that certainly matched what other persons would say, especially from both social sectors as well as business sectors.
Is using sex with your child as a form of punishment a particularly humiliating thing?
Oh, yes, very much so.
Are you also familiar with the information that Eric Menendez provided concerning, well, strike that. Are you also familiar with the information in the case concerning how Jose Menendez liked to drill and grill and trap, if you will, people in conversation?
Yes, he was very adept at mind games, if you will, in terms of this phenomenon. Certainly the dinner table aspect and trying to catch people and what they could remember and so forth.
And your sources for information on that includes not only relatives who observed the dinner table and others who observed it, but also business associates who saw him do the same thing in business.
Oh, yeah.
Sustained.
What are your sources for this piece of his profile, if you will?
Well, the sources, again, are varied. Not only persons at firsthand, all persons that the information is from firsthand witnessed this.
And was this just in the home?
No, it was not just in the home. It was in the business, with business associates, and certainly in social engagements.
And was the information that Eric Menendez testified to and discussed with you about his being drilled and ridiculed in the mirror?
Yes, the mirror was an important part of watching himself, making himself have to say things into the mirror, yes.
And was Jose Menendez's regimen with the mirror consistent with other aspects of his personality profile that you were familiar with?
Yes, it was.
Now, you said that you also looked to see the detail with which a subject describes the sexual molestation.
Yes.
You've also read Eric Menendez's testimony in this trial.
Yes, I have.
Was he asked, in fact, to testify in as much detail about the acts of molestation as what you had obtained from him in interview?
Objection irrelevant.
Overall.
No, he was not.
Did he give you more details of the actual each individual act that he could remember?
Yes, he did.
Now, when you hear reports about sexual acts from subjects such as Eric Menendez, do you question them? Do you probe? Do you
Oh, yes.
to test the? Do you sort of do a little cross-examination?
Yes, and very often around the century type of questions, just to double check and to verify certain aspects. Yes, you just don't sit and write down everything that somebody says.
Okay. Now, did you also discuss in your interviews with Eric Menendez his fears about disclosing information and what kept him silent for
Yes.
so many years?
Yes, I did.
And did the state of mind that he revealed to you, was it similar to what the studies have shown other children felt?
Yes, it was.
Now, when you're doing one of these assessments or evaluations and you're trying to determine if a history of sexual abuse has in fact occurred, I think you've indicated you look at the entire family dynamic.
Yes, we do.
And in this particular case, we're talking about father-son incest.
That's right.
And in studies of other father-son incest cases, is the role of the mother focused on?
Yes, it is.
And why?
Well, the role of the mother, it can be focused on for two reasons. One generally wants to know what we call the loyalty division in a family. Is the mother going to be more sided with the husband or partner, or is she more sided with the children? And then you want to know, for that reason, whether the mother is seen as a protector or someone who is safe that a child could go to tell. One also wants to look at the own background, if you possibly can, from the mother to see, and father, to see whether there's also any pattern prior.
What's the significance of, what do you mean by a pattern prior? You mean with other children or in their life?
In their own life.
And why is it significant to know if there's a pattern prior in their own life?
Your Honor, may we approach on this, please?
Let me hear the answer to the question.
Okay.
Okay. Merely because children can model after parents, it becomes an important identifying person in their life, and that goes on and on. So the modeling point is important.
When you say it goes on and on, you mean it goes on through generations?
Through generations, yes.
So you would look to see if the mother and father were modeling on things that happened in their lives.
Right, and then you would look to see what their response was.
All
What do you mean by
the
their
approach? All right.
Thank you. Now, in evaluating a family, I think you've just indicated you try to look at models in the parents' past. Do you also examine, however, the entire scope of each parent's behavior towards the child?
Yes, you do.
And in this particular case, did you form an opinion about the role of Mrs. Menendez in the perpetuation of and the secrecy of the incest in this family?
Yes, I did.
And could you give us an evaluation of that? Could you describe what was significant about her role?
Objection and proper opinion on the foundation.
Sustained.
What were the significant characteristics of Mrs. Menendez that supported Eric's descriptions to you of his feeling isolated, feeling he had nowhere to turn, feeling there was no one to protect him?
Okay, the evidence there speaks to the total loyalty, if you will, that the mother would show to the father, so that it was not something that he felt would be supportive, that she would feel he wouldn't feel that she would be able to help or intervene. He is not even sure as a typical reaction of whether he would be believed. And also from a protection standpoint, sometimes children don't feel they can tell to get the support they're going to get.
And was there information in this case from sources other than Eric Menendez that indicated that Mrs. Menendez's chief loyalty was to her husband rather than her children?
Yes, I think there was great overwhelming evidence, both from social sectors, her family and friends, as well as business associates spoke to the loyalty.
And-
Your Honor, move to strike the word overwhelming as being an improper statement of the witness.
Objection sustained. That portion of the answer is stricken.
You found substantial and significant evidence of her loyalty to her husband over the children?
Same objection and leading.
Sustained.
On which ground, Your Honor?
It's legal.
Okay. What sort of evidence did you find that Mrs. Menendez was loyal to her husband rather than her children?
Substantial evidence.
Your Honor, move to strike the answer as being an improper opinion.
Overall, the answer will stand.
And was there also evidence that, with respect to whether or not she had a pattern and history of being supportive of her children in opposition to her husband?
Yes, I did not find any evidence of that type of behavior in the mother.
And did you find, was there evidence in the case regarding her protectiveness and nurturance of her children?
No, I did not find that evidence. She was nurturing to the children, but in terms of the loyalty, that was expected. That was what her role was to do. And again, those rules pretty much followed what was identified by the father.
Yeah, I think you misunderstood my question, though. Did you see evidence that she protected her children?
No, I did not see evidence that she protected her children.
Did you see evidence that she was even physically careful about them?
No, did not see that evidence.
Did you see evidence that she was nurturing in the sense of affection and love?
Yeah, not in terms of the affection and love.
Now, you did find evidence that she fed them
Yes,
and kept them clothed.
yes.
And she ran around with them according to the dictates of the family regime. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, that would be fair to say.
The training camp regime.
Yes.
And are you familiar with the evidence concerning how she dealt with displays of emotion on the part of Eric, or displays of emotional distress on his part, such as crying or homesickness or pain or any of those things?
Yes, she could not deal with that.
Could not or did not?
Both did not and could not.
Objection, move to strike the speculation on the part of the witness.
Sustained, the answer is stricken.
What do you mean by could not deal with that? Is that a psychological term?
Yes.
It doesn't mean she lacks ability.
No, that's true.
It just means she has lacks a history of doing it.
That's right.
Now, in incest families, are there typical behavior patterns based on the research for the non-molesting parent?
Yes, there are.
And do these behavior patterns map whether, I mean, do they break into categories that distinguish those cases where the incest is stopped by the parent versus those cases where it goes on for a long period of time?
Yes.
And can you describe what the different roles, if you will, of, particularly if it's the father perpetrating the incest, the differing types of so-called incest mothers in incest families?
Yes. Well, the mothers of incest victims are faced with quite a decision when there is the disclosure, and they have to make a clear decision which side they're going to be on. Those that side with the child are going to be protective, will make all efforts to stop the incest, and do all of the things that one considers in the treatment of the child. On the other hand, those that side with the father, they are going to deny that it goes on. They are going to assume the same demeanor and characteristics of the father.
Is there any is there any support in the research for the likelihood that with a non-supportive mother, extremely loyal to the father, those are families in which there is no disclosure?
Generally, that is the case. There just isn't any disclosure.
Now, you said that in those families where the mother's loyalty runs mainly to the father, that they assume the demeanor and the characteristics of the perpetrator.
That's correct.
Are incest perpetrators a confessional lot? Do they tend to admit it when confronted?
No.
Objection,
Oh.
improper criminal lack of foundation and reference.
Overruled.
No, they don't.
Even when they're confronted with strong corroborated evidence of what they've done?
Oh, yes, they will not admit. It's very rare that they will admit.
So you wouldn't expect if Jose Menendez was alive right now that he'd come into court and admit what he did, would you?
Objection, improper opinion and speculation.
Sustained.
You heard that Mrs. Bozanich confronted Lyle Menendez during his cross-examination with...
Counsel, this is improper.
All right. It's improper.
Excuse me, could counsel gratuitous comments be stricken, please?
Was there a comment?
Yes, there was.
All right. If there was, I didn't hear it, but if...
It wasn't
yes.
meant to be heard, so I doubt that the reporter heard it either, Your Honor.
All right, well, we'll check your notes. You may ask your next question.
Thank you. In talking with Eric Menendez about this history of sexual molestation, did he describe to you periods when he had confusion about it?
Yes, he did.
And I think you've already said that's very typical of molested children. That has to do with this notion of ambivalence.
Yes, it does.
Is that the kind of thing you would expect to hear from someone who is making it up? Would they admit confusion about the meaning or the significance of it?
Generally not.
Now, you've mentioned that one of the possible symptoms of a child in the kind of distress that sexual molestation causes are nightmares.
Yes.
Are there particular types of nightmares that tend to be more symptomatic of abuse? Because, I mean, all children have nightmares, don't they?
That's correct.
Okay. So are there particular types of nightmares or a particular pattern of nightmares?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, the pattern of nightmares in children tend to be very frightening. They tend to be repetitive, and there will be clear details that the child will be able to tell you. It's not like a different nightmare every night.
And are you, did Eric Menendez share with you his history of nightmares?
Yes, he did.
And did he share with you the ones that he has had over and over and over again since he's about 10?
Yes, he had. He did.
Did he indicate to you the recency of those same nightmares that go back to when he was about 10?
Yes.
And how recently, during the times that you were interviewing, how recently was he having the nightmares?
He was having nightmares even in jail.
Same ones?
Same ones, yes.
Even this year?
Yes, even this year.
The year that he's 22?
Yes.
Now, in some incest families, does the mother, the non-perpetrating parent, even assume the role of facilitator to the incest? In other words, are there issues that they have that are somehow helped by the incest?
Yes.
And did you evaluate whether or not there were such issues with Kitty Menendez so that she was a person who would be a facilitator of incest?
Yes.
And what were those issues?
Well, some of those issues included her routine or inspection of her son's genitals. She had knowledge of the showers that were being taken. She ignored many of the behaviors without exploring why.
Whose behaviors?
Her son's, Eric's.
Okay. Are you talking about such things as his vomiting and
His
crying?
yes, his vomiting, his nightmares, his screaming out, those kinds of.
Now, we've heard evidence that she didn't exactly ignore the nightmares. She treated them with cold baths.
Yes, she did.
When you're talking about ignoring it in what way?
Ignoring in terms of trying to find out the reason behind it. Most parents are going to want to know why the child is behaving the way they are to see whether it's something that needs attention.
And was there anything that you learned concerning her attitudes about sex that might be an issue that allowed her to facilitate incest?
Yes?
Objection, improper opinion.
Objection sustained, the answer stricken.
Well, if you received hypothetically information that the mother of an incest victim had a dislike for oral sex, did not care if her husband had that need satisfied elsewhere so long as he didn't have a love relationship, would that have any significance for you in trying to evaluate that mother as an incest facilitator?
Objection, improper hypothetical.
Sustained.
Well, I'd like to approach on this, Your Honor.
All right. What's your next question?
Just as a foundational question, did you read all of Dr. Summerfield's notes of his therapy sessions with Mrs. Menendez?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled, you can answer that question.
Yes, I did.
And based on your own practices and what's accepted in the field of mental health treatment, are therapists supposed to be taking notes so that they can assess symptoms on the part of their patients?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled.
Yes?
And are they supposed to rely on these notes in a psychological sense in order to assess what's the nature of the patient's problem?
Yes?
And what treatment program might be called for given the nature of that problem?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get back to this a little bit later, perhaps. In evaluating Eric Menendez as a victim of child sexual abuse, and trying to assess what the effects of that abuse were on him, did you make a determination as to the severity as compared to other situations of the abuse in this case?
Objection, irrelevant. Improper opinion.
Question is vague. You'll have to rephrase it.
Okay, let me ask you a foundational question. Does the severity of the abuse have any connection to its possible emotional, psychological, and, as we've learned, biological effects?
Yes, it does.
And did you assess the severity in terms of its potential for effects, for damage, if you will, of the abuse that was both reported to you and that you had other supporting information for here?
Yes, I did.
And what was your assessment?
My assessment that this was severe.
And what was that based on? What are the factors that you considered?
Well, the factors that you look at are the type of abuse. In other words, there were multiple types of abuse here from the history.
Now, I want to just be sure that we're focusing on the same thing. We're talking only about the sexual abuse for the
Okay,
moment.
okay, we'll take just sexual abuse.
Just for the moment.
Mm-hmm.
When you say the types of abuse, do you mean the types of sexual abuse?
Yes, the acts committed, the length of time that a person is in the abusing situation.
Okay.
We've already talked about the severity of the acts or the continuum of acts that were perpetrated on him.
Okay.
And the, what we call the arousal level. What did it actually trigger in the person?
I don't understand what you mean by that.
Well, that's the level of reaction that the person has to the abuse. That's an important factor.
So you assessed what, in your opinion, was Eric's reaction to the abuse?
Yes.
Okay.
And then one does look at whether it occurs in the context of other kinds of abuse.
Okay. Before we get to that, was one of the things, one of the factors, the fact, let me ask you this, strike that. In other case histories of sexual molestation, are there types of sexual molestation where the child isn't really forced to participate more than just be an object upon whom things are done?
Yes.
Overall.
Yes.
Are acts of sexual abuse in which the child is forced to actually do things, to participate in an active way, considered more severe than those where the child can remain passive?
Yes, they are.
And why are they considered more severe?
Well, because you've now entered another level of the child having participated, and what that means to the child, it has been processed at a certain level. All of that is important as to whether they're just having things done to them versus being involved. It's just another significant level, and certainly from a treatment standpoint, we need to know that.
Okay, but I'm trying to understand when you say processed in importance, why is it important? With respect to the effects on the child, and whether those are emotional effects such as their sense of well-being or their sense of helplessness or those, that's what I'm trying to get to. How does this hook into the damage that's done to them?
Well, all of the factors that occur do impact on how the young person sees himself, identifies himself, thinks of himself, and those in turn relate to feelings of hopelessness, helplessness. The whole self-worth issue comes into question. How am I valued as an object or as a person? All of those things are important because the abuse interacts with the development of the child. So each developmental task that the child is going through as he grows up has to be, it's being filtered through this abuse.
And when the abuse is more severe, are you more likely to wind up with a child who feels helpless, hopeless, lacking in worth, fearful?
Yes.
Now, a child who feels they have no value to a parent, okay?
Yes.
If that parent is a threatening and violent and scary person,
Yes.
is that child more likely to fear that that parent to whom they have no value will kill them?
Yes, they certainly are.
Now, you said that in assessing the sexual abuse, it's also important to look at the other forms of abuse in the family.
Yes.
I want to talk to you in terms of what things could have contributed to Eric Menendez being at 18 a person who felt helpless about dealing with pressures and conflicts in the family, okay?
Yes.
All right. Foundationally, in your evaluation of him and based on all the material that you've read, do you have an opinion as to whether Eric Menendez was a person who felt powerless and helpless to deal with crisis in the family?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
Did you make an assessment of Eric Menendez with respect to the effects of the abuse on him?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and would you give us the characteristics that you found in that assessment?
Well, the characteristics that I found in that assessment had to do with his feelings of helplessness in the situation, of his feeling that he could not affect or intervene in the situation. that-
What situation are you talking about?
The sexual abuse.
Okay,
That there was nobody within the family that would come to his assistance, that he could go to, that he could talk to, that would act on his behalf,
so he felt isolated.
felt isolated.
Now, do these feelings, this self-image, if you will, or these feelings about self that are part of the sexual abuse, do these carry over into his basic position in life, his basic feelings about himself?
Well, not only do they carry over, but you can see it in behavior. Yes, this is a developing type of individual. A child is developing, and so those experiences become very, very important in the total, what we call the self-concept, how one sees oneself.
Okay, and I want you to focus, if you can now, Dr. Burgess, on what Eric Menendez's self-concept would be, or was, at age 18, after 12 years of that abuse in the family dynamic that you saw in this case.
Judgment and proper opinion.
Well, the question hasn't been asked yet. Just asked you
Okay.
to focus on something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, now that you focused on that, could you describe to us your opinion about what his self-concept was?
Objection. Proper opinion.
At any particular point in time, or just in general, is the
Well,
question?
just starting as his basic operational, strike that. All of the research shows that this kind of abuse has effects on children.
Yes,
Is that
it does.
correct? Just like battered wife syndrome indicates what the effects of a battered wife are of living in that kind of an environment, correct?
That's correct.
So there is an equivalent set of effects that children have.
Yes.
All right. And did you find, as a matter of opinion, that Eric Menendez displayed the symptoms of a person who had been subjected to an abusive family situation at the hands of his parents?
Yes, I did.
Did you find that he had effects that were consistent with the effects of other sexually molested children?
Yes, I did.
All right. And why don't you tell us, therefore, what those effects were by the time he was 18 years old? Well, first of all, let me ask you this. Are the effects long-lasting, or is it just something a child experiences during the abuse, and then the minute it's dinner time, the effects go away?
No, they do not go away.
Okay. Are they long-term?
They are long-term. They may be relieved by treatment, but they are long-term.
And can they last for the rest of one's life?
Yes, they may.
And is one of the effects what we were talking about the other day, that children who are abused go through this process that you call trauma learning?
Objection, vague and leading. It's abuse.
All right, sustained as to form leading. You had asked her to, ask the witness to enumerate these things, and then you backed away from that.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You had asked the witness to enumerate these effects that occur, and then you withdrew that and went on something else.
All right. So will you enumerate for us the effects that you believe Eric Menendez was suffering from at the age of 18?
Objection, vague as to what kind of effects.
All right, this is in the context of her previous answers, equating or analogizing this to the battered woman syndrome and similar effects that are observed on a child in a situation such as you've described. All right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, the effects that one would see would be the, what we call the inability to act, the staying bound to the situation, not seeing options, withdrawal, depression. It may be as severe as suicidal thoughts, high level of anxiety, which can get into performance types of situation.
What do you mean by that?
Well, performance anxiety has to do with becoming so anxious in the situation that one can't do their very best because that emotion is overriding their usual way to think and view a situation, whether that's like taking a test or in a social situation or even in a sports event to a certain degree.
Okay. So you said the usual effects. I'm asking whether or not you made an assessment that Eric Menendez had these effects from his history of being sexually and psychologically abused in his family.
Yes, I found those that I've just identified to be present in Eric Menendez.
Now, you talked yesterday about this notion of trauma learning, how a child's mapping, if you will, changes so they have a different kind of fear response as a result of trauma.
Yes, I did.
Now, is trauma learning something that disappears after the traumatic event, or does it persist?
No, it persists. It's really encoded into the person's way of behaving and thinking about themselves.
And so even if let us say there's a period of traumatic acts that are visited upon the child, and and this encoding has occurred,
Yes.
all right, and then let's say there's a period of time where nothing particularly traumatic happens, can the trauma learned responses, if you will, be re-triggered by a crisis even years away from the originating traumatic acts?
Yes, it can.
Now, what are, in the literature concerning child sexual abuse, what are rescue fantasies?
Rescue fantasies are thoughts that a child has or a person has that is going to take them out of the situation, will provide the, if you will, the rescue to their dilemma. And this is something that's thought about, dreamed about, hoped for.
Now, what causes children to have these rescue fantasies?
Well, children who have these fantasies are in a situation in which they cannot affect their own, they cannot get out of the situation or stop the situation.
Now, is that in fact they cannot, or is it that they think they cannot?
Well, they think they cannot.
And what is the significance of children's rescue fantasies? Is this a coping mechanism?
Oh, well, that certainly, it's the coping. First of all, they've been coping with the abuse, and the only way that they can get through it oftentimes is to think about how they're going to get out and who is going to help them get out of it. So there is this, in a way, a magical wish that somebody will come along and rescue them, or that something event is going to occur in their life that will somehow get them out of the situation.
Like an act of God? The house will burn down, or Dad's car will go off the road on the way home from work?
That could be a thought a child has, yes.
Now, are rescue fantasies plans for escaping the situation, or are they merely fantasies?
No, they can be actually based in reality, some event that they think is going to happen. Absolutely, as an event, yeah.
Now, in this particular case, are you familiar with the information about what occurred in the interaction and relationship between Mr. and Mrs. Menendez after they and Eric Menendez moved to California?
Yes.
And was there some significant, to your assessment, was there some significant events that occurred shortly after the move to California?
Yes.
And what were they?
Well, some of the events that had to do with the adaptation, if you will, to the new environment were one.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay, just moving in and adapting to the house and the surroundings and so forth.
Okay, I'm trying to focus on the relationship between Mr. and Mrs. Menendez, just
Right.
significant things that happened there.
Well, in the relationship between the husband and wife, there was a great outshowing, if you will, of affection and togetherness and things like that. That was something that was observed by other persons.
Let me take you back to the fall of 1986. Are you familiar with the information that there was talk of divorce and Great Depression and unhappiness and suicidal ideation by Mrs. Menendez?
Yes, back in
Okay.
'86, yes.
All right. I would like you to focus on that if you
Okay.
could. Okay? Was that a significant difference in this family?
Yes.
And would that kind of family difference disruption have an effect upon an adolescent boy living in that family?
It certainly has an effect in terms of if he becomes aware of it, which in this case he did. This was not a secret within the immediate family, nuclear family.
And what effect would it have if he becomes aware of it?
Well, it then places him in the position of what happens if indeed the parents do divorce, what happens to the children. These are all usual typical questions that any child has, let alone the emotional feelings they have about each parent and what will happen. But it really throws the child into a lot of confusion and anxiety.
And if you take a child who's already anxious, does this help?
No.
Now, in this particular case, was there, I'll strike that. In this particular case, were you informed that Eric Menendez was aware that there was talk of divorce between the parents?
He was very aware of that, yes.
And was that notion of divorce in any way, did that at any point become a rescue fantasy for him?
Not as a rescue fantasy. Well, a rescue fantasy in terms of who he would be with, if that came to that point, whether a decision would have to be made as to who he lived with.
Okay. Are you familiar with the information that Mrs. Menendez left a suicide letter around for Eric to find, that he found it, that he contacted his brother, and that his brother had a conversation with the mother?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with the content of that conversation, basically offering a home for the mother and Eric with Lyle?
Yes, I am.
Now, under the circumstances of this family, would the prospect of being able to go and live with his brother and his mother be a rescue fantasy?
In that context, yes.
And based on what happened after that contact with Lyle Menendez, what happened to that rescue fantasy?
It completely collapsed.
And what happens to children who are in these sort of trap situations when their rescue fantasies collapse?
It will certainly increase the anxiety. There is now no opportunity for them to think of a way out, and it throws them right back into the confusion of what is going to happen.
And confusion about what's going to happen keeps you, just to use the most minor term, does it keep you anxious and nervous and on edge?
Absolutely keeps the young person very anxious.
Now, with respect to the sexual molestation, are you familiar with a rescue fantasy that Eric Menendez held on to for a number of years?
Yes.
And what was that rescue fantasy?
Well, the main fantasy that he had is that he would be able to get out of the situation when he went to college, that when he moved away from the home and lived in the dorm at college.
Now, is that a typical rescue fantasy for molested kids? In other words, has the same thing been heard from other children?
Oh, yes, moving out of the home into another situation doesn't always have to be college, but it certainly can be, the point is they get out of the home.
And explain, if you will, what, I'll strike that. What role do rescue fantasies have, if you will, in keeping the child in the home until the imagined event occurs?
Well, it serves a great purpose in doing that because the young person can be thinking and fantasizing about how wonderful wherever they're going is going to be, and that helps them to cope and adapt to the abuse if it's still ongoing.
And are people in general who feel trapped in situations that they can't get out of, do they tend to have fantasies to relieve some of the pressure of that situation?
Yes, that's a common coping mechanism.
And is it a coping mechanism particularly common for children in abusive families?
Yes, it is.
Now, I think you've already talked about certain things that you called adaptions. Are those things other coping mechanisms that are typical of abused and molested children?
Yes, there are other things that are coping mechanisms of abused children.
Now, I think you explained that, for example, this notion of putting your mind somewhere else is a way of fleeing when you can't physically leave.
That's correct.
And protest behaviors such as crying or attempts to run away are ways to fight back,
Yes,
if
that's
you
true.
will. In this particular case, do you recall information about when Eric Menendez was approximately 13, little things he did that were like protest behaviors?
Yes, there were some attempts to literally run away. There's examples of that. Other activities that would try to keep him away from the situation. I think one other example is his putting cinnamon into his drinks of the father.
Now, what significance do you place on the information he gave you that he would put cinnamon in his father's drinks?
Well, that was an important act. The importance I place on that, that's an act of trying to cope, deal with the situation.
It's an effort to have some control
Control.
over some aspect of the situation?
Yes.
Now, is that kind of detail, for example, putting cinnamon in the perpetrator's drink in order to flavor the fluids, the kind of thing you'd expect somebody to make up who was making up a history of sexual abuse?
No.
Did you form any opinions of why it was that Eric Menendez didn't simply run away?
Yes.
And would you tell us,
At what point are you referring to?
well, I'm going to exactly get to that, except it's 12 o'clock.
Okay, and you want to do that at 1:30?
I do.
Okay. We'll recess until 1:30, ladies and gentlemen. After lunch, the jury is back, as well as all the participants in the case of People versus Eric Menendez. You may continue your direct examination.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, I'd like to mark 3 pages of a typed medical record and ask them to be marked 299.
It'll be marked 299.
Dr. Burgess, you testified earlier about the particular injury that was on Eric Menendez's medical record. Is that the medical record that you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
And the injury that you were describing, the first entry on that medical record.
Yes.
And what is the date of that entry?
That is 12/13/77.
So Eric would have been just 7 years old at the
Seven.
time of that examination.
That is correct.
And that shows injuries to what part of the throat?
To 3 parts of the throat. It's the posterior pharynx, the uvula, and the soft palate.
Thank you. Now, I had begun to talk to you about the notion of Eric Menendez's ability to run away from this particular family. Do you recall from the information you received and from Eric Menendez's testimony that there was an effort on his part to run away when he was approximately 12?
Yes, I am aware of that.
And you're aware that it was the father who found him and threatened him as a result of that?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Are you aware of 2 other, shall we say, feeble gestures at running away that occurred later in Eric Menendez's life?
Yes, I
Overall.
am.
And what are those 2 incidents as you recall them?
There's an incident at age 17, and there is one within a very short time period of the last week, around or beginning part of the week, I believe, a weekend.
The week that his parents were killed?
Yes.
Now, dealing with that last week, have you reviewed all the data available on what transpired within the family during that last week leading up to the shootings?
Yes, I have.
And have you determined 5 critical factors that contributed to the occurrence of the shootings in this case?
Yes, I have.
And if you could, would you identify, first just list the 5 factors, and then I'll have you explain them.
Okay, the 5 factors are Eric Menendez's father's insistence that he continue to live partially at home, which Eric understands to mean that the sexual abuse will continue. Second, Eric Menendez's disclosure of his sexual abuse and suffering to Lyle after witnessing Lyle's humiliation by his mother. Third, Eric Menendez's learning of Lyle's confrontation with the father, prompting the father's threat to protect the secret at all costs. 4, Eric Menendez's resistance through flight of his father's attempted assault. And 5th, the mother revealing her knowledge of the abuse and her blaming her sons for the family's problems.
Okay. Now, if we could go back then and talk about each of these from the standpoint of its impact on Eric Menendez's state of mind during the course of these events. First of all, you talked about his father's insistence that he spend a certain number of days at home.
That's correct.
And does this have some impact on this notion of rescue fantasy that we had talked about before?
Yes, it does. It really destroys that whole rescue fantasy right there.
And you've testified that this rescue fantasy was a method by which Eric could go on, could cope and adapt and live with what was happening to him, so long as he believed there'd be an escape.
Yes, this is his dream, his hope, his wish.
And what happens emotionally, if you will, in your opinion, when this particular fantasy, that you're aware he had this in mind for about 3.5 years or so.
Yes.
And what happens when this fantasy is basically destroyed?
Well, 2 things happen. One, his anxiety goes up about what the possible what that means. But second of all, it's very depressing, very deflating, if you will, to have this dream now dashed.
And does he have, based on your evaluation of him and everything you know, does he have any resource to fall back on here to get him through?
No, he doesn't.
Calls for speculation.
Objection sustained, the answer is stricken.
Okay. Based on your evaluation and examination of him, are you aware of any contingent plan for coping that he had developed over the previous years?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Your Honor, this is based on what she has been told.
You're asking whether or not the defendant told her anything about that?
Yes. Did you have
Well,
any
ask it that
information?
way.
All right, I thought I had. Did
No,
you have
you
any information from him that he had worked out any contingent plan for rescue?
I had no information from him that he had worked out a contingency plan.
And with abused children who have these rescue fantasies, do they usually have 2 or 3 or 4, or do they focus on one thing to get them through?
Well, they generally focus on one thing to get them through.
Now, you're aware that Eric reports that at this point, he became extremely depressed and suicidal.
Yes.
Is that consistent with the deflation of a rescue fantasy as it's been studied in other children as well?
Yes.
Now, you said the second, well, is that, let me make sure that that's all that was that you've mentioned all the significant things about this deflating of the rescue fantasy?
Yes.
Okay. The second factor you said was Eric's disclosure to Lyle Menendez.
Yes.
Okay. And what significance does that have?
Well, the significance that has is he does witness, for the first time overtly witness, the mother humiliating his brother. And that is something that certainly makes him now want to share with his brother what has happened to him, because he sees his brother as also experiencing some of the feelings that he has had.
And is in this family history, was Lyle, or did Eric have notions, based on your interview with Eric and other witnesses, did Eric have notions of where Lyle stood in the family?
Yes.
And what were those?
Well, Lyle essentially was the heir apparent in the family. He was the designated son that was to carry on from the father's standpoint. And that became very important to Eric to see this humiliation by the mother to this this child, or this son.
So there was some identification of co-victim status, you think, between?
Oh, right. That was the identification that he saw. He now realized he shared the same kinds of experiences. He could now tell him the experiences that he had.
Okay, well, is that the only reason why he could tell him, or did the the destruction of the rescue fantasy also
Well, that had
contribute to that?
Yeah, that had prepared him. In other words, very often that you will get a joining of, or a series of events that make it kind of converge to make it easier for someone to tell someone this type of information, which he had never revealed really to his brother.
Based on your understanding of Eric's state of mind at the point when he disclosed to Lyle, were there any other options that he would conceive of to get him out of the situation of the sexual molestation with his father?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
You understand, Dr. Burgess, when I ask you these questions, I'm asking it based solely on the information that you have from Eric Menendez and other witnesses.
Yes, I do.
I'm not asking you to make stuff up or to speculate.
Yes.
Okay.
Then phrase it, rather than asking what the defendant could conceive of, ask him, if you're asking whether he told her anything, express it
Well,
in that
I
fashion.
don't think it's just based on that, Your Honor, with all due respect. I think that's part of it, but
Well, the way you phrased it, you're asking her to speculate as to what he could possibly think of. So you have to
within the
phrase it some other way.
context, I'm sorry, Your Honor, in the context of this family history, and particularly the history of the last 3.5 years in this family, okay?
Yes.
Were there any examples that you're aware of in other people's behavior, for example, that Eric Menendez witnessed that showed a way out of this family?
Not a way out in a positive way.
Okay? Was there any example or examples of an inability for anyone in this family to leave it?
Yes.
And what were those examples?
Well, certainly the example of the mother in terms of her continuing depression, her despair, to the point where she becomes suicidal. She leaves information for her sons to find. She is drinking. She is on medication. All of these factors are very clear, and is a very important one for the sons to see that she is not going to get out of that situation.
In other words, she doesn't leave the marriage in spite of all this.
That's right.
And is there some significance here that her suffering, from the son's perspective, or at least from what they would have been able to see, is caused by the father?
Absolutely, yes.
And yet she doesn't leave.
That's correct.
Now, is there also any significance to the relationship that Lyle Menendez maintained and continued with both parents, even after he had left home and gone away to school?
Well, he does leave home and he does go away to school, but that doesn't mean that he isn't kept very much a part of the family. Their father is flying back and forth. There's a lot of continued phone calls daily, even more than daily. So there's a lot of continued activity and intrusion by the parents into his life, even though he's thousands of miles away.
And based on what you knew, of course, Eric Menendez was quite aware of how his brother was still totally within the family, even though living in Princeton.
Yes.
Now, this, okay, you were describing what the significance of the disclosure to Lyle is. What is its significance with respect to Eric Menendez's anxiety level and fears?
Well, what that does to his fears and his anxiety is to just increase it.
And why is that?
Because the aspects that he felt in control about, that he could look to, that he had support from, as he sees those beginning to crumble, it makes him more anxious. And what is he going to do? So all of the doubt, the confusion, the fear, the anxiety all increases.
Okay. Is there some component of anxiety that would automatically increase whenever a child who's kept one of these secrets under threat of death reveals it?
The anxiety of just not being able to think of anything to do.
Well, my question really has to do with the fact that you're aware that, based on Eric Menendez's statements and testimony, that his father always threatened to kill him if he revealed the secret.
Yes.
Okay, now he's revealed the secret.
Yes,
Okay, so does that increase anxiety, just
Yes.
that mere fact, no matter who he told?
that's right.
And in the course of this telling Lyle, is it your understanding that Lyle was going to take action?
That was not necessarily Eric's understanding at the time he told him. That
But-
was a subsequent action taken by Lyle.
Okay, but in the discussion with Lyle, Lyle says he's going to talk to the father.
Yes, he does say that.
Okay, and would that fact that Lyle says he's going to now take action to try to stop it, would that have any contribution to Eric Menendez's anxiety and fear?
Absolutely, greatly increases it even more.
Now, in your opinion, did Eric Menendez, as a sexually molested child and as a child of this otherwise abusive family, experience that form of trauma learning that would give him a heightened, a rekindling effect to threats of fear?
Yes.
To fear stimulus?
To fear stimulus, that's right, yes.
Now, you said the next critical factor is that Eric Menendez learns of the confrontation between Lyle and his father.
That is correct.
Now, he learns of that, well, strike that. Chronologically speaking, though, isn't there first a confrontation between himself and his father before he knows what went on between his father and Lyle?
Yes,
Okay. And you said that that was significant, that critical factor was significant because it was a sign of resistance and a flight from his father's assault.
yes, this is one of the first times that he actually is able to successfully resist.
And what's the significance of that in the overall pattern of things here?
Well, that shows a new way of behaving. That is a departure, if you will, from a usual coping, which had been to stay in the situation and comply. So you now see new action being taken.
And this resistance and then fleeing actually works, does it not, to stop that assault?
Yes, it does.
So is this learning, in effect, that some form of action may be some kind of action to defend himself may actually work?
Yes, and it certainly does in that situation and gives him a new perspective.
Now, you said the next significant factor was that he finds out about the nature of the confrontation between his brother and his father.
That's correct.
And what is significant about that information that he receives?
Well, that, up until this point, he has been told that his brother is going to do this. Now he gets not only does he tell, but he gets the reaction of the father from Lyle's perspective.
Okay, and what does that do to his basic state of mind with respect to anxiety and fear?
Well, this actually heightens, this is one of the critical factors that really heightens it because now the incest secret is out. There has been statements made by the parties involved, and that is really the heightening, if you will, the new crisis.
So this is a crisis situation.
Yes, it is.
And in this new crisis situation, would you expect that that his heightened alarm system is going to be highly activated?
Yes, he's highly anxious, and yes.
And then you said the last piece of the critical factors was the revelation by his mother that not only did she know all along, but that she blames her sons for her own problems.
Yes.
Now, was this blaming her sons for her problems a new aspect in her behavior?
No, this was not new.
And how had it manifested itself before?
Oh, there had been many examples in which she would say that one of the sons had forgotten something and blame them when indeed it had been her responsibility, or there are examples such as that.
Do you consider her leaving the suicide note for Eric to find it another way that she's trying to blame her children for her problems?
That's another example, yes.
How significant is that fact that she, in 1986, when the family had just moved here and they were all uprooted, she leaves this suicide note for her youngest son to find?
I say that's very significant and very serious.
Why?
Because it produces information that's very difficult for an adolescent young man to absorb, to have to be able to deal with. And it's also very dangerous in terms of other factors that were ongoing.
Okay, are you aware of the fact that 2 years or so after this, she purchases a gun?
Yes,
And are you aware of the fact that she's still in therapy with suicidal thoughts?
yes.
And what does that do with respect to the environment of the home?
You know, and it's not only that, but it's all that Eric is hearing, the arguing, the despair, the crying. There's an enormous amount of crying that he hears. And this, plus the note, plus the fact that she has a gun in which there's ammunition readily available, makes this a very dangerous home, a very dangerous household for a young person to be in. And this is also at a time when his brother isn't present.
So having lived in this dangerous environment, does the danger go away just because Lyle is now home for this period in 1989?
No.
You're familiar with the information concerning Mrs. Menendez's threats to poison the family?
Yes, I am.
And based on all of this information, in your opinion, given his history and his anxiety, would Eric Menendez have genuinely believed that his mother was capable of killing him?
Yes.
Pause for speculation. Let's describe.
Objection sustained, the answer is stricken.
Based on the special knowledge that he had of his mother's history over the years, okay,
Yes.
and the effects of her treatment of him,
Yes.
do you believe he could have harbored a good faith belief that she could kill him?
Same objection. Pause for speculation.
Objection sustained.
Well, I'd like to approach on this
All right.
one.
Certainly. All right, you may proceed.
Okay, I'll see if I remember it now. Dr. Burgess, based on your evaluation of all of the material before you, and particularly focusing on the history that Eric Menendez had with his mother and these events that had occurred over the last few years, and the effects of the abuse on Eric Menendez, is it your opinion that he could have actually believed that his mother was going to kill him?
Yes.
Now, was there also factors from the family history that would lead him to form the same, that could lead him to form the same belief concerning his father's willingness to kill him?
Yes, there were.
And what were the factors with respect to the father that could have informed that belief?
First of all, the threats that were made. Second of all, the knowledge that the father accomplished things that he intended to, whether that's in the work setting or whether it's in the home setting, that his focus on success and achievement. The fact that the sons were really seen as objects for a father's pleasure, and if you will, rather than to be worthy as individuals themselves. And perhaps most important, the feeling that the father was seeing and saying to the son that he was disappointed in him, that he was a failure, especially that factor was a very significant one.
In this family, the way this father behaved, do you see any evidence that he gave messages of acceptance or unconditional regard for his son?
Yes.
Yes?
Conditional regard, sorry. Conditional regard for his son.
And what was the condition precedent, if you will, in this family for any regard from this father? What'd you have to do to get regard?
Oh, you had to do what he wanted you to do.
And was one of the things he wanted them to do was win?
Oh, yes, win.
And you're familiar with the facts concerning Eric's loss at the tennis tournament that summer?
Yes, I am.
And you're familiar with the fact that there had been conflict on some level with the father in the spring of 1989 because Eric wanted to not report every single detail of his tennis practice to his father.
Yes.
and that the father was apparently threatening to disown, somehow erase Eric as a member of the family.
Yes, because he wasn't doing as he was supposed to.
And are you also aware of information from your interview with Eric about the father talking about getting a new family?
Yes.
What was that information?
That inform.
Hearsay.
It's not being offered for the truth, Your Honor, but only for Eric Menendez's state of mind.
We have a question right back to this.
Question, are you also aware of information from your interview with Eric Menendez about the father talking about getting a new family?
Right, objection overruled. But perhaps you can lay a foundation as to
I was about
the
to.
nature of that conversation, when and where.
Okay. The conversation concerning the father or the conversation with Eric Menendez, Your Honor?
The one that she is relating.
Okay. What information did you have about the father making statements about getting a new family?
I had information from Eric Menendez.
Yes. And when was it the father would make these statements?
The father would make these statements when he was displeased with something, whether it is something he had done or perhaps he had lost at a sports activity or his situation in school.
And what was it the father would say?
The father always said that one of the things that he could do is just to wipe out the family and get a new one and start all over again.
Now, by wipe out, he wasn't talking about killing them, was he? Or was it?
Well, I don't think that that was ever made clear.
Eric's state of mind during this week, particularly after the confrontation with his father, both his and his brother's. What do all these attributes of the father and statements of the father add up to?
These add up to what was transmitted to the son as to how the son, the fear that he placed him in, and what he could do to the son.
Do these messages add up to the kind of thing that a traumatized child with this high-level anxiety could put together as a belief in the father's ability to kill him?
Yes, it certainly does. As the anxiety is raised, as each one of the factors comes in, especially as statements of threats of killing the family come in, that certainly does raise the anxiety and the fear cues.
Now, you have talked before about the basic neurobiological basis for the symptoms of fear, the feelings of fear, the physical side.
Yes.
Does this physical component dominate?
Yes. This is a new crisis situation.
Now, at this point, we're now talking about Thursday night, after the confrontations with the parents, and the conversation with Lyle concerning what has transpired in Lyle's conversation with the father, okay?
Yes.
At this point, based on his entire history, okay,
Yes.
and based on the effects of this history, what options would be apparent to a person in Eric's situation?
Well, the options that generally would come in would be to leave the situation, to try to get out of the situation. That's one whole set of options.
That's the runaway.
The runaway.
Why wasn't that a
Right.
viable option for Eric Menendez?
That wasn't a viable option for him because of past behavior, for one example, that he had tried in the past, but even more so of where to go, how to do it. None of that was readily available for him to plan, that type of action.
Why not?
He didn't have the actual options to. I think the other thing is that what was so important in this family was that the mother never left in the situation, and that is a modeling type of thing.
Okay, but if you're now actively afraid of death, and you've indicated he would have been, okay, why can't he at this point simply change all of his previous thinking and all of his previous feeling and all of his previous dependency and just up and leave.
Well, that's not the way this is also an abused child that has been traumatized, and the trauma learning part, which is encoded, just doesn't allow for that.
I know, I'm trying to get some notion, I mean, I know why, but I'm trying to get some notion of why.
He just didn't see those options.
Okay. Is there any component here also of fear upon running away? I mean, is running away always presented itself to these children as a safe option?
No, fear is the underlying part here, and the fear raises the level so that there is no option that they see. They don't see themselves as being able, or he doesn't see himself as being able to be effective in the situation to be able to see that as an option.
My point, though, is that he feared that if he ran away, it would only be worse, that they'd come after him.
Well, that was always a basic fear, right? Where would he go? Who would be there to help him? There was never any offer within the immediacy of who could he go to that the father couldn't find.
So that the notion of not having anywhere to go is not having anywhere to go where the father wouldn't find him.
That's right. The father had always said he would find him no matter where, even if he had to get law enforcement out after him.
And is that a credible threat from a father in this particular position in life?
Oh.
Would the father's position in life inform that threat? In other words, make it more believable to a child, the fact that he's rich, he has a powerful
yes.
personality.
Yes, there's no question that that has a factor and that he would be able to find him.
And are you familiar with the mother's ability to track and stalk people?
Yes? She had shown examples of that.
And has she shown examples of being able, of spying and surreptitiously surveilling her children?
She had done both that for her children as well as for other people that she knew or was trying to find out about.
Now, it's one of the developmental issues for adolescents, a notion of independence and responsibility.
Yes.
And if a person feels that they know how to take care of themselves, is that part of a feeling of independence?
Yes.
If a child is never allowed to make decisions that impact how their own physical well-being, does that child ever develop this feeling of responsibility, ability to take care of oneself, independence?
No, they don't.
And children who don't develop that, do they feel helpless to assist themselves?
Yes, anyone that doesn't have skills like that is going to find themselves very helpless in any type of situation that requires problem solving.
Now, would it matter if by all sorts of efforts and group participation that same child were able to get into the University of California? Does that tell you that that person did not have a sense of helplessness?
No, it doesn't.
Would the fact that that person was able, with tremendous hard work and lots of pressure, to do well in junior amateur competitive tennis tell you anything about their sense of responsibility or helplessness to be on their own and escape very controlling parents?
No, not at all. That's a very different type of situation.
Well, let me ask you this, because I haven't before. What role, if any, did Eric Menendez's athletic ability and whatever rewards that brought him play in the picture of the effects of abuse on him?
That played a very important role. That probably was the primary aspect of his life that saved him in terms of having physical activity, having a very focused type of activity in which he could really excel, so that the physical sport of whether it be tennis or whatever it was allowed him to work off, if you will, a lot of the feelings and so forth that he had that had developed because of the abusive situation.
So it actually was a release of some sort for him?
Yes.
And that's true even though there were aspects of it that he didn't like, that other people feel were abusive?
Yes.
even though it was tremendous pressure.
It was tremendous pressure, yes.
Have there been studies that show that sexually molested boys, one of the therapies prescribed for them is a lot of athletic involvement?
Yes, it certainly is one that we strongly advocate.
Is it important for children to survive mentally that they be good at something?
Yes.
Now, you recall way back in the beginning of your testimony, I was talking to you about some factors that would not have been known at the point of examining the crime scene to inform one about how this all came about, but that developed in the information pool later.
Yes.
You are familiar, are you not, with the information concerning Lyle and Eric Menendez's trips to gun stores and ultimate purchase of shotguns?
Yes, I am.
And you recall I had asked you early in your testimony whether you considered the purchasing of the shotguns part of a plan to commit a premeditated homicide.
I remember that question, yes.
And your answer to that question was?
I did not consider it a plan as described.
Now, what do you consider the obvious purchase of the shotguns that occurred Friday following this Thursday night of confrontations?
I consider that it was a form of self-protection.
Could you identify any other person in Lyle or Eric Menendez's history who would have been a logical person for them to go to for protection?
Objection improper.
Sustained.
Was there anyone who you saw in examining all of the data who played a protective role for Lyle and Eric Menendez over the course of their lives?
Same opinion, same objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what a protective role is? A person who provides protection?
Yes, I do.
Did you see any evidence of such a person in this family history?
Objection improper opinion.
Sustained.
Well, Your Honor, I'd like to be heard. I don't understand that. I admit I'm not that bright today.
All right, you may come up here and we'll enlighten you.
Thank you. It's always nice.
All right, next question.
Did Eric Menendez, in his interview with you, ever say that there was anyone he felt he could go to for protection from his father?
No, he did not.
Did he indicate there was ever anyone he could go to for protection from his mother?
No, he did not identify anyone.
And did he indicate to you that at the point when he and his brother were discussing the probable consequences of the confrontations, that he felt he had no options but to defend himself?
That is my understanding, yes.
That was your understanding of what he told you?
Yes, that he had no options.
That's what he told you?
Yes.
All right.
And is that feeling or sense or concept typical of abused children who feel they cannot escape the abuse situation?
Yes.
Now, we have talked about, strike that, you have testified about this unconscious, if you will, habit of hypervigilance, of scanning the environment that manifests itself in people who've been traumatized and are fearful.
Yes, it's not in their conscious awareness.
And are you aware of, based on things that Eric Menendez told you, that Lyle Menendez and Eric Menendez testified to, are you aware of behavior on their part over the course of those last 3 days that is hypervigilant behavior, scanning behavior?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Such as?
First of all, it looks at reading of the cues that are there. It looks at the conversation and the confrontation that is had. It looks at such things as the activities that the family takes, the fishing trip. It looks at even the doors being locked or unlocked. There are a number of factors in that last week that to them indicated danger.
Now, did Eric Menendez, in talking to him, indicate to you the significance of these kinds of facts?
No, he did not indicate that.
Or did he indicate that he noticed these things, that these things...
Yes, he noticed those things, and he was able to tell me those things. That's correct.
And did he tell you, for example, that his father, on that Sunday night, telling him to go up to his room had significance to him?
Yes, that did have significance to him.
And is that the kind of statement that might appear on the face to someone without special knowledge to mean nothing, but to a person who's been in an abusive relationship, it's what you're calling a cue?
Yes, that is an example of a cue.
And is the closing of the door, for example, of the family room after this cue has been given, another cue?
That's another cue.
And is the parents' unwillingness to allow Lyle and Eric to leave the house that night another cue?
Yes, that is another cue.
And is the mother stuttering and being unable to give a reason why they can't just go out of the house that night another cue?
Yes, that is.
And is the fact that on Saturday night, Mrs. Menendez told Eric that he was the reason the family wasn't going to work out another cue?
Yes, that was a very important cue.
And are these the kinds of cues that trigger this rekindled high level of fear?
Yes, in fact, it's a cumulative effect of all of those cues. It isn't just one cue alone.
And to persons such as Eric Menendez, who have been traumatized by these people who are sending out these cue messages, okay, is he having these neurobiological, your opinion, is he having this neurobiological response to this message that you've described as automatic?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Sustained.
Would one in his situation, with his past, receiving a series of significant cues, be likely to experience this neurobiological reaction that you've described?
Yes, he would.
And I think you've indicated that this reaction is automatic and not directed by rational thought.
Yes, that is the point. Yes.
Are there other facts or information that you received from Eric Menendez, from either his interview with you or his testimony or the testimony of his brother, that suggests to you that this limbic system response is full bore what's going on that Sunday night?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
Excuse me. Yes. Can, just ask a couple of other questions. Can the look on someone's face, like the look on Mrs. Menendez's face at the close of the argument Sunday night, also be a cue?
Yes, again, the sensory kinds of impact, whether it's visual or whether it's something they heard, both of those are very strong cues.
Are there other facts that you're aware of that occurred during that Sunday night period that suggest to you the kind of limbic system response you were describing yesterday and Friday?
Well, the other critical factor is the statement about there was silence too. There was a certain amount of silence from the father in terms of not saying anything that was important during those last 2 days, which generally meant something was going to happen.
And was silence, therefore, given that family history, also a cue?
Yes, it was a cue.
Are you familiar with statements attributed to the father that he would not ever tip his hand if he were going to do something really bad to someone, he would simply do it?
Yeah, and certainly that was known within the family of how he operated.
Now, Is the triggering and the automatic reactions of the limbic system an abnormal response, a normal response, what?
It's a normal response. It's a protective mechanism, and it's in the body to be able to alert the person or the organism. So it's a very, very critical part of our being. It's a normal response.
Now, you said that it's when someone is operating in the throes of this neurobiological system, you've indicated that it's a situation of high emotionality and low or no thinking.
That's correct.
Okay. And when you say low or no thinking, does it take any amount of thinking to be able, for example, to run into your closet and get a shotgun?
No.
Does it take thinking in the way that you're using the term to stick some shells inside that shotgun?
Objection improper, opinion.
Sustain.
Do you consider those acts in conflict with your description of the kinds of actions people are taking when their limbic system has been activated?
No, I don't see them in conflict.
Why not?
Because it's again puts in the category of automatic. These are automatic behaviors that spring into action.
What's the difference between an automatic behavior and a reasoned or rational or cognitive behavior?
Well, to have a reasoned cognitive response, you have to, first of all, have low emotion so that the thinking is organized and can do all of what we call the general cognitive functions. The minute that you raise that level of anxiety, it starts to disorganize the thinking. And it won't be rational.
Okay. Now, when someone is operating under this level of fear, would you expect them, we'll strike that. I believe you said that under this level of fear, it can affect the ability to perceive and to remember a certain quality of detail. Is that correct?
Yes, memory can be affected with this level of anxiety.
And you've heard, strike that, you've read the testimony and you've interviewed Eric Menendez concerning what level of detail he remembers or doesn't remember from the actual shooting.
Yes.
And is there anything notable to you about his report of the level of detail?
There is not a level of detail, so that in itself is important. He is able to describe certain actions, but there's a lack of memory around certain parts of what happened that evening.
And what's the significance of that to you?
Well, the significance of that is that the high level of anxiety is just so present that the ability of the mind to remember and clearly give details is missing.
Now, is there another area where it's been studied where persons under a high level of anxiety in shooting situations don't recall details?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is reported in the law enforcement literature in terms of police shootings and being able to give precise detail around what happens versus what event.
And police shootings, are the police getting shot or are they shooting people or both?
Well, both.
And this is a noted phenomenon that even police officers have difficulty with details of a shooting?
Yes.
Now, I wanted to draw your attention to the question of hatred, love, and fear, if you will.
Okay.
In the literature and in the research, I think you've indicated that obviously anybody can hate anybody in a general sense.
Yes.
Do abused children tend to hate their parents?
Objection improper, opinion.
Overall.
They generally do not hate their parents.
And is there anything that your examination in this case has turned up that indicates that Eric Menendez hated his parents?
No, there was no information that I could find in this case that he hated his parents. There are indications of things that he did not like, We certainly have had that identified, but in terms of the word hate, no.
Mrs. Bozanich had asked you yesterday about the 21,000 homicides or so that were reported in the crime classification manual.
Yes.
And are you familiar with generally the way statistically homicides break down in this country? In other words, what are the most common kinds versus what are the more rare kinds?
Yes.
And what's the most common kind of homicide?
I think the most,
Irrelevant.
Sustained.
You've indicated that there are crime scenes that talk about domestic homicides.
yes,
It's true, is it not, that most homicides occur between people who know each other?
that is true.
And with respect to domestic homicides, on investigation, does it appear that those are usually related to family issues?
Yes, it,
Improper opinion, cause for speculation. And irrelevant.
Sustained without proper foundation.
Are you aware of the literature on children who kill their parents?
yes,
Is there literature on that subject, so-called parricide cases?
yes, there is.
And is it current within the professional community to which you belong to look at cases involving parricide from the perspective of potential child abuse?
Yes. It's an important factor.
Now, based on what you understand about the effects of abuse on children, is it in your opinion, a rational model to talk about an abused child simply deciding one morning that he's had enough of it and he hates his parents and I think I'll off him?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
Do you know of any model where an abused child can completely separate himself from his whole history of abuse and make an independent determination that he hates his parents?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained. It's also ambiguous, unintelligible question.
Anything else?
That's enough.
And you don't like it. Okay, I get the message.
It's enough to know that you're not going to be able to ask that one.
Well, I figured that.
Ask another one.
I sort of kind of got that message. What evidence what evidence have you, well, strike this. You've indicated that there's nothing in what you've examined that indicates that Eric Menendez hated his parents. Is there evidence to the contrary?
Yes, there's evidence to the contrary, very much so.
And that he loved his parents?
That he loved his parents, yes.
And what's the evidence to support that notion?
Well, the,
Objection, improper opinion.
Which opinion was that?
That he loved his parents. The evidence to support her opinion that he loved his parents. Improper opinion.
All right, that was 2 questions ago. This is another one, asking for the basis of the opinion.
All right. I'm objecting to the basis of the opinion, Your Honor.
All right, well, the objection should have been to the opinion, not to the basis of it. Objection overruled at this point.
Go ahead.
okay, there is evidence to the contrary that indeed Eric Menendez did love his parents, that he wanted to live up to the family values, that he wanted to do well by the family, and even after their deaths, there has been continued focus on being able to love his parents and to even want to memorialize that. So that I think that that is an important point, that he did not hate his parents, but indeed loved them.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess. I have nothing further on it.
All right, we'll take a recess until 3 o'clock. 12 minutes to a matter with the witness. Was there any further questioning by the defense in regards to this issue?
Well, the issue, Dr. Burgess doesn't know the issue is, the issue has to do with the significance of intergenerational abuse.
Okay.
And the significance for your evaluation of this family. Is there information that you have indicating that Kitty Menendez was raised in a family where there was...
You have to speak up a little bit.
Where there was physical abuse by her father against her mother that she witnessed.
Yes.
And is there information that you received that this abusive pattern in the family persisted for many, many years?
Yes.
And what significance would you place on that?
Well, the significance I'd place on that is that the factor that she witnessed this, that it was known in the family, would put her in the position of developing some response to that and learning from that, and that very well could and would influence her behavior with her in her own family.
And influence her behavior in what way?
In terms of not being able to protect.
Well, does it mean that she would necessarily be an abuser? Does it mean that she would tolerate abuse?
Well, in the witnessing of the event, what happens is the child gets to see both the victim and the abuser. So the potential for being able to identify with both is there. So it does have a higher potential for her to go either way, of either not being able to protect or of actually inflicting injury herself to her children.
Would that explain conduct of hers that it's been reported to you that she both did not protect the children from abuse by the father and abused them herself?
Yes.
And would that information, or has that information about her own family life, was that a factor that you looked to corroborate the reports of abuse that you received, however directly or indirectly, but that were emanating from both the brothers and from other witnesses?
Yes.
Was it a significant corroborating factor?
It was a significant corroborating factor.
And is it that kind of corroborating factor that you look for in every family evaluation?
Yes.
Would it be significant for, as corroborating factors, if you knew that in Kitty Menendez's family, her father would beat her brother, her mother would intervene, and her mother got beaten for intervening, and then her mother stopped intervening? Would that be a significant factor in assessing why Kitty Menendez may have been emotionally unavailable to her own sons in a similar situation?
Yes, that gives even more detail, more precise detail on whose behavior and what the response is. Yes.
And are you familiar with information from Eric Menendez that his mother would, when frustrated with him, particularly over schoolwork issues, pull his hair and call him dummy?
Yes.
And would it be significant for you in corroborating that information from him if you learned that Kitty Menendez's mother did the exact same thing to her, pulled her hair and called her dummy, and Eric Menendez was not even born then and he couldn't have seen it?
Yes, that's important.
Would there be any significance to you in corroborating the reports of abuse that were received from the Menendez brothers and the reports of their mother's behavior if it was known that her own mother drank and there was a serious problem with alcohol in her own family?
Yes, that's an important factor.
Would it be significant to you in corroborating the statements made by Eric Menendez to you about his, and by Lyle Menendez, about their mother's unwillingness to consider divorce, no matter how miserable she was, that she was taught by her mother that divorce was an absolutely unacceptable alternative because of the grief that a divorce caused her own mother?
Yes, not only the grief, but what she saw happening to her mother after the father left.
What did she see happening to her mother after her father left?
Well, the mother had a nervous breakdown, was hospitalized. There were serious aftermath from that dissolution of the marriage.
And would that reinforce the notion that Kitty Menendez, therefore, herself would not provide any escape from the family situation for either herself or her children?
Yes.
And would that therefore corroborate the Menendez brothers when they testified that their mother refused to even consider leaving their father, refused to escape?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor, in this motion.
All right, the prosecution wishes to inquire.
Yes. Dr. Burgess, were you able to talk to Mrs. Menendez to ask her how she felt about these things? You weren't, were you?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that question. It's so specious and
Okay,
argumentative in
counsel,
a hearing.
your objection takes more time than the witness's response saying no, so let's get on with it.
Still an objection to the
That's
question.
true, but it's wasting time. This is not in front of the jury, it's just a hearing to decide whether this witness would testify in front of the jury, so let's get on with it.
No.
Okay. You are extrapolating what you think her state of mind would have been based upon information given to you by other people, correct?
Well, I'm looking at the behavior and the acts and the description of the acts of what occurred.
Okay, you're talking about her behavior or the behavior of other people in her presence? Are you talking about both?
Both.
Okay. The information that you got about the family history came from her relatives, is that correct?
That is correct.
Her sister?
Her sister.
Did you talk to her brothers?
No, I did not talk to her brothers.
If Kitty Menendez had grown up in a non-abusive household, would that change your opinion as to whether or not Eric Menendez was abused?
Not whether he was abused. It can still be abused without having grown up in a family of abuse.
So in other words, Kitty Menendez could have been an abusive or or allowed abuse to occur in her home, whether or not she grew up in an abusive home herself.
Well, it's more unlikely than not that she would. She would have protected the sons.
Okay, now you have no evidence to suggest that Mr. Menendez grew up in an abusive home, do you?
Not in an abusive home, no.
And you have no evidence to suggest that either Mrs. or Mr. Menendez had been sexually abused as children, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Are you willing to testify in court that the absence of sexual abuse by the parents means that they are less likely to have been child molesters themselves?
I'm going to object to the form of the question because I don't think that's appropriate testimony. It's not a matter of her willingness.
Well, do you understand the question?
No, I'd really like you to reframe it.
Okay. The fact that Mr. and Mrs. Menendez appear to have no history of having been abused sexually, okay, would your opinion as to whether or not Mr. Menendez, for instance, was sexually abusing his son Eric change because of that fact?
Well, no, not because of that fact, because in these kinds of families, it's very rare that you're going to get them to disclose that. So just because there's no report doesn't mean that it didn't happen.
But you have no way of proving any intergenerational sexual child abuse on the part of on Mr. Menendez's family, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So what you're saying then is that in your opinion, the presence of the physically abusive family in Kitty Menendez's past would have caused her to behave a certain way, correct?
Well, her past provides her the opportunity to see what goes on in an abusive family and how the parents, who she's, as the child is watching, how they behave. And that very much affects how a child develops their own ability to deal in such a situation if it occurs.
Now, people who are raised in abusive homes are able to break the pattern of abuse, correct?
That has been noted, yes.
Okay. And if Mrs. Menendez had not, if Mrs. Menendez had not been raised in an abusive home, it would not change your opinion as to whether or not Eric Menendez had been abused, and I'm using abused generically in the three ways, right?
Yes. No, it doesn't change the fact that he was abused.
And it doesn't change your...
Well,
Wait a
let's
minute.
back up.
Yeah.
The fact that he was abused is not for you to say.
Right, okay. Could you repeat your question?
Well, that was also her answer. Go ahead.
Would the absence of intergenerational abuse in Mrs. Menendez's family change your opinion as to her behavior? In other words, would you be less likely to believe that she was allowed these things to go on in the home, or that she countenanced the beating of her children, the sexual molestation of her children?
Well, the intergenerational abuse explains her behavior in all of those things you've just identified, in her inability to be able to protect her sons.
But if she had not received such abuse, would that cause you to change your opinion that these things occurred?
But she did, so it's hard to say that she didn't. I mean, that's asking it in the reverse.
Okay. The fact that there's no evidence to suggest that Jose Menendez came from an abusive family, and I'm using abuse generically, does that change your opinion or affect your opinion as to whether or not he was engaged in this kind of behavior?
No, well, the family that he came from is a very important part of this, because while there is no documented amount of abuse, the discipline and so forth and the favoritism that's shown him does play a very important part in this, so that family patterns are critical to the way people then move into their own families.
Okay, but my question is the fact that you have no evidence to support the notion of intergenerational abuse in Jose Menendez's family, that does not change your opinion about Jose Menendez, does it?
As an abuser, no.
All right. So the intergenerational abuse theory, as far as he is concerned, doesn't change your opinion, right?
But I've said there are other factors that go on. One always takes a careful history as far back as they possibly can to see what are the factors that are involved, of which abuse is certainly one very critical part of it.
And I believe that the sole source of your information as to Mrs. Menendez's family was her sister? Is that
Her
correct?
sister in interviews, yes.
Okay, but not the brothers.
The brothers, I think there were interviews.
And
Contact.
those you considered in this intergenerational abuse?
Yes, I considered all the information I had available to review.
All right, I have no further questions.
Did you also consider the information Menendez gave Dr. Summerfield about her childhood?
Oh, yes, right.
Did you also consider the interview with her cousin where her cousin observed the father beating the mother and the mother not wearing underwear when she hit the floor?
Yes.
And with respect to Mr. Menendez's family, is family history important even if it isn't a history that shows that a child was abused?
Yes, it is, very important.
With respect to Jose Menendez's family, what are the significant factors that you saw in his upbringing that corroborates what the history of abuse that other witnesses have given?
Well, some of the factors that are involved in his upbringing have to do with his relationship with his mother in terms of being favored, and the father's role and the mother's role. Those are critical. He did leave home at an early age to come to America. Then he, in terms of his upbringing, continued. But there were factors about his, some of his behavior in Cuba, his being, I think, expelled or sent out of schools and things like that. That's all important information, has to be considered.
So it isn't just intergenerational abuse, it's intergenerational patterns and models and
Yes.
and just the way people are raised can tend to corroborate later claims that they acted in conformity with those early behaviors.
Yeah, because you can never guarantee that abuse hasn't occurred just because nobody reports it.
With respect to Mr. Menendez and the way that he was raised, is it relevant for this incredible, people have described him as being extremely egomaniacal and very overly self-confident and very arrogant. Are there things that you see in his childhood that support someone developing those personality traits?
Are you now stating the defense intends to offer the background of Jose Menendez, his upbringing, as evidence to be brought before this jury as well?
Well, Your Honor, I haven't decided whether I explicitly want to bring it out, but I just want the court to understand the significance of looking at family history, period, whether it's to see abuse or whether it's to see, if you will, spoiling. Either way, the point is that it makes people what they are, and that corroborates when other people say they act in conformity with those personalities.
Well, the court is trying to ascertain whether or not you intend to introduce this evidence as well.
Well, I would like to introduce the evidence of how Jose Menendez appears to have been treated in his family that could explain his particular personality matrix.
All right, and again, Dr. Burgess, you say it's important to have all this information. Important in what context? What would you be doing with all this information?
You're looking for explanations for what has occurred.
For what purpose?
What purpose? Because what the research shows is there are linkages to these kinds of behaviors that can be noted.
And this is for the purpose of treatment of the individuals involved?
Well, first you have to verify it, and then, yes, treatment is an important part.
Okay. And that's why you want to get all this information for the purpose of treatment, isn't that right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to
Wait,
the court's
counsel, I'm asking the questions, and it's appropriate question, so
I'm objecting that the court is leading.
Objection overruled.
Well, it would depend what your task is. I mean, it really would be considered irresponsible not to get that kind of information for an evaluation report.
Okay, and you do all sorts of evaluations for different purposes,
Yes?
and one of those purposes is to evaluate individuals who have been victimized for the purpose of treating them
That
for
is-
whatever they've suffered as a result of the victimization.
That's correct.
Okay, and in regards to Mrs. Menendez, you accepted as true certain information that you received in some interviews that were conducted of her relatives, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And also accepted as true certain information in some psychiatric notes that were prepared or psychological notes that were prepared by a psychologist. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you consider those in making any decisions as to the opinions you've expressed relating to whether or not Eric Menendez had been sexually abused?
Yes, I did.
And in what way did you consider that?
Well, I considered it in terms of what had his parents had as prior background, and to explain why specifically the mother's behavior as well as perhaps the father's behavior. And once you have some understanding of that, it is an important factor in coming to a conclusion or an opinion.
Opinion about what?
Opinion about abuse, about whether somebody has been abused or not.
And you've indicated in your examination by the prosecution that as far as your opinion that Eric Menendez had been abused, sexually abused, that would be your opinion regardless of whether you had this information about the mother or father's upbringing. Is that correct?
Well, I took it into consideration, so I've already done that. I'm not sure I'd have to go back and separate out whether it wouldn't be a factor.
Well,
No.
you answered earlier that you would have had the same opinion anyway.
Well, what's important is that the mother is unable to intervene and that this doesn't stop, so it does now become a continuing pattern, and that's very important as to why it continues and why the events keep escalating.
Well, is the significance to you the fact that the mother did not intervene, or the fact that the mother had some upbringing that resulted in her not intervening?
Well, her upbringing was one of the factors in her not being able to intervene because of not only what she witnessed, but also how she formulated her behavior for being in a family.
But as far as your opinion as to whether or not the defendant Eric Menendez had been abused, the important thing for you, or in making an evaluation was that the mother did not intervene. Is that correct?
Well, that's one of the important factors, yes.
Okay. And whether she had been abused or not abused as a child, or whether she had witnessed abuse, rather, as a child, didn't matter as far as determining whether or not she intervened or did not intervene.
No, I felt it did matter.
In what way?
Because it allowed her to look at both situations, and she saw what the outcome was for her mother, and she learned the message that the mother had, and that really set her into motion in terms of her own behavior.
All right, that's your opinion as to why she did not intervene. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. But as far as whether Eric Menendez had been molested, is it not the significant feature of this situation that she did not intervene, as opposed to why she did not intervene?
Well, it's not only that she didn't intervene, but she also facilitated. I mean, that whole factor, it is the father that is the abuser, but she, in many ways, supports this by not intervening. So the collaborative kind of aspect comes in.
And again, the significant feature was that she did not intervene.
Your Honor, I'm going to
Is that
object to
true?
Well, she doesn't stop it, yes.
Is that a significant feature for you?
Yes.
All right, yes.
Dr. Burgess, because sexual molestation and abuse are never witnessed, how important is it to have corroborative details before you will formulate an opinion that someone was sexually molested?
Well, that is very important to have that, if you can.
Okay, if you had a report that Kitty Menendez came from a perfect, happy childhood, okay, with a perfectly non-abusive family, would that have made it harder, if not impossible, for you to accept the fact that what Eric Menendez was telling you about his mother's non-intervention in 12 years of sexual molestation was true?
Yes, it would.
And
Could we break that down and have that question read back, and read the question back, please?
Question, if you had a report that Kitty Menendez came from a perfect, happy childhood, okay, with a perfectly non-abusive family, would that have made it harder, if not impossible, for you to accept the fact that what Eric Menendez was telling you about his mother's non-intervention in 12 years of sexual molestation was true?
All right, would that have made it impossible for you to believe that?
It would make it very hard for me to believe it. I don't know whether absolutely impossible, but certainly puts a whole different aspect to it.
So the key factor for you in deciding that the mother acted the way she did and that this molestation occurred was the mother's background, upbringing? Is that what
To
you're saying?
explain her behavior in this matter.
Now, it's true, Dr. Burgess, isn't it, that not all abuse is intergenerational because somebody's got to start it somewhere.
That's correct.
And with respect to Jose Menendez as a child molester, I take it was not necessary for you to determine as a matter of fact that he was molested as a child before you could accept that he might himself have molested his son.
That's true.
But he is the perpetrator, correct?
That's correct.
Is it more important to try to understand on some level why a non-perpetrator of the abuse, such as the mother, would tolerate what is clearly morally wrong behavior?
Yes.
And is that why the mother's background in tolerating abuse is so important?
Yes.
Now, you understand when you're doing an evaluation for forensic purposes that credibility becomes the critical issue, not treatment.
Yes.
You're not going to treat Eric Menendez for anything that happened to him.
No, I'm not.
And you understand that having put 50 hours into this, your reputation is on the line as well, your credibility.
Yes, it is.
And is that why a corroborating factor like this is of such significance?
Yes.
And you also testified, did you not, that you look at reports based on the context. Eric Menendez is in jail, charged with murder. Doesn't that make you scrutinize everything he says even more?
Very much so, yes.
So more than when you're just evaluating a potential patient for treatment, aren't these corroborative facts even more critical?
Yes.
Do you want to ask a question? Would the court allow co-counsel to ask a question? Because I cannot read his handwriting, and I think he wants to ask something.
Yes, this was a hearing that involves Lyle Menendez as well. Sure.
Just two questions, Doctor. You said that the basis for your opinion about intergenerational abuse was, number one, the family history provided to you, and the second basis was the therapy notes of Kitty Menendez's therapist.
Yes.
Are those two sources of information, that is family history from relatives and therapy notes of Mrs. Menendez, the kind of information which experts in your field, that is the field of child abuse, typically and normally rely upon in forming opinions about whether someone has been molested or not?
Well, you may not always get that kind of information, but it certainly is critical to have if you can get it.
And is it something that you reasonably rely upon in forming your opinion?
Yes.
That's all.
All right. And did the prosecution have any questions along these lines?
Yes. The fact that Mrs. Menendez came from a home where there was abuse leads you to the conclusion that a molestation occurred. Is that correct?
No, it doesn't lead me to the conclusion, but it is a very supportive factor as I look at all of the information. I think that the example where if it was not there and there was no other way to explain this, statements from the defendant would have been, would sift through very differently. But because it was there was very important.
And that without that, I believe when the judge was asking the question, you said without that particular information that you would have had a different opinion or it would have been difficult. What was the testimony in that regard?
No, I'm not sure I said it wouldn't have been. I said it would have been difficult. I think it's what I just tried to answer is without that information, it would be very hard to put together other aspects of why this happened. It's corroborating. In other words, the presence of it is a corroborating factor.
I have nothing further.
All right. Anything else?
The law Menendez defense called Dr. John Conn, who's our expert in this area, reservations about whether this information is admissible or not.
Is he here?
He's here.
All right. How long would that take? All right. I'll be glad to hear that.
Dr. Conn?
So let's expedite it and go through as quickly as we can so that.
That's proceed for the purpose of this hearing.
Yes.
Right. Concerned that we would end up in a trial of events that occurred 40 or more years ago that will be subject to dispute and controversy and just take a lot of time and prove very little.
Well, Your
And
Honor-
in this context, it doesn't seem like it's proving very much. Listening to the offers of proof yesterday, I just don't find that it is an area of expert testimony that would justify the consumption of time here.
Your Honor, then, if that supports position, I don't think that the area should be asked about at all by anyone anymore. And whatever the state of the record is, it is, and that the defense should not. First of all, asking a question like intergenerational abuse when abuse can encompass 3 separate types is misleading. And that could imply to the jury that it's sexual abuse, that she was sexually abused, and there is no such evidence that she was.
Oh, I can ask a very specific question. Did you find a history of intergenerational physical and psychological abuse in the childhood family of Mary Louise Menendez? And that can be the question. And then we
Okay,
don't
but she
care
was
about it.
not the one who was abused. And that's misleading that to
She was
paraphrase it that
psychologically
way.
abused, certainly.
Well, but it's much different than what your offer of proof here has been, or your evidence has been, as far as the defendants and their upbringing. It's entirely different.
Well, we can
That
call
she just happened to be
Dr. F
sitting there and
testify
watching
to
watched a few incidents or whatever it is that occurred between her mother and father, and that was it.
No, she also saw incidents between her father and brothers
Okay.
that were violent.
All
And,
right.
I mean, there's plenty of research, including that of the prosecution's expert, Dr. F, that there is...
Dr. who?
F, E-T-H, one of their expert witnesses, that children viewing violence are as affected by it as if it is inflicted upon them. That's another well-established body of trauma research. So, I mean, I think that from the standpoint of the reasons why these intergenerational patterns have significance, the fact that it tends to, the children of such households either tend to personally perpetuate abuse in their own homes or to tolerate it because it was the norm and the model. It doesn't matter if the abuse is inflicted upon them personally, so long as they know it's going on.
All right, let me say this. I'll go one step further then, that in looking at the evidence, listening to it, and reviewing the briefs filed by both sides on the subject, it was more in relationship to the psychiatric or psychological evaluations of the mother, but the issues are pretty much the same as it relates to this. There wasn't a specific brief filed by the parties on this subject, but the brief filed by the parties relating to the mother's therapists really deal with the same subject. This is basically, to a great extent, character evidence that the defense is offering, trying to show that the mother behaved a certain way because of some incidents that occurred in her childhood. And the court finds that this is an improper opinion evidence by the expert, that is not appropriate, insufficient basis for it based on the offer of proof, and also under Section 352 of the Evidence Code, the potential for confusion of issues, undue consumption of time, and misleading the jury is such that the court will sustain the objection to its reference at all in the testimony of the witness.
Well, I would just like to note for the record, Your Honor, that it is a very remarkable finding for the court to say it's improper opinion evidence when it is a standard inquiry in every examination of family history in a psychological context.
Well, there's no, I'm not talking about what is done in a psychiatric office or in an institution that deals with counseling children who have suffered child abuse. We're talking about evidence in a trial, and it's different. And the different rules apply, and what the defense is trying to do is introduce everything that is used in other forums for other purposes in this trial, and that's the rules are different here, and the evidence code and the court's obligation to apply the rules of evidence to this trial are different than what would occur in a therapy session.
I don't think it has to do with the therapy session, though, Your Honor. It has to do with whether or not in an evaluative process, and that's what this witness's credibility is an issue on, whether she's conducted a professionally adequate evaluation so that her opinions have validity and credibility. And what she is saying, and what Dr. Conti testified to, is that it's a very significant factor in the evaluation process, not in the treatment.
They could say that they considered it, and that's it. They considered the upbringing of the parents or the mother whichever way however you want to phrase it, but don't phrase it along the lines of characterizing it as intergenerational abuse.
Then can I ask if she considered it, did it support her conclusion?
Just that, and then don't, when you say it, how are you going to phrase it so it doesn't get
The
into...
history of her childhood family.
Okay, and nothing else.
Okay.
And I don't think that opens the door to the father's family and his history, because it doesn't prove or disprove anything. All right, anything else now before we proceed with the jury? Well, there was the issue
yes,
that
the issue that we're concerned.
two things. One was a screenplay, which we can do briefly with testimony, since we're going to have that with a witness. And then the other is the people's request to use reference to the book written by Mr. Moniz, or portions of it, during cross-examination of the witness. The court did read those particular portions of the book, and although there are some broad similarities to some features of the defendant's testimony to some of the accounts in that portion of the book, it seems to me that it's very general and not such specific similarities to justify in any fashion reference to that book. There's no showing in any way that that book or its contents in any way has influenced the defendant's testimony or account of the events, so the defense objection to it is sustained.
Your Honor, may I be permitted, though, to inquire about the availability, without going into specifics, of anecdotal literature on the issue of child abuse?
Well, I'm going to
When you
object
say
to that.
availability, I don't know what
That's
you
what I
mean.
mean. To whom?
I'm talking about that in the last 10 years, there's been a great deal written about child abuse in the literature. I was going to ask her about what the different journals are that have cropped up in the last 10 years, and the fact of that.
Well, I think it's irrelevant if she's going to leave it at that because obviously the people know that the defendants had no access to that material, or they'd be in here with the sheriff's department proving what was in their cells.
Well, it's certainly proper cross-examination of an expert to discuss the materials that are available to the experts. I don't know exactly where the prosecution wanted to go with it beyond that. You can certainly cross-examine her on that subject. She has no way of knowing whether any of this was available to the defendant. Anything else?
Yeah, I'm not sure, what is the nature of the inquiry we're about to conduct vis-a-vis the screenplay?
There was to be examination as to whether she was aware of it, considered it, and things of that nature, so that
And whether
I could
it-
have some basis to determine whether or not it's an area that should in any way be discussed, since it certainly does have the potential of great consumption of time, as we've
Exactly.
discussed before.
I think it falls into the same category, frankly, Your Honor, as the Craig Heinberg material. I mean,
Well,
whether
let me
she-
hear the brief examination of the witness.
Well, let me-
If you would get back on the witness stand, please, just for this. All right, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Did people wish to inquire? Yes.
Dr. Burgess, in your evaluation of Eric Menendez, did you become aware of the fact that he had participated in the authoring of screenplays?
Yes.
Did you ever,
No, I did not.
you talked about the suicide note of Mrs. Menendez as referring to her ideation.
Yes.
Could you tell us what ideation is, please?
Your Honor, this is beyond the scope of this hearing.
No, this was what we had discussed yesterday. You had objected to the word ideation and had some concern about what it meant, so she's entitled to examine on the subject.
Ideation is a psychiatric or psychological term that refers to thoughts contained in a piece of material, such as a note.
Would a screenplay be a piece of material such as a note?
That would be, no, I would not see that as in any way similar to a note.
Why not?
Because it has a very different purpose. I see it as having very different purposes. Something that's written as a note versus something that has a different goal of whatever it's being produced for.
All right, did you ever discuss a screenplay with the defendant?
No, I did not.
Okay, so basically, the court will permit you to ask whether she read any screenplays written by the defendant, whether she discussed it with him, and that should be the extent of it, so everything else would be extraneous to that. And if there is something in the testimony of the prosecution experts that deals with this, then we can do it outside the presence of the jury. But I don't see any reason to consume any more time with this witness on this subject. All right, anything else now before the jury comes in?
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
All right, we'll have the jury come in, and then we'll proceed. Okay, let's give counsel a short break. Let's make it 5 minutes, and then we'll proceed.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the information contained in this report, which is an incident at Craig Heinberg?
Yes,
Object to the form of the question, Your Honor. To interview.
Rephrase the question, please.
Are you familiar with the report which describes an incident with Craig Heinberg?
Same objection.
All right, an interview with Mr. Heinberg, is that it?
Yes. Are you familiar with a police report which describes an interview with Mr. Heinberg, which describes an incident?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Yes, I am.
Did you take the information in that police report into account in evaluating Eric Menendez?
Yes, I did.
And did you discard the information contained in that report?
I didn't discard it. I took it into consideration in the total picture.
Did you take into consideration the theft, the grand theft, and the burglaries in Calabasas?
Yes, I did.
And did you have any opinion as to how the grand theft and the burglaries in Calabasas affected Eric Menendez's mental state?
Object to the form of the question, Your Honor. Only one burglary and one grand theft.
All right, with that modification, you may answer the question.
Yes, I did take it into consideration, and
And what did you find?
what did I find? I found that there was certainly a serious problem in this family.
Did you think there was a problem with Mr. Eric Menendez as a result of your review of the information?
I felt it was a problem for the whole family, not just Eric Menendez.
But he was part of the family that you found a problem with, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you find that there was any kind of sphere response which went into his commission of the grand theft and the burglary in Calabasas?
No, I did not evaluate it in that context.
And did you think that he was reacting to his neurobiological changes when he went into the two homes and took property belonging to others?
Object to the form of the question. It misstates the facts regarding the grand theft.
Overruled.
It was taken, that was taken in context with, also with outcome, et cetera, in terms of a family issue in which it had significance for the family. Regarding the any of the fear response, no, I did not see that present.
All right. And did you notice the type of property which was taken in the second incident, that is the burglary of the Ginsburg home?
I was aware of that, yes.
And you were aware that it was a great deal of property, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How would you classify that particular crime? Would it be disorganized or organized?
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
And the legal basis of the objection?
It's an improper opinion with respect to a burglary type of thing.
Overruled.
I don't have that type of information. What I do know is that material was returned, that it certainly was symptomatic of other issues, and that's how I evaluated those two particular events.
Did you consider them to be criminal?
Well, they were handled, as I understand it, in a juvenile manner, so that they were handled through a legal system, and that he was given probation, and he was required, or he did, I guess it was not necessarily required, but he did seek counseling for that, and it was within a family context.
All right, but did you regard that behavior as criminal?
Object to the form of the question, Your Honor. That's for improper opinion.
Overruled.
Well, the behavior was dealt with in a legal way, so that it certainly did impart that whether I would consider it that, I certainly consider it symptomatic of a larger issue.
Now, did you consider the Calabasas theft and burglary in your evaluation of Eric Menendez's state of mind on the night of August the 20th of 1989?
It was certainly a factor when I looked at all of the information that was available to me in evaluating what happened on August 20th.
Now, if the information given to you by Eric Menendez was untrue, does that change your opinion as to his state of mind?
Objection, Your Honor, given the court's previous ruling.
Overruled.
Could you repeat that, please? The question.
If the information given to you by Eric Menendez was untrue, does that change your opinion as to his state of mind on the night that he killed his parents?
Well, I did not determine it as untrue. I would have to be given considerable evidence to cite for me to base that it was untrue.
Well, did you review Eric Menendez's testimony in front of the juries about his purchase of the handguns?
Yes, I didn't. It was not a handgun.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
His attempt to purchase handguns at a Big Five in Santa Monica. Did you review that testimony?
Yes, I did review that.
Okay. And what was your opinion of whether or not he was telling the truth in that testimony?
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor. See, the people objected when I asked.
Wait, counsel, let's not argue the matter.
Okay, I would object. Cause for improper.
Objection sustained.
In evaluating Eric Menendez's truth-telling ability to you, did you consider what he said on the witness stand to this jury and the other jury about attempting to purchase handguns on the afternoon of the 18th of August of 1989?
Yes, I considered that.
And did you reject that as indicating that he was lying to you about anything?
No, I did not.
Did you consider that he might have been lying to you?
No, I did not consider. Why would he admit to something like that if he were, if it was not true? That he went out to look for, that he and his brother went to purchase handguns. He did not have to say that.
Well, you are aware of the fact that the prosecution is in possession of gunshot purchase records from San Diego from later in the evening of the 18th of August of 1989, correct?
Yes, I am.
And you understand that that particular evidence could be interpreted as showing planning on the part of the defendants?
Oh, I don't see that as planning. If he was really going to plan something, why not wait the 2 weeks when he would have a weapon that was the more logical weapon to have, if he was planning something?
Well, you are aware of the fact that either before or after the killings, the defendants came up with an alibi, correct?
They had a series of statements, yes.
And you are aware of the fact that in order for an alibi to work, a time needs to be established for a criminal activity.
Yes.
Correct? All right, so in other words, if I have an alibi, but no one can determine when the crime occurred, the alibi is pretty worthless.
Yes, but by the same token, an alibi is supposed to work, and this certainly did not work. I mean, they could have backed up everything so it would work. I mean, I think that's the point, that that alibi did not work, if you want to consider it as an alibi.
So are you saying because the alibi didn't work, it wasn't planned?
What I'm saying is that was a social plan that was in place, and it didn't work because of what happened immediately before that social plan was to be put into place, which was going to a movie and doing the rest of the activities that they had planned for that Sunday evening.
Okay. You believed Eric Menendez when he talked to you, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in order for an alibi to work, someone has to know what time the crime occurred, aside from the killer, correct?
Your Honor, I think at this point we're calling for speculation.
It goes to the witness's state of mind as far as her explanations of these things. You understand the question?
Yes.
And one way to notify people that a crime has occurred is to make noise, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, in this case, the neighbors were able to pin the time of the crime in a period of about 10 minutes.
That is correct.
Okay. One witness said it was at 10:10, one said approximately 10 o'clock.
Okay, yes, I read that.
So that in order for someone to have an alibi which is effective, somebody would have to know that the crime occurred at a particular time, let's say 10 o'clock or 10:10 on the night of August the 20th, correct?
All right, yes.
And noise would be one way to accomplish that, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Noise, yes.
Now, you indicated the alibi was not successful, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what does that mean to you, that it wasn't successful?
Well, what that means to me is that it wasn't planned, that a plan means something is going to be carried off successfully.
Dr. Burgess, you are familiar with criminal activity because of your research with the FBI.
Yes, I am.
Plenty of criminals get caught who've planned. Wouldn't you agree?
I'm going to object to this now as argumentative.
Overruled.
I'm sorry,
Plenty of criminals get caught who've planned their crimes, correct?
I don't know how many get caught who plan their crime.
Are you aware of an incident in, I think it was the early 80s, when President Carter sent the military into Iran to rescue captives in Iran? Are you familiar?
I'm going to object to this as improper.
Sustained.
Okay.
Sustained.
Dr. Burgess, the fact that a plan doesn't work doesn't mean it wasn't planned.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this also. This has all been asked and answered on a previous round of cross-examination.
To some extent it has, but I'll give the prosecution limited leeway in this area. Overruled.
I basically believe that a plan is supposed to work, that in this case where there is the explanation is that it's a social plan that's already in place. What happens is an intervening aspect of this, and so the plan does not work. If the plan was to work, everything would have been backed up, so it would have worked. There was what contraindication for the shootings to have occurred earlier in the evening, so that then the plan, if it was a plan, would be to go to the movies and go and meet these other people, et cetera, et cetera.
If the information that Eric Menendez gave to you about having been sexually molested was untrue, would that change your opinion as to whether or not he'd been sexually molested?
Well, that's one of the factors I look at, is to weigh the information that I have. That's precisely what one does when one renders an opinion.
Now, are you familiar with an instrument called a colposcope?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and what is a colposcope?
Colposcope is a magnifying instrument that takes pictures of certain areas of the body, and those pictures or photographs can then be examined by other persons.
Okay, and colposcopes are often used in child molest investigations to search for physical indicia of molestation. Is that
Your Honor,
correct?
I'm going to object to counsel testifying. This is beyond the scope of this witness's testimony and her expertise.
Objection overruled.
That is correct.
Now, in cases of sodomy, are there instances in which sodomy will leave anal scarring?
There may be instances where that occurs, yes.
It is rare, is it not?
That is my understanding of the literature,
Okay.
yes.
Now, you are a nurse, is that correct?
That is correct.
Are you entitled to do physical examinations because you're a nurse?
I do not have a nurse practitioner advanced practice certification for sexual assault exams.
But you have on prior occasions examined children to see if they've been sexually assaulted, is that correct?
I'm going to object to the question as vague as to what you mean by examining.
Sustained. Referring to physical examinations?
No. You have on prior occasions conducted psychological evaluations of children to see if they've been sexually abused, correct?
Yes, I have.
Are you ever provided with information from medical doctors as to whether or not there are any physical findings to corroborate the child's claim of abuse?
Yes, I am.
Is that one thing you ask for in evaluating the truthfulness of a child's claim of child abuse?
Well, it's one piece of information that generally is available in the records if the child has been seen within a fairly recent time of the abuse.
Now, would it be fair to say that not all child abuse leaves physical findings?
Yes, that's true.
Oral copulation, for example, unless you get to the child right away, will not leave any physical findings, correct?
Well, unless also there's been injury to the throat, that
Correct.
would also provide a little bit of latitude in terms of time.
Okay. Did you ask for any examination to be done of Eric Menendez to corroborate his claim to you of sexual abuse?
My understanding is that there was going to be material specific to that.
Okay.
That was not something I was to do.
All right. Did you ever ask for that information before you concluded your examination of him psychologically?
Yes.
Were you provided with that information?
No, I do not have the report.
But you went ahead and made your conclusion without having the report, correct?
Yes, I did.
All right. So you have no present knowledge sitting here today as to whether or not there are any physical findings to corroborate what you have found psychologically. Is that correct?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. But you were informed that such an exam was going to be done. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as you sit here today in October of 1993, have you ever inquired as to the results of that physical exam?
Yes.
All right, and were you told the results of that exam?
It was a discussion about what we've just been discussing, about how difficult it is to corroborate or to even find certain findings in a person a length of time after the abuse.
Okay, my question is, were you given any information about any results of physical exams done to Eric Menendez to corroborate his child abuse?
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object because it calls for hearsay.
Objection overruled. Objection overruled.
I do not have that information.
Did you,
I told you we talked about it, but I don't have any report. That's correct.
did you have an oral report from someone that there were or were not such findings
I'm going to
available?
object at this time on grounds of privilege, Your Honor, and would like to be heard.
All right, you may do so.
Dr. Burgess, were you made aware at any time prior to today's date of the results of the physical examination of Eric Menendez?
Not specifically.
Were you generally made aware of the results of the exam?
Yes.
And what general information did you have?
Well, the general information is it's very difficult to determine scarring, anal scarring. So much time had elapsed so that in the general area that supported what I also would have suspected given the literature.
If there had been anal scarring, that would have enhanced your opinion that he had been, in fact, sexually abused, correct?
Oh, well, yes.
Okay. Now, my question to you is, were you in general given the results of the exam?
This has been asked and answered, Your Honor.
She hasn't answered it. Did you get the results of the exam as far as whether or not any scarring or any other physical evidence was found?
No, I don't have any specific report from the person that has done the exam. I don't have any official direct information.
Since you knew there was a physical exam being done, did you think it was important to try to discover the results of the exam before you rendered your opinion in this courtroom?
Well, as I said, there was a general discussion about that satisfied my question, and I felt I could render an opinion.
So is your answer yes, you found out the results before you rendered your opinion, or no, you did not find out the results before you rendered your opinion?
What I found out supported what both is in the literature and what is my understanding what the testimony may well be. I just don't have anything direct.
Was there a reason you didn't seek out the direct results?
My understanding there was no report available at the time I asked.
Did you ask for an oral report?
No,
Did you ask to speak to the doctor who conducted the exam?
no.
Aside from speaking to Eric Menendez and the doctors whose names you've given to us, who else did you speak to person, either on the phone or in person, about the facts of this case?
I spoke to the family members.
Which family members did you speak to?
I spoke to the two sisters of Jose Menendez,
Okay,
and I spoke to the sister of Mary Louise.
And that was Joan Vandermullen.
That's correct.
Did you speak to Mary Louise Menendez's brothers, Milton and Brian?
No, I did not.
Did you speak to Eric Menendez's paternal grandmother, Maria?
No, I did not.
When you spoke to Marta, when was that?
That was as recent, I think it was about 2 weeks ago.
At the time that you spoke to Marta Cano, were you aware of the testimony that she gave in this courtroom?
Your Honor, I'm going to object and ask to approach before the next question is asked.
Well, since we don't know what that question
Well,
is,
I
I'm
want
not
you
going
to
to.
then ask
First of all,
me.
let me hear an answer to this question.
I read the testimony, yes.
Okay, were you aware of her testimony in regards to a lie she had told for Kitty Menendez to her husband to avoid her getting in trouble? Do you remember her testimony in that regard?
I believe I do.
And do you remember her testimony that it wasn't any big thing and that she would do the same for me?
Yes.
A person she didn't know.
Oh, I don't remember that part.
Okay, would that change your opinion as to the credibility of Marta Cano if you knew that she had made that testimony?
Well, it was in the testimony.
Okay, and you read it,
I read it.
and you discarded it.
Well, it's not a matter of discarding or including. I read all the testimony, and it's sifted and weighed through the whole procedure. It was a piece of information that was available.
Are you aware of what the Rosenhan study is?
Yes?
did you consider the Rosenhan study in evaluating the credibility of the information you were given in this case?
Now, that's a very different type of situation, not at all analogous to this situation.
Did you consider the possibilities that are outlined in the Rosenhan study in evaluating the witnesses in this case?
Well, again, I didn't specifically do it because that's a study that was done many years ago, and it just so happens I read it many years ago. So to ask me to even think about it is testing my long-term memory.
Well, I did ask you about 2 days ago when you were in the audience if you were familiar with the Rosenhan
Yes.
study.
Yeah.
And since that time, have you thought about the Rosenhan study and its applicability to this case?
Well, that's what I said. I have tested my long-term memory to see what I did remember about it because I read it so long ago.
Okay. And what is your understanding of what the Rosenhan study is?
Objection, Your Honor, the witness did not rely on the witnesses in front.
Did you rely upon that study in making any opinions in this case?
No, I did not. No, I did
All
not.
right, objection sustained.
Did you choose to ignore the things discussed in the Rosenhan study in your evaluation of this case?
Objection, Your Honor, that's an improper question.
Overruled.
Did you choose to ignore it?
I didn't even think about it. I really, as I said, until you brought it to my attention, I hadn't thought about it in probably 10 years.
Are you familiar with the book I'm holding up as the DSM-3R?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with the concept of malingering?
As identified in there, yes, I am.
All right, you were here when I was cross-examining Dr. Tyler, were you not?
Yes, I was.
And you were here when I read this to Dr. Tyler?
Yes, I was.
Without reading it again, did you consider the possibility of malingering in your evaluation of Eric Menendez and what he was telling you about what had happened to him?
I always consider those factors in any evaluation I do.
And in considering malingering, did you also consider his testimony in regards to the attempt to purchase handguns at the Big Five sporting goods store in Santa Monica?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay, and did you see any correlation between what he told the juries about his attempts to purchase handgun and the concept of malingering as it's defined in this book?
No, I didn't see any evidence of those factors under malingering.
Have you ever driven the route that Eric Menendez and his brother say they took after they killed their parents?
No, I have not driven the route. I'm not sure I could find that route. I
You don't
understand
live-
a lot of people can't find that route.
All right, well...
Or you mean just drive the freeway?
No, I'm talking about driving from the home to Century City, back to Century City, up to Mulholland and Coldwater, back to Beverly Hills and into Santa Monica. Have you driven that route?
No, I have not.
Your Honor, I'm going to object if there's any questions that are going to be asked of fact-specific for no foundation.
All right, objection. We'll have to wait until there's another question.
Anticipatory objection.
Now, you understand that the neighbors placed the time of the crime due to their hearing the shotgun noises at between 10 and 10:10 on the night in question.
Yes, that is my understanding.
And you understand as well that at 11:07 p.m. that same night, there was a phone call made on Mr. Menendez's credit card, which Lyle Menendez has admitted that he made from the Santa Monica Civic to his friend Perry Berman.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
So you're familiar with the time period between 10 p.m. and 11:07.
Yes, I am.
Are you also familiar with the testimony of Lyle Menendez in regards to what he did during that period of time?
Yes, I am.
Did you ever in your evaluation consider the possibility that what he said they did could not have occurred in the 67 minutes?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that. It assumes facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
Did you consider that possibility, Dr. Burgess?
In the time element, no, I did not consider in specifically in the amount of time it takes, and I didn't see that in any police reports recreating that.
Well, until the defendants testified, the police didn't know where the defendants said they went
Your Honor,
after
I'm
the
gonna
crime,
object to
correct?
this as argument.
Sustained.
Okay.
Objection sustained.
Dr. Burgess, are you familiar with the concept of suggestibility as it relates to child molest victims?
Yes, I am.
And would you tell the jury what suggestibility is?
Suggestibility is a concept that is introduced that says very young children in the questioning by law enforcement or investigative persons or therapists in some way conduct their interview so as to suggest to the child a response.
And that concept of suggestibility can lead to false accusations of child abuse, correct?
Well, that's never been really carefully reviewed. It certainly is suggested in the literature that that's one thing that happens.
Did you ever do any studies on the McMartin preschool case, Dr. Burgess?
No. Any studies?
Yeah, did you ever read any studies about the McMartin preschool case?
I talked to people, but I didn't study it.
Did you have any interest in the McMartin case?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this as irrelevant.
Sustained.
Now, the concept of suggestibility then is, according to your definition, the idea that very young children can be led into saying things that are untrue. Would that be correct?
I'm not saying that they're untrue, but they can be suggested because of the way the child's thinking patterns are, very young children, that it can be introduced, and a child will agree with it.
Why is it that a very young child then would be susceptible to suggestibility?
Because of their memory development.
Now, do you think an adult facing criminal charges would be open to the notion of suggestibility?
Objection calls for speculation, improper opinion.
Overall.
I'm not aware of studies on an older population that has really looked at that and suggestibility. In this type of situation, there may be experimental studies, but I'm not aware of any clinical studies.
When was your first contact with Eric Menendez?
August of 1992.
So approximately 15 months ago, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you ever ask for any psychiatric reports for him from any other psychological experts who had either examined him or who had treated him?
Well, there were a lot of records that came in from the school department. I had those.
Now, you indicated you spoke with Dr. Vickery.
Yes.
Did you ever get any report from Dr. Vickery?
Well, we discussed his findings, so I did not get a report. No, I have not seen a report.
So in lieu of a written report, there was a verbal report to you, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you ever ask to see the records of Dr. Oziel?
I have seen certainly all of his testimony, and I have seen material that's been introduced here in court,
Have you seen any other,
in grand jury.
yes, have you seen any other records or notes of Dr. Oziel?
Your Honor, I'd like to approach on this.
Objection overruled, or request is denied.
Did you ever see any other notes or records from Dr. Oziel aside from the things that were testified to here in court?
Well, I've seen those materials printed out.
Are you saying that you saw a print out of the cassette that he made for those 2 sessions?
Yes, I believe that's what I've seen, yes.
Are you aware of the
And-
fact that Eric Menendez was undergoing treatment by Dr. Oziel prior to the killings of his parents?
Yes, I am.
Object to the form of the question assumes the fact not in evidence that what was happening was treatment.
Overruled. Objection overruled.
Did you ever ask to speak with Dr. Oziel about Eric Menendez's visits to him prior to his parents' killings?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, it's irrelevant.
Overruled.
I just didn't.
Didn't you consider it important to talk to the psychologist who was treating him at or near the time of his parents' deaths?
No, given that I had a lot of material that was already available through many pages of transcripts.
But a psychological, the notes or an interview with the therapist who was treating him at the time of the killings of his parents would maybe give you some insight into his state of mind.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained to the form of the question.
Do you think that a psychologist who was treating him at or near the time of his parents' death would be able to provide you with insight into Eric Menendez's state of mind preceding his parents' killings?
Well, it depends on the type of notes, and my understanding were these were reconstructed notes, so that I'm not sure that that would provide the very best of understanding, and it was material that was available.
Well, who gave you the material?
The material was testified to.
Okay. Who gave you the other material that wasn't testified to?
Well, that was given to me by defense. You mean in terms of the transcriptions and so forth? That was all provided to me.
Okay. Did you ever ask them to give you any information that had not been provided to you?
No, they gave me all information as far as I knew that I could see that would be helpful to me. So I feel I have seen all that I need to see regarding Dr. Oziel
All
and
right.
his interaction with the defendant.
And so you never sought to either get notes from Dr. Oziel or to interview him, is that correct?
I don't think that's what I'm saying. I didn't see the need to call him and talk to him, that's correct.
But you thought that the information from the sisters and the siblings of Mr. and Mrs. Menendez was of importance, and you spoke with them directly, correct?
That is true.
Okay, but you chose not to speak to Dr. Oziel.
But I had a lot of materials. I don't think that I was excluded from a lot of material that I was able to review regarding regarding him.
Were you ever told that you could not have access to Dr. Oziel?
No. Oh, to Dr. Oziel, no.
I believe you indicated that you've testified in the past about 20 to 30 times for the prosecution, is that correct?
Yes.
Have you testified for the defense before?
Yes.
Okay, and how many occasions have you testified for the defense?
I believe about 5 or 10 to 10 times.
Have you ever examined a child and found that that child was not, in fact, in your opinion, the victim of sexual abuse, even though the child claimed to have been?
Oh, yes, and I have written on that.
All right, and what things do you look for in assessing whether or not a child is telling the truth, let me back up. What do you look for in assessing whether or not the child has been abused?
Look for the same things that I've already described. You look for consistency, you look for, with small children, you'd look for symptoms, you would look for any type of corroborating evidence, you look at the background history, if you have any information on the named abuser, you look at that,
Now,
all of those factors.
And when you've interviewed children and found them not to be telling the truth to you about having been abused, what went into your determination that those children had not been abused?
What went into my determination that there was more to what is being stated, and so that we took a position of trying to inquire more into the story and to see why indeed the statement was made, and we would usually try to complete that part of our inquiry so that we were satisfied, and we could then, because it tended to be in a treatment situation, we could make the right type of treatment or recommend the right kind of treatment.
Because if a child claims to have been abused and hasn't been abused, the child still needs some sort of treatment, correct?
Yes, that's what they're generally coming for.
Now, you've indicated that one of the things you consider is why the statement was made. Are you talking about the statement of the self-report of abuse?
Well, it would be the whole statement of the situation that the evaluation contains.
Okay, one of the things you look at, for instance, is in a child custody battle, whether or not the child might be fabricating child abuse in order to go with one parent or another.
Well, yes, child custody situations tend to have the higher rate of what is called the false accusation.
Okay. What about someone who's incarcerated for murder? Do you think that person might have a reason to make a false accusation of child molestation?
Well, again, that's the context, and that's something that we did talk about yesterday, is that does play an important role in sifting and sorting the information that one is presented, given as much as I am able to gather.
How many adult children, strike that, how many people accused of murder have you interviewed for claims of child abuse?
Well, there was one study that we looked at, I think.
Are you asking how many that she herself?
Yeah, I'm asking you how many you personally have done.
I think the question's vague. Does she
Yeah.
evaluate?
Do you understand the question?
No, do you mean
How many
no.
times have you talked to someone who's incarcerated for murder and claims to have been physically, psychologically, or sexually abused as a child?
Well, there are two parts there. One, we have data on juveniles and have published on that. But second of all, that I personally have talked to, I can think of 2
Aside
as
from
juveniles.
Okay, 2 aside from this case.
Right, directly. But again, I've been involved in a study that really looked at juveniles who have, they were incarcerated for murder.
Well, Eric Menendez is not a juvenile. Would you agree with that?
Well, juvenile, correct. Given California, I understand California's laws. Juvenile usually goes by the state as to the age.
The age of majority in the United States is 18,
Yes,
correct?
correct.
And you heard me ask this of Dr. Tyler. We draft young men of the age of 18, correct?
I'm going to object to the form of that question is argumentative.
Yeah, I don't think we draft anybody anymore either, so let's ask it a
All right.
different way.
We send 18-year-olds to die for their country,
I'm going to
correct?
object to that. We don't do that either.
All right, rephrase the question, it is argumentative.
Eric Menendez is not a juvenile, correct?
Correct.
And you've given a lot of testimony about children who are abused, correct?
Correct.
But when you interviewed him, he was not a child, correct?
Legally, that's correct.
Okay. In fact, he was almost 22 years old when you interviewed him.
That's correct.
And he was in custody,
Yes,
and he was charged with murder.
that is correct.
Now, since the early 80s, has there been a great deal of literature published about child abuse?
Yes,
And is one of the watershed events that occurred to trigger that generation of literature the McMartin case?
I'm going to object again to reference to the McMartin case unless counsel's role in that case is...
Counsel, why do you have to make a speech? You have an objection, the objection is argumentative, objection overruled.
I'm objecting to reference to... the-
Objection overruled.
Is that one of the things that occurred?
that is one of the publicized cases that occurred, that's correct.
And is it your understanding that there is a great deal of literature now available that was not available prior to the early 80s on the issue of child sexual abuse?
Yes, but that's not because of one particular case, it's because more cases are being reported.
Correct.
So there's more to study, so there's therefore more to publish on.
Now, how many different journals are there in existence in the psychological field which deal with the issue of child abuse? And I'm talking about generic child abuse.
I know of one that specifically deals with the generic, and it's called Child Abuse and Neglect.
All right, are there any other journals that deal with interfamily violence?
Yes,
And what's the name of that journal?
that's the Journal of Interpersonal Violence.
Are there any other journals aside from that one which deal with issues such as child abuse?
There is the Journal of Child Sexual Abuse.
Now, do any of these journals contain articles which give specific anecdotes about specific cases?
Generally not in those journals. They tend to be peer-reviewed for its scientific merit, and there tends to be a reluctance to put in details other than statistical details.
Are there publications available in the public realm which deal with the issue of child abuse and give detailed anecdotes about specific cases of child
I
abuse?
object to the question is vague as to what public realm is.
Overruled. You understand it?
Yes. Again, in the journals I've just identified I would not consider in the public realm. It's in the professional realm. So if you're expanding it to public, I doubt the public would really have access to those journals unless they were going to go to a library to research.
But if one were a citizen and went to the library to research, one could find those journals, correct?
Only if the library subscribed to that.
So if the library subscribed to the journal and one wanted to go look at them, one could, correct?
I'm going to object to this as calling for speculation.
Well,
And
it
irrelevant.
doesn't call for speculation, but it's not relevant. Objection sustained.
Dr. Burgess, are there books which are published which deal specifically with anecdotes about child abuse, which are available in the public realm?
I'm going to object again to the questions calling for speculation.
Overruled.
on the part of this witness.
Objection overruled.
There are books that can be purchased through the public realm.
Which contain specific anecdotes about incidences of child abuse, correct?
Well, that I don't know because I don't tend to read those books, but I really don't know how much anecdotal material is contained in those type of books.
Dr. Burgess, if a person wanted to convince you that they had been sexually abused, one of the things that you would find persuasive would be the amount of detail you were given, correct?
Objection argumentative and calls for speculation about what some other person wants to do.
Overruled.
Well, detail is one of the criteria that one does take into consideration in the evaluation of a statement.
Is it possible for a person to fabricate that kind of detail?
Well, for a person to do that, they would almost have to have a personal reference library to be able to search out that kind of material.
Now, you indicated that detail was something that you found to be important in assessing the credibility of Eric Menendez, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do any kind of psychological testing of Eric Menendez?
I was not asked to. No, I did not.
Did you view any psychological testing of Eric Menendez that others had done?
I haven't seen any specific testing done.
Well, in evaluating his state of mind, did you consider it important to see any psychological testing that had been done?
No, I did not consider that I needed that.
Okay. Did you ever diagnose Eric Menendez as having any kind of mental disorder or mental disease?
No, I did not.
And in fact, he does not have such mental disorder or disease. Is that correct?
That is my opinion, yes.
All right. But it's your opinion that he had some sort of condition similar to post-traumatic stress disorder. Is that correct?
No, not necessarily. That we were talking more about the fear response. I did not give a diagnosis of what you just said.
All right. So you didn't diagnose him with any kind of disorder or defect or disease. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you cannot test him for this neurological recoding, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, in evaluating Eric Menendez, I believe you indicated that it was your opinion that, based upon the abuse that he'd had as a child, that the fear response would have influenced him on the night of his parents' killings, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you consider how the fear response worked after the killings in the formulation of the alibi and the statements to the police?
I considered how the fear response worked after the shootings. Yes, that was a major consideration.
Did you consider it significant that after this extremely traumatic event, that Eric Menendez and his brother were able to go back into the room and pick up the shells?
I considered that, yes.
And did you have any psychological explanation for how they were able to do that if they were working on autopilot?
Well, that is one of the post-crime types of behavior that we did talk about, and there are two explanations for that. One we've already discussed of picking up that, but these are decisions that I believed are made after the shootings. So that one is to pick up the guns and the shotgun shells. A second reason is because that is a very they didn't want those there, and what that reminded them of, it certainly reminded them of what had happened.
Did you consider the possibility that they had decided in advance of the crime to pick up the shotgun shells?
I entertain that because one does. That's what one looks at in terms of looking at behavior. What was described to me matches much more in terms of the exhaustion, the waiting for the police, wondering why the police didn't come, with the enormous amount of noise that was made, etc. When that didn't happen, then there was a new behavior that went into play, and that's the post-crime behavior that we've talked about.
Did you consider the statement that Eric Menendez gave to Sergeant Edmonds at approximately 1:20 a.m. on the morning of the 21st of August of 1989?
Yes, I consider all the statements that were made by Eric Menendez to the police to be highly important and significant regarding the fear response.
Okay. Was Eric Menendez in fear when he told the police that he'd gone to see Batman at the Century 14 theaters?
No, not on that statement.
Were there other statements in here in which he was in fear?
There are other statements that indeed speak to his truthfulness in placing him at the scene of the crime.
And you're saying that he intentionally told the police that?
It is my belief that he's being very honest at that, on all of those occasions that comes through.
All right, but he wasn't honest about where he'd been that evening, correct?
That is the one untrue statement that is consistently made, that they do go, both he and his brother go to see a Batman movie.
At the time of the crime. And he, correct?
Well, I don't know whether it's that precise in terms of time. I don't believe that I know that that's the statement they made.
Now I want to back up to your testimony about his sexual abuse. you've indicated that there were certain symptoms that you saw in Eric Menendez which led you to the conclusion, or which supported his statement that he'd been sexually abused, correct?
Yes.
And some of those symptoms were things such as stomach aches and crying and behavior such as that.
Yes.
Okay. Can you distinguish in looking at stomach aches and crying whether they're caused by physical abuse, sexual abuse, or psychological abuse?
No.
Okay. And in fact, psychological abuse will cause stomach aches and crying as well as sexual abuse, correct?
Yes.
So the fact that he had those symptoms does not mean that he was sexually abused, does it?
That is true.
Okay. It is merely corroborative of some type of abuse.
Yes, and they're just really described as general anxiety symptoms.
Okay. And a child can have those anxiety symptoms without even being abused, can't he?
That is true.
In fact, if a child is nervous about a test or nervous about an event, a stomach ache might be something very probable to find.
Yes.
In examining Eric Menendez and the detail that he gave you in discussing his crime, did you ever do a psychological history of Eric Menendez? In other words, did you take a history of him for purposes of evaluating?
Yes, I took a history of him.
Did you ask him any questions about his sexuality?
Yes.
And did you receive any information from him about his sexuality?
Yes.
And did you consider that information in deciding whether or not the detail he gave you came from a source other than his father?
I took that into consideration.
And did you reject the notion that he could have gotten this information from someone aside from his father?
Yes, I did reject that.
And why was that?
Because of the information he gave me. There was no other history.
Right. And so you accepted as true what he told you about his sexual history. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Now, one of the other symptoms which I think you indicated you might see in a child who had been abused generically were outbursts at school. Is that correct?
Yes.
You found no such evidence in this case, did you?
Of outbursts at school. These are usually in young children. No, I did not find any history of outbursts at school.
All right, and you indicated, well, when you say it's something in young children, you examined his school records from the time of preschool till high school, correct?
Yes,
All right, and you found no such evidence, correct?
that's right.
You indicated that there were problems with his, I think you said his grades, which was indicative to you that perhaps it was corroborative of his statements.
Well, one of the lack of concentration and the which was described both by school teachers, coaches. Yes, I did consider that.
The lack of concentration, could you say that that was attributable to psychological, sexual, or physical abuse? Could you say which form of abuse that would be attributable to?
No, you can't, but it is a symptom.
Okay. And his grades and his performance in school, did you ever consider that his poor performance was attributable to his hectic tennis schedule?
No. It was attributed to his performance anxiety and the enormous pressure that he felt under.
Well, so you didn't consider the fact that he was playing tennis all the time and didn't have time to perform in school?
Well, that is pressure that comes from the parents that put this pressure on him to do it because they're the ones that are responsible for driving him around and making sure he's where he's supposed to be.
But even without parental pressure, with the schedule that he had of sports, would you expect him to be able to maintain straight A's?
Objection, Your Honor, that's the relevant question.
Rephrase the question. Objection sustained.
Okay. Did you consider the fact that his performance in school was in part attributable to the fact that he was concentrating on athletics rather than academics?
Well, no, as he said, he was concentrating as much as he could on academics and as well as on sports. And given his IQ, it is a little curious that he didn't perform better.
When you say his IQ, what do you mean? Are you aware of what his IQ is?
My understanding is he's certainly in the average to bright range.
Okay, and he would be bright enough to memorize or repeat a tale about himself that wasn't true, isn't he?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Overruled.
He is, isn't he?
Well, I will say he's certainly of average intelligence, and how people memorize things, usually recall, he possibly... No, I'm not going to say that I have any evidence of that in terms of his memory and reciting things. I think he tried to do that in one of his courses and had difficulty.
Are you familiar with the testimony of his teacher from Beverly Hills High School that he recited a soliloquy from, I think it was Richard II?
Right, that is the one that he had an opportunity to do it over to her.
And are you familiar with the fact that Eric Menendez had aspirations of becoming an actor?
He enjoyed drama lessons. I know that that was something cited in the material.
Okay, and are you saying that his intelligence is not sufficient to memorize lines or scenes sufficient to become an actor?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this as it goes beyond her expertise and what it takes to be an actor.
Sustained, rephrase the question.
Did you consider his intelligence and his acting in evaluating the truthfulness of the information that he gave you about what had happened to him?
I took that into consideration, yes.
Did you reject those?
Yes, essentially, yes.
Have you ever done any studies on families where the children are raised to be sports stars, like tennis stars or ice skating champions or things like that?
No.
Have you ever read any studies about those kinds of families and what sacrifices they make?
No.
I believe that you indicated one of the other things that you found significant is that the family was a secretive family. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are all families that are secretive families where sexual abuse goes on?
No.
Now, the things and the symptoms, the details that Eric Menendez told you and the symptoms that you saw in him were not unique. Would that be fair to say?
No, they're common, that there are symptoms that are commonly seen in abused children. So
All
they're
right.
not unique per se. They fit a pattern.
So if I came to you and told you that I had been sexually molested, you would expect detail from me, correct?
Not necessarily. It depends on the person's age. It depends on how recent the event was. Now, you have to take a lot of other factors into consideration when you're looking at memory.
But if I gave you detail, you would find that corroborative of the truth of what I was telling you, correct?
That's one of the factors one looks at, yes.
And if I were to read literature about child abuse, I could tell you that I was having nightmares, correct?
Your Honor, this is argumentative and there's no foundation.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Okay. Dr. Burgess, nightmares is a classic symptom of child abuse, correct?
Yes, it's one of the symptoms.
Stomach aches are a classic symptom of child molesting, is that correct?
But these are general anxiety symptoms. That's what has to be looked at, is that they can also be found in other populations, but it does point to some stress or something, some anxiety that's existing.
And if I were going to tell you that I had been abused, then the presence of those types of things would be corroborative, is that correct?
Well, not necessarily. You have to look at many more things, and that's what I'm trying to say, is you just don't take one bit of information. You have to put it in the total picture.
If I gave you details of specific instances, I told you I had nightmares, I told you that I had stomach aches, that would be corroborative of my claim that I'd been abused, correct?
It would be one factor that I would look at. I'd also look at your affect and how you motion, how you told it, a lot of other aspects.
Now, I take it, and I've asked you this previously, but you did review the testimony of Eric Menendez when he was cross-examined by Mr. Kuriyama about purchasing the handguns, correct?
Asked and answered and again misstates the evidence.
Right, attempting to purchase handguns?
Yes.
Objection overruled.
Yes.
And you found that testimony to be credible, is that correct?
Yes.
And if they do not sell handguns at the Big Five sporting goods store, do you
Yes.
still find that to be credible?
Yes, I do.
Did you see the detail into which Mr. Menendez went in describing the weapon that he had chosen to purchase?
Yes.
And did you consider that to be a lie?
No, I did not consider that to be a lie, the detail.
Did you consider that there would have been no discussion at the Big Five about a 14-day waiting period for a weapon they did not sell?
Objection,
Did you
Your Honor,
consider that?
This is counsel's argument. It's argumentative.
Rephrase the question.
Did you think to yourself, gee, how could he have gone to buy a handgun and been told there was a 14-day waiting period for something that they didn't carry? Did you think that to yourself?
Argumentative, Your Honor.
All right, objection sustained.
Okay. Dr. Burgess, why is it that you found that particular testimony to be explicable as credible?
The reason I found that to be credible is that, first of all, it didn't have to be revealed. Second of all, that's a peripheral detail, if you will. The name of the store is a peripheral detail from the intent, which was stated to purchase a handgun or to purchase a weapon. So given the fact that it was volunteered when it didn't have to be volunteered, and as noted the second being the peripheral detail, but even more important, I think, is the record from the Lewis School that says that he had a difficulty, certainly at age 15, with dysnomia, which is a tendency not to state the right name and so forth. Those were the factors that went into my decision to believing that he went to a store to purchase with the intent to purchase a handgun for protection.
Does dysnomia cause one to hear things that aren't said?
It's the naming of something. I was talking about the name of the store.
Right. My question is, does dysnomia cause a person to hear things that are not said?
I don't know.
Does dysnomia cause you to lie?
Objection, Your Honor. It's argumentative.
Overruled.
Dysnomia has a tendency but for the person not to name the correct store, in this case.
Dr. Burgess, do you consider it significant in looking at planning activity that weapons are purchased in advance of the crime?
It depends on the intent of purchasing a weapon.
If one is intending to kill someone, do you consider it important that weapons were purchased in advance of the crime?
In a hypothetical, if that's the intent of purchasing a gun,
Right. Would you expect someone who was trying to avoid responsibility to try to explain away the purchase of guns prior to a homicide?
well, I think there is an explanation for why the guns were purchased.
But if the explanation is untrue, that doesn't negate the purchase of the weapons, does it?
Objection, argumentative.
The question is ambiguous. You have to rephrase it. Objection sustained.
Dr. Burgess, you said that one thing that convinced you that Eric Menendez was telling the truth about attempting to purchase handguns is that he didn't have to reveal it, correct?
Yes, correct.
Did you consider that he might have to explain why shotguns were purchased the 2 nights before the murders?
Yes.
Did you consider that was something that he had to explain away in this trial in order to avoid any signs of planning?
Well, it would be a question that would be asked.
And did you also understand that the alibi that was set up in the afternoon of the 20th of August also had to be explained away?
Objection, Your Honor. That assumes facts, not in evidence. That's argument.
Overruled.
I think I've said I don't see that as an effective plan. Didn't work.
Dr. Burgess, just because a plan doesn't work doesn't mean it isn't an effective plan.
Argumentative, Your Honor, and that's been asked 6 times.
Overruled.
Oh, I'm wrong.
Rephrase the question, however, as far as the way it's phrased, not as to its being repetitive.
Dr. Burgess, did you consider that in this particular case there were 2 pieces of evidence that would have to be explained away by the defendants, the purchase of the guns and the contact with Perry Berman prior to the murders?
Well, those are 2 factors, yes.
And those are 2 factors which could hypothetically show premeditation, couldn't they?
They might be construed that way, yes.
They might be construed that way?
Yes, it depends on which theory you are operating under and why the person is purchasing the guns.
But if, in fact, the purchase of the guns 2 hours away using false identification is, in fact, incriminating, then one might feel compelled to try to explain that away, correct?
Your Honor, argumentative.
Sustained.
Compound.
Objection sustained.
May we have our morning break, please?
Well, how much longer do you have?
I can probably finish by noon.
All right, we'll take a 10-minute break. Please make it 9 minutes. Let's get back at 10 minutes after the hour.
Dr. Burgess, one of the things an expert such as yourself considers in evaluating claims of child sexual abuse is the medical history of that child. Is that correct?
It may be one factor, yes.
And in fact, in this case, did you examine the medical history of Eric Menendez to see if you could corroborate what he told you?
I did not examine him medically.
Did you examine his medical records?
Yes, through childhood and on up, yes.
And you've indicated that there is an entry dealing with injury to the soft palate uvula, and pharynx, correct?
That's correct,
Did
yes.
you find any other injuries or any other physical injuries in his childhood medical records which would corroborate his claim of sexual abuse?
That was the one, that was an unexplained injury. That's the only one, and the other history in those 3 pages had a series of sore throats. Those were the only other aspects of that record, office visit records. No, I did not find anything other than what you've just identified, plus a lot of sore throats.
Okay. Sore throats do not mean the child's been sexually abused, do they?
No, sore throats don't, but if you have that unexplained injury and then you have a series of sore throats, it certainly is information that can be considered.
Did you see any information in his medical history indicating that he'd ever had any lower gastrointestinal examinations?
No, I don't believe I saw any GI disorders, gastrointestinal disorders.
Do you remember it contained within his medical records there's reference to him being given a GI to evaluate a stomach ache and an evaluation of his bowel? Do you remember seeing that in his medical records?
No, I don't remember that.
If that kind of information were available to you, would you look at it to see if there was any abnormality to the bowel?
Not necessarily to the bowel.
There's no indication when this was done.
Well, just in general, the question is, would she have examined that? Your answer.
Would you consider that significant in looking for indicia of sodomy?
Not with GI disturbance, not necessarily.
Okay. May I approach, please?
Yes.
Can I see if something's going to be shown? Okay. All right.
Were you provided with the information contained in the document I'm showing you, which is a written transcription of office notes from the pediatric group in Princeton?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the first entry on this page, correct?
Yes, I am.
And that is the incident that you referred to dealing with the damage to the pharynx, among other things.
That is correct.
And the note indicates that the patient, which was Eric Menendez, was seen in the emergency room the day prior to this notation. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Did you ever ask to see the emergency room notes of that particular visit?
My understanding is they were not available, that they did try to get them. I mean, I would have looked at them if they were available. I have not seen them.
All right. So you have not seen the emergency room notes from that visit, correct?
From the previous day
From-
you're talking about?
Yes, from the previous day, from the emergency room visit.
Yes, but I have a reason for why I do not believe they're available.
Okay, but you haven't seen them, correct?
Well, no.
Right. Now, I believe you indicated one of the things that could have caused that injury would have been a penis. Is that correct?
It could have been.
Were there other things that could have caused that injury?
It would have been something inserted into the mouth. It could have been a stick.
Well, you don't know whether the injury was a burn or not, do you?
A burn?
Yes, a burn.
No, I don't know if it was a burn.
And if it was a burn, then that would be inconsistent with a penis, wouldn't it?
If it was a burn and they had identified it and there was a description of it, that would be inconsistent with a sexual injury.
Okay, and there, you have no description aside from what is contained in this particular report. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the only description of injury is hurt, H-U-R-T, correct?
Yes, but hurt generally means injury.
All right, but that's the only indication you have is that there's a hurt.
Yes.
And there's no identification whether it's a burn or a laceration or a bruise.
That would have been described in that report there. There would have been more description if they had that amount of detail, I believe. And it was 3 areas of the throat.
So what are you saying about what it would have said?
It should have said, if any of those factors that you just identified, that if by hurt, it would have been described what type of hurt, by burn, by etc. It's not identified there.
So you can't extrapolate at all from that what was the source of the injury, correct?
That's correct.
And you found nothing else aside from sore throats in his childhood medical history to corroborate a claim of sexual abuse. Is that correct?
That's what I've just said.
And you did not apprise yourself of the results of the physical exam which was conducted upon him before you came to testify with the colposcope?
No, that's been described in general. I did identify that that was, I was given information on that.
You were not given specific information about the results, however, were you?
No, because they're going to be presented.
And you didn't consider it important to know the precise results of that physical examination before you rendered your opinion, correct?
I do believe I got information regarding that I've already said, that there was no way to determine consistently that there was a link to sodomy.
Are you saying that there was no physical injury found? There was no sign of physical injury found?
That could be linked specifically to anal injury, yes.
Now, you've indicated as well that one of the things you consider significant in this case are the 2 photographs which were on the board yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know that Mr. Menendez took those photographs?
I don't know who took those photographs.
Okay.
I know that somebody in the family did.
Have you ever seen a child take a photograph?
I've seen children. What age?
8-year-old children. Have you ever seen an 8-year-old child handle a camera?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this as completely irrelevant, no foundation.
Overall.
8-year-olds, if they have a camera, may take cameras, but I'm not familiar with how 8-year-olds take pictures.
Do you think an 8-year-old has the cognitive development, a normal 8-year-old has the cognitive development sufficient to point and click a camera?
Yes.
All right. And so you have no specific information aside from what you were told by the defendants that those pictures were in fact taken by their father.
That is correct.
And you're familiar with the fact that the photographs are interspersed with photographs of Eric Menendez's 6th birthday party.
That is correct.
Okay, and those photographs of the 6th birthday party do not contain any naked children, correct?
At the party, that's correct.
Okay. Now, I believe you talked about child molesters in general, and you spoke about Jose Menendez, and you indicated that his personality and the way he ran his business and the way he ran his family, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so was that consistent with your view of him as a child molester, or inconsistent, or what?
Consistent with someone who is autocratic, very controlling, very domineering, is used to getting what he wants, is able to silence people, to be able to keep information very controlled. Those are the factors I would identify, and those are factors that are necessary for any child molester to be able to continue incestuous behavior.
So would you say that all child molesters who are engaged in incestuous behavior are autocratic?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that those are some of the characteristics that would be given in terms of the patterns and the profiles of someone. They are consistent with someone who would be able to do this to their son.
There is no profile of a typical child molester, is there, Dr. Burgess?
The profiles generally get into what's called fixated and regressed, and it does identify within those categories. There is material based on research that is in the literature.
Are you familiar with the testimony of one of the prior witnesses that there is no one of the prior expert witnesses that there is no profile of a child molester?
Well, again, it depends on what you're defining as profile. Characteristics are generally useful in describing.
There are child molesters who are not autocratic, correct?
Yes.
And there are child molesters who do not deal with the world in the same way that Mr. Menendez did, correct?
Yes.
And those people are able to engage in incestuous interfamily relationships, correct?
Yes, but they will have characteristics that are quite different from what we see in this case, and they still are able to maintain the secrecy to pressure the child and to ensure that, to isolate their child. There's still a lot of things that persons that are not necessarily as, from a business standpoint, skilled, able to do.
You talked a lot about isolation as something that is achieved by a child molester to keep the child quiet. Now, did you study Mr. Menendez with a view to determining what kind of personality he had?
I looked at all the material as to how he was described by others who knew him, yes.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact that Mr. Menendez and his wife sent their son to a psychologist?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Can you explain to me why a child molester would send his child to a psychologist?
Well, for several reasons. One, it was part of the probationary aspect. Second of all, and I think probably most importantly, that a waiver was given by their son that information could be given directly by the psychologist to the family, and also the family were being seen in part in sessions.
Dr. Burgess, the waiver was a 1-month waiver from January the 18th until February the 18th of 1989.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that. It's argumentative and it misstates Dr. Oziel's testimony.
All right, you're referring to a particular document?
Yes, Exhibit 127.
Rephrase the question to objection sustained as to the form of the question.
Are you familiar with an exhibit in this trial that's been testified about, which I showed to Dr. Tyler when you were in the courtroom, which was a waiver of confidentiality signed by Eric Menendez?
Yes, I am.
Right. And that waiver was for a 1-month period, correct?
That is correct.
And you're aware of the fact that Eric Menendez saw Dr. Oziel for a considerable period of time before that waiver was executed?
Yes, I am.
Now, in your study of child molesters, and I take it you've studied child molesters as well as child abuse victims, correct?
Yes.
What is the frequency of a child molester being a heterosexual, a pedophile, and a homosexual?
Excuse me, Your Honor, I think the question's vague. All three at once or
Yes.
among
Do you understand the question?
Not really.
Okay.
Okay.
Dr. Burgess, if Jose Menendez was having sex with his son, his pre-adolescent son, he would be considered to be a pedophile, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and why do pedophiles, in your opinion, have sex with children?
For issues of dominance and power, those are the primary factors, even though it does occur in a sexual context.
In addition to having dominance and power, do pedophiles find children sexually exciting?
Pedophiles do, yes.
Are you aware of the fact that Jose Menendez had an affair with a woman, an adult woman, during at least 8 years of his marriage?
Yes, I am.
And you're aware of the fact that he had relationships with his wife as well?
Yes, it's been introduced in the record, yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure
Well,
that's a fact.
well, she had 2 children, so he had sex with her
Yes.
twice.
Well,
Yes.
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor, as irrelevant to the question.
Objection overruled. Objection.
Okay, so we know he engaged in heterosexual conduct, correct?
Yes.
And if Eric Menendez is to be believed, he engaged in pedophilic conduct, correct?
I'd call it incestuous behavior.
But it also means he's a pedophile. He's a child molester.
Well, it does extend into adolescence.
And once that behavior extends into adolescence, he is then engaged in homosexual conduct, correct?
No, then the term is hebephile.
Then the term is pedophile?
Hebephile.
Okay. What about when his son becomes an adult? Is that called homosexual behavior?
Well, the hebephile has a latitude to usually ranges in the teens. I'm not aware that it didn't continue past 18. It's still in the teens.
Okay. What is the frequency of someone being a child sexual abuser, a pedophile, and a heterosexual? How often does that occur?
Oh, the mixed categories can occur. Now, what I can't give you is precise definitions or statistics on that. It has been studied in other people's research who really do try to find out truthfully from offenders. This is not easy information to obtain. But there certainly are mixed categories, and they have terms for it.
All right. Of all 3 of those particular incidences, that is the child, the adult, and the heterosexual behavior.
Yes.
Is that common?
Again, I don't know the percentage, but that certainly is reported in the literature. It's not necessarily that uncommon that there'd be a wide range of behaviors aimed at different ages as well as different sexes.
Okay. It might be common for him to be a child molester and a heterosexual, correct?
Yes.
And it might be common for him to be a homosexual and a child molester, correct?
Again, you're getting into area that's called same-sex and heterosexual. And this is very hard to speculate on without him and having any history on him. We can only look at the behavior that you're describing. And so there are those features that you've just described. It's a mixed
Well, the
group.
behavior the behavior is reported by, the heterosexual behavior is from people who are either deceased or are not in custody, correct?
The heterosexual behavior, I'm not sure there's been on more than the wife. It's been alluded to,
Yes.
but
And it's-
I'm not aware that somebody has testified to that.
Correct, and you have no reason to believe that he did not engage in a heterosexual extramarital affair, correct?
Well, it has been stated that that's what the mother was concerned about.
And the information you received about the pedophilic and the conduct with the adolescent and adult is from Eric Menendez, correct?
That is correct.
Who is incarcerated for murder.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, if a child is sexually abused, does that mean that child can never premeditate?
Premeditate what?
Premeditate a crime such as murder.
Your Honor, this is argument.
Overruled.
Does the fact that you've been sexually abused mean you are unable, with your cognitive skills, to premeditate?
No.
Okay, so people who are sexually abused still have the capacity to plan and execute a murder.
Well, you have to see what the circumstances are. Again, you'd have to look at each act to see. I would never make a blanket statement without seeing some facts.
Well, the blanket statement is that people who are sexually abused still may have the capacity to premeditate, correct?
I said yes.
And the sexual abuse does not wipe out their capability to do that, does it?
No.
And sexual abuse can cause anger in abuse victims, can't it?
It's been described as anger at what's being done to them, yes.
Okay, and anger can build up over a period of time, correct?
Yeah, but it's not necessarily always anger. Remember, it can have other elements in it. It isn't. You can never make a causal statement that it will be anger. It depends on the nature of the act.
Dr. Burgess, all I asked you is if anger can be a function of having been sexually abused.
Object to the form of the question is argument.
Re-ask the question, please.
Now, Dr. Burgess, are you an advocate in this case?
No, I don't believe I'm an advocate in this case.
And you're not an advocate for Eric Menendez?
No, I've been called upon to evaluate and render an opinion in this case.
Did you ever contact the prosecution to see if the prosecution had anything to add that you should consider?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that under 115 and other rules. That's an
Overruled.
inappropriate question.
Overruled.
No, I didn't. I didn't realize that that was possible.
But you've testified for the prosecution 20 or 30 times in the past, haven't you?
Yeah, yes.
And did you ever ask, gee, should I call the prosecutors and ask them if they have anything to add to my analysis?
But I had so much information from the prosecution. I had all of the grand jury. I felt in the beginning I really had much more from the prosecution statement of case than even from the defense.
Now, you indicated that one of the 5 factors that you consider significant in leading to Eric Menendez's state of mind on the night of the homicide was the triggering event of Eric Menendez's father indicating to him that he would have to stay at home during his tenure at UCLA on occasion.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, you've indicated that you had a lot of material from the prosecution in this case. Is that correct?
I had a lot of material from both sides.
Did you consider the report of a man named Ed Fenno in making that assessment that this was a triggering event?
I'm not getting the relationship. Could you help a little bit more?
Well, I'm
Mr.
going to object to
What?
helping a little bit more, Your Honor. I'd like to approach.
Your Honor, I don't see the necessity to approach. May I
Well,
show
I
her the
see the
report?
necessity.
You can show the witness the report, certainly.
Okay, I have here a report.
Yes, let's see what part you want. I'd like to approach on this, Your Honor.
Well, at this point, if this is a report that the witness has seen, she can look at it.
Dr. Burgess, I'm showing you a Beverly Hills Police Department 2-page report. I'm showing you page 2. The report, first of all, the report was prepared on the 4th of June of 1993. Did you receive any police reports after this date?
I'm not sure I got that late reports. I had all the early reports. I'll have to look at this to see whether I've seen it. Yes,
Have you seen this report?
I think I have.
Okay, and the information contained in the report, did you read it?
Yes,
did you consider it in your evaluation of item number 1 of the 5 factors that went into Eric Menendez's state of mind?
Yes.
And in the report, Mr. Fendo indicates...
I'm going to object to any hearsay from the report, Your Honor. I'd like to approach.
All right, you may
Offer-
do so. All right, you may proceed.
May I approach again, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you this report again, I'd like to ask you, did you consider this report at all, especially the part that's in yellow?
Your Honor, that question's been asked.
Overall.
Yes.
Did you consider that in forming your opinion as to factor number 1?
Yes.
And you did consider it.
Yes.
Did you reject it?
Well, I don't see it as inconsistent with what my statement is.
Right, well, the fact that Mr. Menendez wanted Eric Menendez to go
Well,
to...
I'm going to object to reading that report because she still hasn't indicated that she
Objection
relied.
overruled.
Okay. The report
Right.
indicates that Mr. Fenno was present when Mr. Menendez became upset because Eric Menendez had turned down his acceptance at Berkeley.
Yes.
All right. Now, you didn't consider that significant in assessing Eric Menendez's state of mind.
Well, I don't see where that statement of the father makes is, and it's reported by Mr. Fenno, in any way negates the fact that where he wanted to go to school, where the son wanted to go to school.
Eric Menendez testified, and I assume told you that, I'll return, Your Honor. Eric Menendez testified and told you, I assume, that when his father said he had to stay home a couple of nights a week when he attended UCLA, it was for the purpose of his father continuing the sexual molestation.
Yes.
The fact that his father wanted him to go to school at Berkeley, do you consider that inconsistent with his father's desire to have him stay home to engage in sexual relations?
Well, it doesn't say that his father wasn't happy with him going to UCLA. He makes just that one statement on Berkeley. Excuse me, on Berkeley. And he fully intended to go to UCLA and live in the dorm, and that was his wish and his dream, and his, that, I think, is what the important point is that he gets to choose where he wants to go.
Dr. Burgess, Mr. Menendez wanted his son to go to school in the San Francisco area, according to this report. If this report's true.
Objection to the form of the question is
Exactly.
sustained. It's argumentative. You have to rephrase the question if you want to pursue this.
Dr. Burgess, this particular report indicates, does it not, that Mr. Menendez was upset with Eric for turning down Berkeley.
That's what it says, yes.
And if that is true, that he was upset, how do you reconcile that with Eric Menendez's statement that his father wanted him to stay home a couple of nights a week while he attended UCLA?
Well, that's a whole different set of circumstances when he's now talking about wanting to go to UCLA and the father gets into going over his courses and all of that. I just don't see those as two. I see them as very separate decisions and statements.
Did you consider in evaluating Mr. Fenno's report that it would be difficult for Mr. Menendez to continue to have sexual relations with his son if his son were 400 miles away?
Yes.
And did you reject that idea?
In that kind of context, yes.
So that the fact that the father wanted his son to go to Berkeley is not inconsistent in your view with Eric Menendez's state of mind that his father wanted him to stay home.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the form of the question.
Sustained.
And now, Dr. Burgess, I believe you indicated that you did examine the medical records of Eric Menendez in order to determine what kind of childhood traumas he had suffered, correct?
That's correct.
In addition, you looked at the medical records to see, and I believe you even testified, about how Mrs. Menendez reacted or related to the medical professionals or others who were treating her son.
Objection, Your Honor, there's been no such testimony.
Yes, I believe you indicated
All right, wait, one thing at a time. Objection sustained. You may
And if
rephrase the
counsel's
question.
going to show something to the witness, I'd like to have it
All right,
shown
that's
to
proper.
me. I'm going to object to this document being shown.
All right, first of all, it may be shown to the witness to see whether or not she's seen it, considered it, and relied upon it.
Well, I'm going to ask to approach on this issue because of the preceding question, Your Honor, and because of previous rulings.
No, it's clearly something that can be, at least at this stage, a foundation established, so I want that to be established first.
Did you review records dealing with treatment of Eric Menendez for speech pathology problems? I'm showing you a letter that's actually a discharge report.
Yes, I know that he had that back in the 70s when he was 8 or 9 years old.
And did you review these records and determine that he did in fact receive speech therapy?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And did you ever see this letter, the second page of which contains a statement from...
I'm going to object to the reading of the
I'm not
statement.
reading the statement.
All right, let's have the question.
Did you, in fact, look at this sentence dealing with a statement made by the person who did the treatment?
Yes.
Okay, and in looking at the information contained therein, did it in any way affect your opinion as to the caregiving nature of Mrs. Menendez?
Yes.
And what effect did this have on your opinion?
Well, the effect that had on my opinion is it confirmed that she is both parents are very concerned about how their child presents himself to the outside world, especially that he is able to speak clearly. So I can see that as very compatible with what they would want and that image of the family. So that does not surprise me at all that that statement is in the notes.
The fact that Mrs. Menendez was cooperative?
Yes. That's quite consistent with what I would expect on that particular type of treatment.
Did you ever consider the idea that maybe Mrs. Menendez wanted to get help for her son? Just because she wanted to get help for him?
Well, I think she did want to get help for her son in that particular area, yes.
But I take it you read into it that the help for her son was really for her own self-aggrandizement, correct?
I don't think I said that.
Well, you did say, didn't you, that it was because of how the outside world would view the family.
Yes, and the outside world does look at how a child presents itself, and especially how a child speaks.
You're aware of the fact that he was sent to the Lewis School, correct?
Yes,
You're aware of the fact that he had tutoring when he was at Beverly Hills High School, correct?
yes.
And did you ever consider that perhaps the parents just genuinely cared about their son? Was that ever part of your consideration?
Well, they certainly did care about certain aspects. I don't think I've ever denied that.
I believe you indicated that in your evaluation, Jose Menendez was adept at mind games, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever see any evidence that he had passed that on to his sons?
And I'm going to object to the question.
Rephrase the question.
You indicated that Jose Menendez was adept at mind games, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware of the fact that Jose Menendez continually drilled his children during the course of their youth and adolescence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you ever consider that Eric Menendez might be playing mind games with you when you interviewed him at the county jail?
Well, that's one of the things that goes into a complete assessment. I mean, all of those factors that we've been talking about, one would try to sift and sort through to see what and why the person is saying what they're saying.
I believe you indicated in your evaluation one of the things you did is you read the psychotherapeutic notes from Mrs. Menendez's treatment, correct?
That's correct.
And you considered those notes to be very significant.
They're certainly important in terms of her condition at the time that she was in therapy, yes.
All right, if Mrs. Menendez's psychotherapeutic notes were important as to her state of mind,
Yes.
why didn't you ask Dr. Oziel for his reflections on Eric Menendez's state of mind at or near the time of the killings?
Well, I think I had that information in all the material I looked at. You mean personally call him?
Yes.
No, I felt I had adequate information, plus I had already evaluated my opinion on the information I had in terms of notes, etc.
You had already made up your mind.
Well, that's one of the things one does as one goes through information to see is to make some type of evaluation of it.
Did you ever consider that the information contained in the notes you did have of Dr. Oziel was in fact true? Did you ever consider that the crime was committed in the way described in Dr. Oziel's notes?
I don't think the crime was committed in the way it was revealed in Dr. Oziel's notes. That's correct.
Why did you reject that?
I rejected that because of the way it was presented. I rejected that because I don't think he was hearing what he was hearing and the way he stated it. These were reconstructed kinds of notes, and I found that very interesting that he didn't have actual notes, so that I really did not find them credible.
But you never even talked to the man, did you?
That's correct, I didn't.
You are familiar with the fact that during their testimony, both of the defendants affirmed that much of what Dr. Oziel testified to was correct.
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Overruled.
Are you familiar with that fact,
And
Dr. Burgess?
Also misstates the testimony.
Overruled.
Yeah, how are you?
Okay, do you want me to rephrase the question?
Yes, please.
When Eric Menendez and his brother Lyle testified,
Yes.
and they were asked specific questions about Dr. Oziel's recitation of those 2 sessions,
Yes.
they affirmed many of the conversations which Dr. Oziel had related to the jury.
Yes, my understanding.
Objection, that's not a question.
Was that in the form of a question?
Yes, I
Did
should
you
have.
understand it as such?
I think I was going to answer it.
Okay,
Yeah.
then you must have. Go ahead.
My understanding of the testimony is there were parts of it, but certainly not in the way that it was described. And if I remember correctly, there was more disagreeing with statements that came in when Eric Menendez was asked about it than confirming. So I really would rather be a little bit more specific than to make a blanket statement that they affirmed it.
Did you find any instances where they, either one of them in their testimony, affirmed a specific statement of Dr. Oziel?
Yes. They went to see him. They did have meetings with him. I mean, some of those facts they did affirm.
And they also affirmed some of the content of those meetings, correct?
On some of the content, that's correct.
And those were the content which tended to minimize their responsibility for their act, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, that's argumentative. and it
Sustained.
misstates.
Objection sustained as to the form of the question.
Dr. Burgess, I've asked you previously about the fact that you're familiar with Eric Menendez's, the fact that he acted in some in high school, correct?
My understanding is he took a drama course that was required. Are you referring to something else?
Yes. No, I'm referring to the drama course. You're familiar with the fact that he took drama.
Yes, but it's a required course.
Okay. Are you familiar with the fact that he wrote screenplays?
Yes.
Did you consider the screenplays in any of your evaluation of his mental state on the night of August the 20th?
No, I did not.
So you didn't find what he had written to be significant, is that correct?
That is correct.
Turning now to the 5 factors which you say led up to Eric Menendez's state of mind on the night of the killing. And, Your Honor, I'm not going to finish before lunch, so
Well, how much longer do you have?
probably 20 minutes.
We'll keep going for a little while.
All right. Turning now to the 5 factors. One of them is that the father had insisted that Eric Menendez continue to live in the home.
Correct.
And you reached this conclusion in spite of the fact that the father had apparently wanted his son to go to Berkeley.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
You reached this conclusion in spite of the information in the Ed Fenno interview. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor, the Ed Fenno interview was asked and answered.
Objection overruled.
Correct?
Yes, correct.
Right. You indicated that one of the second factor was his disclosure of his sexual abuse and suffering to his brother after witnessing his brother's humiliation at the hands of his mother, correct?
That's correct.
Would witnessing that particular event cause these hormones to be triggered in Eric Menendez?
The witnessing of that was certainly an abusive, humiliating act when the hair was literally pulled off. And that certainly did shock, surprise, get a reaction. Whether that was, what it certainly did do was to trigger enough of a response that he did tell his brother about his own abuse by the father.
If someone
So-
I'm sorry, had you finished?
So in that respect, it certainly did raise something that he had been withholding for a long time to the surface for him to be able to talk about it.
If someone is hypervigilant because of the change in the hormones, wouldn't you expect that that kind of traumatic, assaultive behavior would have triggered this fear response in Eric Menendez the night he saw that occur?
No, not with his brother, no.
So witnessing assaultive behavior is not a cue that would trigger that kind of response?
Well, it's an identification with his brother. He now realizes his brother also was being similarly treated in certain respects, and that would create more of a closeness.
Okay, but in your testimony here today then, that kind of situation would not trigger this fear response, correct?
There is a cumulative aspect. That in and of itself alone would not. That's correct.
The third factor that you indicated was that Eric Menendez learned that his brother had had a confrontation with the father and what the father had said during that confrontation, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Would that recitation by Lyle Menendez to his brother be the kind of thing that would trigger his fear hormones to respond?
Yes, because that did have more threats. Threats were implied, and that is what would be a more important factor in terms of raising one's anxiety and fear level, yes.
All right, and in addition to that, the next factor is the fact that that same night he claims that his father came to his room and came inside and physically assaulted him. Correct?
On that night?
Thursday night.
Thursday night. That is where he resists and is able to flee. That's the important part of that. His behavior does change from just complying.
So at that point, he was aware of the fact that he could resist and be successful, correct?
Well, he now had an ally. He now had somebody he could go to, and that's who he does directly go to, someone that he does feel is going to protect him.
But his brother wasn't with him when his father came into the room, according to him, correct?
That's right.
Right. And you would expect then that at that particular point in time, his fear response was in full alert, correct?
Well, yes, he does make flight.
Okay. And he goes to his brother, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You're aware of the fact that there is no indication that Mr. Menendez pursued him anywhere, correct?
Correct?
You're aware of the fact that there was a maid living in the house that night.
Well, I'm going to object, Your Honor, that has not been established.
Why don't you rephrase the question?
Okay. You're aware of the fact that are you aware of the fact that there were other people living in the house that night?
Objection, Your Honor, there's no evidence that there are other people there.
I am not aware of any. I know that there was stated that there was a maid present who lived there, but I do not know whether she was there at that time.
Okay, well, are you aware of the testimony that Eric Menendez gave, the statement that Eric Menendez gave to the police on September the 17th of 1989 in Princeton, New Jersey?
Yes.
Okay, and are you aware during that statement there's discussion of the fact that the maid had Fridays through Sundays off?
Yes.
Okay. Have you read any reports from the maid as to her recollection of the week in question?
I don't believe so.
Now then, I believe you've indicated that the other event that was significant to you was the mother revealing her knowledge of the abuse and then blaming her sons, correct?
Correct.
Now, would that revelation by the mother trigger these hormones, this fear response?
Yes, that was a very important part of all of this because much of his behavior up until that point had been geared toward protecting and staying with the mother, etc. And here he now realizes that she has known, not only has known, but has taken no steps to protect him, and even then goes and blames her sons for the family's problems.
If that's true, then it's significant, correct?
If it's true that the family had problems?
No, if this fact is true that the mother actually said these things, then it's significant, correct?
Yes,
And the information you got in that regard is from Eric Menendez, correct?
that is correct.
Now, I believe you've indicated then that this was a cue sufficient to trigger the fear response. Is that
Yes.
correct?
The cumulative, those 5 factors.
Okay. Well, these 5 factors occurred over a period of several days, correct?
Correct.
Was he in a constant state of fear response during that period of time?
He was highly anxious. He had the hypervigilance. He was anxious. He was having difficulty sleeping. There are other facets of a aroused state.
Would difficulty in sleeping be consistent with someone who was planning to murder their parents?
I'm not aware of sleep patterns in that. I
You
don't
haven't-
think that. I mean, if somebody has a plan and is going to carry it out and is very calm and collected about it, I would think they'd be able to sleep very well.
You do?
If they had it all planned out. But again, I don't know any studies that have been looking at the sleeping patterns of people who plan.
Okay, so there are no psychological studies in existence right now mapping out the sleep patterns of premeditated murderers, correct?
Well, I think that the information or the research does show that they tend to be pretty calm, pretty collected, pretty organized.
So the only kind of premeditated murder there is someone who is cold-blooded, is that correct?
It generally means planning and organization. I know that that's a legal word, premeditation, but it generally means being able to have high thinking. You've got to have low emotion.
Okay, so if you're emotional, then you can't premeditate. Would that be your testimony?
Well, Your Honor, I think these questions are really improper from a legal standpoint.
Yes, the term premeditation is a legal term, and the court will define that for the jury at the appropriate time at the end of the trial, and this witness is not the source of such a definition. Right. Your next question.
If you're emotional, then does that mean you can't plan?
It depends what you're planning.
Now, did you consider the incident that occurred on Saturday night as related to you by Eric Menendez with his father pounding at the door where Eric was armed with a gun?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't put that into your factors here. This wasn't factor number 6. Is there a reason for that?
That was not one of the critical factors because the father didn't get in.
Okay. So you're telling me that when Eric Menendez relates that his father was pounding at the door and Eric Menendez had the shotgun and it was pointed it at the door, that wasn't significant?
Well, we can add it. I mean, it certainly was part of the total picture from Thursday on through Sunday. I mean, that is one additional aspect to it.
Now, if it were true that this event occurred on Saturday night, where the father was pounding at the door and Eric Menendez was armed with a shotgun, wouldn't you expect his fear hormones to be in full stampede?
Well, this is getting pretty close to Sunday.
No, I'm talking about Saturday night. You've outlined these events that occurred, starting with Tuesday when the mother pulled the hairpiece off her son.
That's right.
Okay, and you've talked about this buildup, correct?
That's correct.
And you've talked about events up to Saturday, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't you consider it significant that this event occurred on Saturday night where his father was pounding at his door and he, for once, was armed with a shotgun which was loaded?
To protect himself, that's correct.
All right. Now, if in fact he was suffering from all this hypervigilance during the week, why
Yes.
didn't he shoot his father then?
Well, he thought about that, but the door is shut and the door is locked, and as long as the father doesn't come in, he also only had 2 shells, as I remember correctly.
But Dr. Burgess, you said that when a person goes into this automatic fear, biological, recoded genes response, that person acts automatically.
That's correct.
Okay, and if Eric Menendez was assaulted, or if Eric Menendez was in the situation he described on that Saturday night, he would have been in the full automatic fear response based upon your evaluation of him, wouldn't he?
Yes, and I said there's a cumulative effect so that you have to look at all of those days, and if you want to add that, we can make it a 6th point. Yes, that's a very important factor.
Wasn't his father pounding on the door more threatening than his father closing the den door the next day?
Oh, no, because the word had already been told. He was supposed to go up to his room, and then the father would come up and see him there, and that's a more specific clue, that of something that's going to happen. And that's really what generates the what happens on Sunday evening, later that evening.
You're saying that his father saying, go to your room, was more of a threat than his father standing at the door trying to pound the door down. You're saying that was more of a threat, the go to your room versus let me into your room?
Well, the door was locked. He had the gun.
Dr. Burgess,
Don't forget he had... No, I'm not going to...
Excuse me, can perhaps counsel allow the witness to answer the question?
Yes, did you finish
Yeah.
your answer?
Yes, I think I have.
Your next question.
how do you explain this incident on Saturday night? How do you explain the fact that if he, okay, let me back up.
Okay.
He would have been in the fear response because his father is pounding down the door,
I'm going
correct?
to object to the form of the question. I think the door was coming off the hinges just yet.
All right, overruled as to the form of the question.
Your Honor, I still have a ways to go. Shall we break for lunch?
No, let's keep going a little while.
Okay. Okay. On Saturday night, according to Eric Menendez, he has gone out and bought a shotgun, and he's gone out and he's bought stronger ammunition, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He's got a loaded gun in his bedroom, which he secreted somewhere on his bed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. His father, who he allegedly believes to be a child molester, is pounding at the door, correct?
I've got to object to the form of the question. argumentative.
All right, if you've got to, then you will. Is that right? All
No,
right.
I don't always. but
All
I
right, the
think
objection is sustained as to the form of the question. You may rephrase it. If you want to break it down so that you aren't summarizing evidence.
Okay. According to his testimony, he's in his room, correct?
That's
I'm
correct.
going to object to the form of the question based on testimony.
Overall.
You read his testimony, didn't you?
Yes.
Did you see any of his testimony?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I think I saw the cross-exam.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, the events of Saturday night where he has a gun and his father is beating on the door, correct?
Yes.
We're talking about that event, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You've indicated that he's hypervigilant all week, correct?
Yes.
We know, according to what you've said, that on Thursday night, his father chased him in his own bedroom, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And then on Saturday night, this incident occurs where the father pounds on the door,
Yes.
and Eric Menendez is armed.
Yes.
Would you consider arming oneself with a loaded shotgun to be a stressful event?
Well, it's for self-protection, so that certainly is a stressful event, yes.
All right. Would you consider a father who you believe to be a child molester pounding on your bedroom door to be a stressful event?
Yes.
So he would have been under a lot of stress.
Yes.
And even if none of the events of the week before had happened, that particular event would have been stressful, right?
Yes. Oh,
Never mind.
sorry. Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Is there any reason that he would not have been in this full fear response at that time?
No.
So he would have been.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe it was your testimony that when one is in that particular response, one reacts automatically.
That's correct.
But you indicated that Eric Menendez would have known or would have thought about the fact that his gun only had 2 rounds and things of that nature, correct?
Well, he's sitting there with a gun and he knows it has 2 rounds, and he's actually thinking if his father comes in, he is going to have to shoot, and will 2 rounds or 2 shells be adequate to protect himself?
So in spite of the fact that he's in this full fear response, it's your testimony that he would have had the capacity to think about the weapon available to him and whether or not it would kill.
Well, he has it, and he is sitting there, as you described. He is sitting there, and he is prepared to use it to defend himself if anything further happens with that door.
And if he's thinking about the number of rounds in his weapon, is he engaging in cognitive behavior?
Yes, he's sitting right there, and he's very focused in on one particular point, and that's to protect himself.
Now, the snails that you talked about who reacted to this impulse did not have cognitive behavior available to them, correct? Snails can't think.
That's correct.
All right. And I believe that the research that substantiates this neurobiological genetic recoding is based in part upon these snails.
That's one of these groups that they've studied. That's correct.
And I believe in your direct examination you testified that the brainstem, which controls this kind of automatic behavior, is similar in humans as it is in snails.
Yes, this one particular area, correct.
And it was based upon that research that you hypothesized that Eric Menendez and others similarly situated would have this fear response, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I believe you testified, did you not, in direct examination, that the fear response puts the individual on something akin to automatic pilot.
That's right, yes.
Okay. Automatic pilot. Now, does that occur in the snail as well as the human?
You can't look at behavior in snails. Well, they avoid. They were studying the avoiding behavior, remember, getting away from the dangerous stimuli.
So what you're testifying to now then is that even though he would have been in this full fear response with the adrenaline pumping and his hormones going,
Yes.
that he would have had the ability to think.
Well, the thinking is he's on automatic. His thought is if that door opens, he is going to shoot to protect himself. I see that as a automatic kind of one singular thought.
But he's not thinking. He's on automatic pilot.
Well, the thinking, we said it's high emotion, low thinking. It doesn't mean zero thinking. It goes into a more automatic protective mode. People do, when they are threatened, still behave and still act as best they can, even though there's high emotion. I mean, we'll go back to that car. You know, people do try to do things to avoid a car accident. They don't just stop thinking.
Why would the events of the father closing the door to the den on Sunday night be more provocative than the father pounding on the door on Saturday night?
Because it's more characteristic for this family to be silent, to give an order, to shut the door, and that was an important factor added to what we've already talked about on these other factors.
But I think you testified that when things are not characteristic, that they create a heightened sense of hypervigilance. In other words, when things are not always as they seem, that causes stress to the individual who is subject to this phenomena you've described.
Yeah, well, they don't know what is going to be discussed within, what is going to go on. All they have is the instructions to get up to your room and he will deal with him later.
Okay, so if the father has not previously pounded on the door, that would be something new that would cause additional stress, correct?
Well, that had already occurred, and that had already heightened that whole phenomenon. That had just happened the night before.
Isn't one of the things you consider in this particular assessment, and one of the things you found significant, is that the behavior of the parents had changed, and that change in behavior caused extra stress?
Yes, that's the cumulative aspect. We've looked at this as the person, as Eric Menendez, going into a more crisis kind of situation because there was new factors, all of these things that had occurred, and so there was call for new behavior.
But I think what you said was significant about closing the door on Sunday night was that it's something that had happened before. So which is it, Dr. Burgess? Is it something that happened before or the new experience, which is the greater stressor to the individual?
Objection, argumentative.
I believe that you never can get away from old cues as well as new cues, so you have to be able to factor in those. And so some of the old cues is the shutting the door, the being silent, etc. But the new cues is what we have just gone through in these 5 or 6 items. So that interfaces those all. It isn't like it's a brand new situation. You have special knowledge of a situation in which parents have behaved in a way before. That still is part of one's fund of knowledge.
Now, on the night in question, oh, by the way, I have another question. Are you familiar with the fact that Eric Menendez, when he moved out of the family home and got his own place, took his bed with him?
Yes.
Did you
I am.
consider that significant in light of the fact that he claims that is the bed where his father sexually abused him?
My understanding is he did put additional factors on. This was a bed that where the sexual abuse occurred. There were corners and sharp corners and so forth, and so he changed the bed, if you will, with those, I guess, bumpers that were bought. And this was, and I'm aware of that this was now a different, if you will. It had been changed.
Because of the presence of bumpers.
Well, there were sharp edges. I don't understand. I have not seen the bed, but that's my understanding of the testimony.
Do you see anything inconsistent with a child abuse victim taking the bed, which is the scene of the crime, with him to a place of safety as a memento? Do you find that at all inconsistent?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the form of the question since it's got many facts not in evidence.
Furniture had to be taken to set up a new place. I don't see that necessarily inconsistent.
Are you
As I
aware-
said, there's been change made to it.
Are you aware of the testimony of Eric Menendez's Aunt Marta, that she went shopping with him for furniture, and in fact, one of the things he bought was a pool table, correct?
I believe so.
And those were expensive items of furniture, correct?
That is correct.
And so it wasn't for lack of funds that he took the bed with him, correct?
Well, it could have been to conserve money. I have no idea. I did not talk to him about why he took certain items with him.
Do you think it's more important to have a pool table or a bed to sleep in
Your
your
Honor,
home,
I'm going to
Dr.
object
Burgess?
to that.
So you didn't see anything unusual about the fact that Eric Menendez took this bed with him when he moved out, correct? You didn't see that as unusual?
Not necessarily, no.
Shall I continue? All right, does the court wish me to finish before we go to lunch? I just want you to continue. Okay, I shall continue. Now, Dr. Burgess, if Eric Menendez and his brother could not have gone to the movie theater and could not have purchased the tickets where they said, and buried the guns, and changed their clothes and gone to Santa Monica Civic in the period of time available, would that change your opinion about the truthfulness of the information you've received from Eric Menendez?
No.
It would not?
No, the time between, is this the time? Repeat the question, is it the time?
But I think this question was already answered.
Yeah, I thought we,
Between 10 o'clock, 10 p.m. and 11:07 are
Yes.
the times that are critical to post-crime activity, correct?
yes, correct.
Okay. If all of the things that the Menendez brothers said they did could not be achieved in that period of time, would it
Right.
change your opinion as to the truthfulness of the information given to you by Eric Menendez?
I think I've said that that is one of the factors I looked at in terms of what you're calling their activity, their post-crime activity. If that just didn't work.
What didn't
The
work?
time element, well, the going to the movie, the meeting of the friend, the trying to go to the second place. I think there are two places that they went to. That didn't happen, and then they come back.
What do you mean?
What do you mean by your question?
Yeah,
I don't understand her answer. Okay, are
I
you
didn't
saying,
understand
okay,
your question.
all
Why
right.
don't you rephrase it then?
You heard or you read the testimony of Eric Menendez and his brother that after this crime that they committed out of fear,
Yes,
that they went and picked up the shells, correct?
correct.
And that took a period of time, correct?
I assume. Nobody's given me how long it took, but I
Well-
assume it took time.
And you're aware of the fact that they waited for a period of time before they picked up the shells, correct?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Okay. And you're aware of the fact, now, I believe you testified in your crime scene evaluation that there would have been blood on the perpetrators, correct?
One would suspect that given the amount of blood that was present, yes.
And have you looked at the blood splatter evidence at the crime scene as well?
Yes,
Okay, and would the head wound to Jose Menendez have caused splatter on the person who inflicted that wound?
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. There really hasn't been adequate foundation for her expertise in blood splatter.
All right, well, she has certainly used that as a basis of her opinion or part of it, so objection overruled. Objection overruled.
You understand there are people, Dr. Burgess, who are experts in blood splatter, correct?
yes,
And you are not one of those?
that's correct.
Okay, but regardless of where the drops went and what direction they went, would you assume that someone who inflicted the wound to the back of Mr. Menendez's head would have gotten blood on them?
Well, objection, Your Honor, because that is not regardless of where it goes, but dependent on that expertise, and she's not an expert.
Well, she has certainly described the presence or absence of splatters as a factor she considered in this subject of planning, so objection overruled. Objection overruled.
What I would say is I'm not sure where and what wound would have given what blood splatter, but generally that much blood present at the scene would suggest that there's going to be some blood obtained on persons' clothing, shoes, etc.
And you're aware of the testimony that in fact each of the defendants changed at least an article of clothing after the killings, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that changing the article of clothing took a period of time to accomplish?
Yes,
Okay. You're aware of the fact that they indicated that they went to the movie theater first in order to obtain tickets to substantiate where they were?
I'm aware they went to the movie theater yes, they went to the movie theater. I'm not sure to obtain tickets.
Well,
Yes.
did you read the testimony?
Yes, that's right. They went to the movie theater.
And you're familiar with the fact that Lyle Menendez said they parked at parking meters outside of Century City, correct?
Yes,
All right. Now, you're aware of the fact that after they got the tickets, they went up to an area at Mulholland and Coldwater, and they got rid of the guns.
yes, I'm familiar with that testimony.
And you're aware of the fact that it would take a period of time to secrete the guns the way it was described by the defendants.
Objection on calls for speculation authority.
Sustained.
You're aware of the fact that getting rid of guns would take a period of time.
Yes, yes,
And you're aware of the fact that they then returned into the Beverly Hills area and proceeded to the Santa Monica Civic.
yes, I am.
And you're aware of the fact that at least one of the brothers indicates that they changed their clothes beforehand.
Yes,
Okay. Now, if one had blood on them and one were going to meet someone like Perry Berman, you wouldn't want to have blood on your clothes when you met Perry Berman, correct?
Your Honor, argument.
Sustained.
Would a careful person who was trying to perfect an alibi show up at a place to be identified with blood on his clothes?
Your Honor, I'm still going to object to phone.
Sustained.
So you're aware of the fact that they went to Santa Monica, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
Did you ever think to yourself, gee, I wonder if they could have done that in an hour and 7 minutes?
Overall.
Did you ever think to yourself,
I did not look at the time it would take to drive all that places, and I didn't see any documentation of how long the houses are away from these sites that they went to. I
Did you ever-
don't have that.
did you ever ask anyone to see if it was possible before you decided that Eric Menendez was telling the truth?
Well, sometimes it's included in a police report, that kind of information, or testified to a grand jury or something. I just did not find that material.
Did you ever ask anyone to provide you with that information so you could assess whether or not Eric Menendez was telling the truth?
Telling the truth? No, I did not ask anyone for that information.
Now, it's your testimony that this crime was a result of fear, correct?
That's correct.
And are you familiar with the testimony of Lyle Menendez that he acted out of fear as well?
Yes, I am.
And I take it you don't find any inconsistency in the fact that although the brothers had different experiences growing up, they both were in this fear response. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, when they went in and they picked up the shells, when they went out and they reloaded the gun, when Lyle went out to reload the gun,
Yes.
was he in that fear response when he reloaded?
He was in a state of high emotion, yes.
Well, is there?
Well, fear, all right, yes, fear response.
Was he having this biological phenomena that you described that happens in these snails, in your opinion?
Object to the form of the question is argumentative misstates the testimony.
Overall.
He is in a highly anxious state and a fearful state, yes.
Okay, well, for purposes of this discussion that we're going to have now, how do you describe this response where someone is acting on automatic pilot?
Right.
What do you call it? What shall we call it?
Well, it's an automatic response. And the point here is there's such high emotion that was not a needed behavior. That was not necessary. If that had been a very planned, if this had had a plan and had been very, as we call, organized, that would not have had to happen.
But do you remember the testimony of Lyle Menendez that his mother was still sneaking around the room even after she'd been shot?
Object to the form of the question or misstates.
Rephrase the question.
Do you remember the testimony of Lyle Menendez that he saw his mother sneaking around the coffee table?
No, I'm still going to object. That's not what he described.
Rephrase the question.
Do you remember the testimony of Lyle Menendez in which he described his mother's behavior as being sneaky? Do you remember that testimony?
Not as sneaky, no.
You don't
I
remember?
remember a noise, but I don't remember sneaky.
Okay. Now you say that last shot was not necessary.
Correct.
Okay. You're familiar with the fact that Lyle Menendez indicates he only reloaded one shot of birdshot, correct?
Correct.
You're familiar with the coroner's report that there were two separate birdshot wounds to Mrs. Menendez.
Yes.
Okay. How do you reconcile that with his testimony that he only reloaded once?
Well, again, this is the mixed ammunition that's found at the crime scene, and that really doesn't tell us whose gun had what shells in it, and really speaks to, I believe, to more emotionality in terms of loading the gun and doing that. I don't think we can tell who had what shot.
When the brothers went out to the car to reload before the shooting began, were they on automatic pilot?
I'm going to object to the form of the question. There's no indication they went out for that purpose.
Overall.
Yes.
They were on automatic?
Well, they were in a fear mode, yes.
All right, and when they were in this fear mode, they were able to think, gee, I better get these 2 rounds of birdshot out of here and put in these rounds of buckshot so I can do a better job. Is that what was going on?
No, that's not what I think is going on.
How can behavior such as loading and unloading a shotgun be automatic to someone who's not done it before?
Because, they had done it to load first. I mean, it's not like they had never done it. They had to load the guns first. So I don't see that as not knowing how to load a gun.
So the fact that they loaded the shotgun on one prior occasion meant that this particular behavior was automatic for them. Is that correct?
Well, what becomes automatic is the high emotion and the misunderstanding what the situation is. They had not planned it to know that they didn't need to do all of this to, if indeed it was a plan, as you suggest, to do that. They didn't need to do all of that.
But this is Monday morning quarterbacking, isn't it, for you to sit here and say what they should have done?
No,
4 years
this is
ago?
looking at crime scene.
Object to the form of the question.
Overall.
No, this is what is called crime scene, looking at the crime scene. I don't think you need to get into Monday at this particular time to read that crime scene for the preliminary crime scene in terms of the number of weapons, the number of injuries, et cetera.
Did you consider the possibility that the crime did not occur the way that the defendants thought it would?
I considered all kinds of things when I listened to all the material, and I sifted and sorted and looked at as many things as I possibly could. I did not go in with one particular point of view.
And then they were on automatic pilot after they loaded their guns and went back into the room, correct?
Oh,
Yes, as to
Yes.
which
I'm
reloading
sorry.
you're talking about?
I'm talking about the reloading that occurred prior to the shootings, not after the shootings. They were on automatic pilot when they went back in, is that correct?
when they went back in the second time.
Yes.
He-
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Perhaps if counsel didn't refer to.
Why don't you rephrase the question as to the incident where the guns were reloaded first or second?
When the defendants loaded their guns with buckshot and went into the room to kill their parents, I take it as your testimony that they were on automatic pilot.
Yes,
Okay. And when they left that room and returned to the car in order to reload with birdshot, they were on automatic pilot.
The objection form the question seems facts not given.
Rephrase the question.
When Eric Menendez and his brother went to the car and Eric handed his brother around a birdshot,
yes,
they were both on automatic pilot, is that correct?
yes,
And when they returned to the room and Lyle Menendez put the muzzle of the gun up against his mother's cheek, they were still on automatic pilot, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony. There's no indication that Eric Menendez.
Objection overruled.
yeah.
Objection overruled.
My understanding of the coroner's report is that you cannot determine exactly where a gun is necessarily having a particular point, that you couldn't determine that from the crime scene.
Do you know
It's
what
a-
a contact wound is, Dr. Burgess?
Yes, I do.
A contact wound is when the muzzle of the gun is placed on the skin, correct?
Near,
Objection, Your Honor, that misstates the testimony.
Rephrase the question.
Okay, Dr. Burgess, what is a contact wound?
my understanding of a contact wound is that the gun muzzle is placed very close to a particular part.
Are you familiar with the coroner's testimony in this case as well as the coroner's report, wherein, as to Mr. Menendez's contact wound on the back of his head, there was actually a muzzle impression? Are you familiar with that testimony?
Yes,
Okay. So that would have been a contact wound where the gun was actually touching the skin.
yes.
And are you familiar with the coroner's testimony as well as his report that there was no soot or stippling on the outside of the wound on Mrs. Menendez's left cheek?
That's correct.
Okay. And the absence of soot or stippling would indicate that the muzzle of the gun was on the cheek, wouldn't it?
An objector on that misstates the testimony.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, it also goes beyond this witness's
Yeah.
expertise. Objection sustained.
Well, all right, but you just testified as to what you think a contact wound is, correct?
That-
Overruled.
Yeah, that was my, and again, I'm not an expert in gunshot wounds.
Okay. Now, if it's been established through the testimony of the coroner and also through the testimony of Lyle Menendez that he went back in and put the muzzle up against his mother's cheek and pulled the trigger, was he on automatic pilot when he did that?
Objection misstates the testimony.
Overruled.
Was he on automatic pilot when he did that?
He's on automatic pilot when he's doing what he's doing. There's high emotionality, low thinking.
And when he and his brother went back into the room to pick up the shells, they were still on automatic pilot?
Well, now that gets into another phase, and I think we've already talked about that. That's what the post-crime behavior is. And there is a segment of time that you now need to get, I think, needs to come in terms of afterwards, in the foyer, all of that, and waiting for the police to come. That's an important piece.
Do you find it at all interesting that if in fact these two brothers were acting out of fear, that they had the presence of mind within 5 to 10 minutes of doing this crime to go back in their room and pick up shotgun shells to eliminate fingerprints?
Well, I think that that is part of what happens as they're sitting in the foyer to try. It's a whole nother phase. They did not anticipate having to plan that or to do, to use, or to what to do afterwards, because they fully expected that the police would show. That the noise and all of that, that had not in any way been part of their thinking. Now they are faced with having to do something, and they are faced with what they did. And so the behavior now becomes focused on a different aspect.
At which point in the sequence did the automatic pilot fear response turn off?
Well, there's still I mean, it doesn't just go on and off like a switch. There certainly is a length of time, and that's certainly what all the studies have shown. So that's not that they're actually still on or still off, but they're in a highly aroused state in terms of fear.
Do you find it at all significant that they had the presence of mind when acting in this fear response to go back and to think of, oh gee, there are fingerprints on those shells, we better go get them? Did you find that at all unusual?
No.
Why not?
Because there can be another explanation for it. They were now thinking of what had happened, and to remove that is another action.
There's another explanation for it as well, isn't there, Dr. Burgess?
Objection to the form of the question.
Overruled.
The other explanation is that they planned before the crime to pick up the shells.
Well, that is your theory. That's not what I think. I read the crime scene, and I think there's far more information that follows, that confirms their lack of planning and their intent to protect themselves.
All right, let's take our recess here, and we'll resume at 1:30. Don't discuss this matter with anyone. All right, you may continue your cross-examination.
Dr. Burgess, did you ever discuss Dr. Oziel's notes with Eric Menendez?
No, I did not.
In your review of Dr. Oziel's notes, did you ever see any reference to the term sociopath?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked to approach.
Overruled.
I believe there was a reference to that, yes?
Do you know what
I
a...
would ask to approach, Your Honor, for some notion of what counsel is asking about.
Well, you're going to refer to the testimony?
That was a preparatory question. I just have a couple questions in
All
this
right,
area.
there's no need to approach.
Did you ever consider the possibility that Eric Menendez was a sociopath?
I considered all possibilities, looking at all of the data and reviewing everything. So within that framework, I would have to say I considered everything, but I ruled certain things out.
What is your understanding of what a sociopath is?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. There's no foundation for this.
Sustained.
I believe you've indicated that that there are two responses to this automatic fear response. One is flight and one is fight.
Yes.
Correct?
And there's freeze.
Oh, there's a third one?
Well, there's the numbing, the third. The freezing, the numbing. The three parts, preparatory, then the fight, flight, and then it goes into the third phase of the numbing, freezing.
Okay, but I'm talking about the second phase.
Okay, fight,
Okay.
flight, yes.
The second phase is fight or flee.
Well, don't forget, sometimes you can do neither.
All right, now on Thursday night of the week in question, which was the 17th of August of 1989, you've related an incident in which Eric Menendez was able to flee from his father, correct?
Yes.
And that would be an example of the fear response kicking in, and he chose flight, and in fact was successful at it.
Yes.
Okay. On Saturday night, when his father was pounding at the door and he was armed with a shotgun,
Yes.
okay, he couldn't flee because he was in a locked room, correct?
That's correct.
But he didn't fight.
That's correct.
Okay. Was that a conscious choice on his part, or was that an automatic response?
That's actually a good example of freezing, because he did have a choice of shooting.
Okay, so even though he was in this automatic mode, he still had choice available.
Yes.
So does that mean we're not like snails in that regard?
I really don't think we can make any analogy to snails. Snails is one example of the genetic recoding, so I'm not prepared to talk about what making the analogy to snails when we're talking about human behavior.
Dr. Burgess, you brought up in your direct examination the research on the snails, which
Yes.
was used in order to substantiate this genetic recoding, correct?
I just said that's one of the studies that they have done that's looking at the genetic recoding.
And one of the things that goes on in that genetic recoding is that the mechanism for triggering the hormones is either shortened or hypersensitized or something like that,
No,
right?
it recodes, and it has a new translation, and it recodes in terms of survival. So there now is a higher level, and that's the higher Q reading for the survival mode.
And on Saturday night, when Eric Menendez's father was pounding at the door and he was armed with a loaded shotgun, he would have been in this mode where his fear hormones were triggered, correct?
That's correct.
And he did not fight.
He did not fight, he did not flee, he froze.
He couldn't flee because he was in a locked room,
Yes.
and he was on the second story of a building.
Well, he
Correct.
could have gotten up and unlocked the door.
And that would have been a fight response.
Well, that would be one example, yes. Or he could have shot.
And that would be a fight response.
Yes.
And the flight response wouldn't be reasonable because he was in a locked room and the only avenue of safe escape was through past his father, who was pounding on the door, correct?
Yes.
Now, on Sunday, then, he chose, in your interpretation, the fight response.
Yes.
Can you explain why on Thursday and Saturday he didn't choose the fight response, but on Sunday he did?
Well, there is that interaction that has occurred just before the parents go in, and that's been testified to, I believe, by both defendants. And that's where there is the exchange. The brothers are told they're not to leave, and that Eric is told to go to his room, and then the parents go into the family room. So there is, what I'm saying is there's another added piece to this five steps that have occurred before that.
Now, I believe we discussed earlier the fact that the cue of closing the door and going into the den is something that you believe was a triggering cue. Would that be fair to say?
Well, that's an old cue.
Well, how is that an
prior.
old... Okay, how
The
is that...
silence, the not just giving the order, dismissing the persons and leaving the room.
On prior occasions when that particular cue had been given, had Eric Menendez's life been in danger?
Well, that's a cue that is into a wider type of situation now. There are many examples that have been given about how Jose Menendez would stop a conversation with just a mere cut of his hand or use of his hand or a look.
Stopping a conversation is not a life-threatening act, is it?
I was just giving you some examples.
Okay, but my question is this. Is there any evidence that on prior occasions when a door had been closed in the same manner in which it was on Sunday night, that Eric Menendez's life had been in danger?
Well, what is important about the 4 or 5 days that we're talking about is that there's a direct threat. The incest secret is about to come out as perceived by that confrontation. So things are quite different, and I think you have to look at that type of material within the new context.
According to the testimony, the incest secret was revealed on Thursday night, correct?
That's correct.
And that would have greatly increased Eric Menendez's anxiety, correct?
That is correct.
And then Saturday night, the father is pounding at the door, correct?
Yes, there's also the fishing trip before that.
Oh, the fishing trip. Did you find any significance in the fishing trip?
Yes, I think the fishing trip did have significance in terms of the time change. Without very adequate kind of explanation, they were just told, and in fact they did try to avoid that by coming home late. There is testimony that shows that the family was about an hour and a half late, supposed to be there I think at 3, and they weren't there until 4:30. So that the parents waited for their sons was a factor.
The fact that the parents waited for their sons to go on a family outing you found to be suspicious?
Yes, because the sons did not want to go, and they were trying to come in late so that they wouldn't have to go.
But the parents didn't know the sons didn't want to go on the fishing trip. So how does their waiting for their sons, how does that trigger their sons that something's wrong?
Well, I think it's a good example of no communication. I mean, nobody's talking to each other. That's another important feature of this family at this particular point in time.
Okay, now the fact that the mother told them on Friday night that there's been a change in the time that we're going on the fishing trip, that has psychological significance in this chain of events, correct?
Yes, it has meaning in this, yes, in this chain of events.
And what is the meaning of that?
Well, the meaning of this is that she just gives this fact that it's going to be a change in time with minimal explanation, if any, and no questions are asked, nothing, and the sons are just supposed to show up at 3 o'clock on Saturday. And they haven't been told a lot of information about this shark fishing trip. And they're wondering if that might be a time when something dangerous is going to happen. They are geared for something dangerous to happen because there has been this confrontation between the father and the son.
Do you think the fact that they were going to fish for sharks was a cue to them to be in danger?
Well, I think the fact is that they were all going to be together and they didn't know when and what. The father was not known for revealing what he intended to do. That was a characteristic of the father.
Well, on Thursday night, Eric Menendez had fled. On Saturday night, Eric Menendez chose not to fight. They didn't have to go on the fishing trip, did they?
They didn't have to go.
And all they had to do was
They
drive.
intended not to go.
Okay. All they had to do was drive around the block and wait for their parents to leave, and then they wouldn't have gone on the fishing trip, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
Overruled.
They
Correct?
waited an hour and a half before they came home so that they wouldn't have to go.
And you found it very ominous that the parents waited for them to go on a family outing.
I don't believe I said that.
Well, what psychological significance did you attach to the fact that the parents waited for them to go on a family outing?
We rejected the characterization. No one testified this was a family outing.
Overruled.
What I found significant is that there was a whole lack of communication about this, that the parents did wait for the sons. This was supposed to be, as I understood it from the testimony from the captain, that the father was to learn this shark fishing for a client, so it was not necessarily in the context of that the family had to all be there. He could have learned this without the sons being there.
Is there anything that happened between Tuesday the 15th and Sunday the 20th which is inconsistent with your theory, which you consider to be inconsistent with your theory that this is a crime born out of fear?
No, this is my opinion. This is a crime born out of fear.
And there's no fact that you have considered and found to be in conflict with your theory about the fear?
Well, I think what we are not looking at is there still is a lot more material that also leads me to this conclusion that I think is very important to look at.
Now, when the brothers went to the car and they ejected the shells they previously put in the birdshot and they loaded with buckshot, I believe before lunch we discussed that that was an automatic response, correct?
Yes.
Now, have you ever done any studies of police shootings?
I've read studies of police shootings. I have not personally done any.
Police officers are trained in handling their weapons, correct?
That is correct.
Police officers are trained to reload.
Yes.
Police officers are trained more than just loading their weapon one time before they're sent out to use it, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So a police officer's training would be greater than what the defendants claim they did in regard to the shotguns they purchased on Friday, correct?
All right. Yes.
Okay. You're aware of the fact that in stressful situations, police officers don't always respond to their training in regards to handling their firearms, correct?
Yes, that's the more high emotion and low thinking. That can always happen in any situation.
And so I would take it that in spite of all the planning that the police officer does in how to handle his gun and how to reload, that the stress of the situation can make the best plan go awry.
That's training. Training is something that you're automatically are able to put your behavior into action around a specific event, whether that is loading your gun and shooting, or you could use other examples. I mean, training is to make that come automatic to you.
You have no evidence that either Eric Menendez or Lyle Menendez were trained in the use of a shotgun, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But although they had no training, it's your testimony that when they loaded the gun from birdshot to buckshot, that was an automatic response.
That is correct.
Now, you're aware of the fact that loading the shotgun with 3 rounds is different from loading the shotgun with 6 rounds. Are you familiar with the testimony of Deputy Van Horn from the Sheriff's Department in this trial?
I thought it was 5 rounds, but yes.
No, it's 6.
It was
According
6
to the testimony of Mr. Van Horn, it was 6 rounds.
I think the question is vague with respect to loading.
Yes, what it
Yeah.
means, how many can be fit into the weapon, or
Yes.
what do you mean?
You're familiar with the fact that according to the testimony of the defendants, they only loaded 2 rounds into their shotguns after they purchased them in San Diego on Friday night.
Correct.
And those rounds were birdshot.
Correct.
And you're aware that there's a mechanism necessary to eject already loaded rounds from the gun if you don't fire them out the barrel, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you have no indication that these defendants had any training in doing that particular function, that is, unloading the gun.
That's correct.
And you had no information that they had any training in fully loading the gun with 6 rounds?
Objection, Your Honor, to no testimony that was taken.
Overall.
I don't have any information on, I mean, I have no knowledge that they had that training.
In examining the crime scene, did you ever count up the number of shots that you think were fired?
Well, I read the coroner's report and I read the police reports. I was not personally at the crime scene. So I only have that information to go on.
If you were not personally at the crime scene, how can you testify that the crime scene was disorganized?
Be-
Objection, Your Honor, this has been asked and answered, gone over.
All right, the objection is sustained.
Dr. Burgess, you don't need to be at the crime scene in order to look at photographs of it, correct?
Objection, argumentative.
Rephrase the question.
Dr. Burgess, did you make any attempt to count the number of shots that were fired from the photographs that you were given and the coroner's report and the coroner's
Your
testimony?
Honor, I would object this, she has, it's no foundation.
Counsel, what is,
No foundation for expert opinion by this witness on that point.
all right, objection sustained.
Do you have any expertise in examining gunshot wounds?
No.
Is that something that is not included in your crime scene analysis?
That is part of the forensic report that comes in.
You understand that the coroner testified and also substantiated in his report that Mrs. Menendez had 10 areas of gunshot wounds.
10 areas, right, and he could not determine how many shots had been fired.
That's correct, but she had 10 areas, and some of those areas contained more than one wound to her body, correct?
Yes?
For instance, the one that went across her right forearm and into her right upper arm was considered one area of wounding for purposes of his discussion, correct?
Yes?
You're aware of the fact that there were 2 misses in the doors, correct?
That's correct.
You're aware of the fact that Mr. Menendez had 5 areas of gunshot wound.
Yes?
Are you familiar with the trajectory of the various wounds on Mr. Menendez?
Well, Your Honor, I have to object again, it's beyond her expertise.
Overall.
You know what trajectory is, don't you?
Yes?
That's the direction that the bullet or shotgun pellets travel.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, did you at any time try to evaluate how many wounds you thought and how many shots you thought were fired from looking at the crime scene?
No, I took what was written in the reports.
All right.
I did
and-
not count per se. I looked at the autopsy report, looked at the coroner's report, looked at the police reports.
Well, you know the number of rounds fired is an issue in this case, correct?
That's
I'm
correct.
going to object, Your Honor, as an improper question. It's not my
Overall.
expertise.
Overall.
And in spite of the fact that you are not trained as an expert in gunshot wounds, you have studied crime scenes for a number of years, correct?
Yes?
Did you ever make an attempt to evaluate, using your own prior experience, how many gunshots you thought had been fired?
No.
Objection beyond her expertise.
Sustained, the answer straight.
When the defendants went into the room, did you find it at all significant that there were only 2 misses?
Well, I could object to the form of the question, there's been no testimony that there were misses.
Okay, the question, objection then as objection assumes facts, not evidence.
Exactly.
All right, rephrase the question. Objection sustained.
Dr. Burgess, in your evaluation of the crime scene, where you gave testimony in front of both juries, didn't you testify that there were 2 misses in the French doors?
I believe I said there were missed shots into the door. I didn't know whether those, I don't think I said as to how many shots had been expounded, because pellets can clearly be expended from the bird shot. There's 27 in one and more than that in the bird. So my understanding from the firearm specialist is you cannot determine how many shots were fired.
In your evaluation and in your conclusion that this was a disorganized crime scene, didn't you testify that there were 2 misses?
And object to the form of the question as stated.
Overall.
You did so testify.
Is that a question?
All right, that's in the form of a question. What is your answer?
I thought I said that there were 2 areas that had expended shell evidence. I'm not sure I said 2 specific shots.
And
I
so-
didn't mean to say that. I don't know. I don't think anybody can determine that, of how many shots were fired.
All right, so you didn't testify in your crime scene analysis that this was disorganized, that one of the things you considered were the 2 misses in the French doors. You didn't say that,
I
right?
did testify that this was disorganized, one of the reasons being there are multiple shots fired, a gunshot with a wide range of pellets. There were 2 areas that were outside of the range of the two victims.
And those were the 2 shots to the French doors, correct?
Those could be 2 shots to the French doors.
Well, what other,
Which-
what other shots could you be referring to then, if it's not the French doors?
Rephrase the question.
What other shots are you referring to if it's not the 2 shots in the French doors? Are there other areas where there appear to be misses in the room?
I thought one went out into the tree, out inside.
The tree was outside the French door.
Right.
Okay, so that would be consistent with a pellet passing through the French door into the tree, correct?
Well, it could be. I don't think it's been determined what it was, but there certainly were pellets out in the tree.
Now, I believe you've indicated that this was a crime of high emotionality, correct?
Yes.
Well, I'm gonna
Did you-
object to these questions. These have all been asked and answered.
Overall.
Did you consider it interesting that in light of the defendant's testimony that the room was smoky and they couldn't see and that they were very upset, that the parents were hit so many times?
No.
You didn't find that inconsistent with their version, that they acted out of fear in a random shooting?
Well, that is consistent with acting out of fear in a random, that there's a wide range of shots that are fired. There's no specific targeting, no clear one shot, the wrong weapon, all of those kinds of factors. I go into my categorizing this as a disorganized crime scene.
Mrs. Menendez was shot in 10 areas on her body, is that correct?
That is
Objection
correct.
asked and answered.
Overall.
Mr. Menendez was shot 5 times,
Same objection.
Overall.
correct?
Yes.
And you didn't consider it noteworthy that their state of mind allowed them to hit their target that many times?
The objective form of the question in reference to state of mind.
Overall.
Did you consider that noteworthy? That in spite of the
that-
fact that they were in this automaton rage, that they hit their target that many times?
Object to the form of the question. Is there no such testimony?
Overall. Your answer?
The point is that there were multiple shots that were fired at a time indicates high emotionality, low thinking.
Now, at some point after the killing, the effects of this, the hormones and the fear response diminish, correct?
There is a period of time when that occurs.
Okay. After Mr. Menendez allegedly closed the door to the den on the night of the 20th, which was the cue that prompted this,
One of the cues.
one of the cues that prompted this, wasn't there sufficient time for them to cool down before they went in to shoot?
Object to the form of the question. Is no indication of cooling down. Is in
Rephrase the question.
Okay, you've indicated that after the shooting, but before they picked up the shotgun shells, they would have transformed out of this mental state that they were in, correct?
No, I don't think I said that. I said that there is there can be a lowering, but that is an important phase of this, is when they do go out into the foyer area and they are feeling exhausted. Certainly, Eric Menendez was feeling exhausted, and then came the next step of what to do, so that is what now becomes the post-crime behavior.
If Eric Menendez had felt exhausted after committing a premeditated crime, would that be inconsistent with him having premeditated?
Object, Your Honor. That's a circular question.
Overall.
Do people who commit planned crimes get tired by committing their crimes?
Well, people that commit planned crimes that are organized are generally calm, collected, and cool, and so that it is not a lot of emotion that is surfacing. And generally, all of this would not be activated. The fear mechanism would not be activated.
When the defendants went to the police and when Eric Menendez went to the police and told him the story that he and his brother had agreed upon, was he still acting in this automatic state?
Well,
Object to the form of the question, Your Honor. Since that's not in evidence.
Overall.
Well, the part of the offense behavior was over. By the time the police came, which would have been roughly several hours later, there was still quite a bit of shock and fright present, because that is in his statement.
So the fact that he was able to tell the story to the police that he and his brother had agreed upon
Yes?
in no way changes your mind that he was still acting in some sort of state of fright?
I think it indicates he was in a state of fright, his statement.
Are you familiar with the testimony from Lyle Menendez that he and his brother returned to the house at sometime that morning, the morning of the 21st, because Lyle wanted to retrieve further evidence from his car?
Oh, okay. You've jumped ahead now to about, what, 3 in the morning?
8:30 in the morning.
8:30 in the morning. Yes?
Okay. Would that be consistent with someone who has just suffered a terrible fright to have the presence of mind to remove evidence in front of the police?
It certainly speaks to his mind state of fear, yes.
Doesn't it show a great deal of coolness for someone to be able to go into a crime scene, recover evidence, and destroy it with a police officer standing right there?
Well, I think both defendants clearly state in their statement to the police that they were at the crime scene.
Don't you think returning to the car to remove evidence with a police officer standing by shows a great deal of coolness on the part of the person doing it?
No, I don't think I would ever make that jump and that leap, no.
But you would make the leap that this crime was committed out of fear, correct?
It's argumentative.
I'm going to give a hypothetical to you, Dr. Burgess. Two brothers have been psychologically manipulated and perhaps abused by their father for a number of years. In May of 1989, one of the brothers is threatened with being disowned by that father. In the summer of 1989, the other brother returns to the family home, having suffered a disastrous semester at a university which had previously expelled him for a year. When that son comes home, his parents are informed on 2 separate occasions that he's on disciplinary and academic probation.
Yes.
2 days before the parents are killed, one of the brothers has an uneventful tennis lesson at the family home. On that same day, the day of the uneventful tennis lesson, these 2 brothers travel 2 hours from Los Angeles to a gun store in San Diego, and using identification, which is not theirs, forge a signature, create an address, and purchase 2 shotguns. The day before the killings, they go on a trip with their parents, during which nothing eventful happens at all.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to have to object that this hypothetical is not within the facts of this case. It is an improper hypothetical.
The nature of your objection is not the proper one, but the court is going to sustain the objection in the nature that it's an improper hypothetical, not on the basis of the nature of this objection, but just it's an improper hypothetical.
Dr. Burgess, you're familiar with the fact that the defendants made up their, you're familiar with their claim that they made up the alibi after the shooting. Is that correct?
I'm familiar with what they stated happened afterwards, yes.
Did you consider that at all remarkable in light of what you say they went through the week before the shooting, that they were able to think up that alibi after this traumatic event of shooting their parents in fear?
Well, that's an interpretation that I wouldn't necessarily make.
Well, what
That
interpretation?
they made it up.
What interpretation would you make of the fact that they say they thought of the alibi after the shooting? What interpretation do you give to that?
Well, they had, first of all, the state that they were in. If you want to take it as an alibi, as I think we've already gone over, that's hardly an alibi that's going to work. And it didn't work. I think that's the more important thing, is that it didn't work.
Dr. Burgess, do you know what psychobabble is?
I'm going to take this over the question.
Overruled.
Do you know what psychobabble
No, I
is?
don't.
I have nothing further.
All right, any redirect?
Yes.
Do you know what a prosecutor's trying to argue their case to a witness is, Dr. Burgess?
I think that's...
All right, sustained. Your next question.
Yes, you believe Eric Menendez when he tells you he was molested by his father for 12 years, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And you believe Eric Menendez when he tells you that it was that molestation that ultimately led to the unraveling of this family?
Yes.
And do you believe that because you're getting paid $100 an hour by the taxpayers of the County of Los Angeles to be a witness in this case?
No, I do not.
Why do you believe him?
There are several reasons why I believe him. One, the statement that he gives regarding his abuse matches much of the criteria that I always use in evaluating statements. And second of all, which is probably equally important, is that the information that I have regarding the father, who is the named abuser in this situation, certainly has characteristics that very much fit in with the type of person that would do this.
All right. Now, when you talk about the type of person that would do this, I think we've indicated there's no set profile for an incest perpetrator.
That is correct.
When Eric Menendez told you the specific details, including things said, things not said, actions taken, of the 12 years of sexual molestation, did the actions and behaviors that he ascribed to his father fit other information you had about Jose Menendez?
Yes, it did.
Is that the pattern that you were referring to of consistency between how Jose Menendez treated people in other aspects of his life and how he operated as a child molester?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What was it that fit the pattern? You've testified that the information from Eric fit a pattern.
Yes, it fit the pattern that one sees generally that I've described in terms of access, etc., but it also contains the characteristics that would need to be present for the secrecy to be maintained, for the acts to be maintained, all of those features also.
When he described how his father behaved in the context of the sexual activity, was that consistent or inconsistent with information you had about the father's behavior in other aspects of his life?
Yes, it was consistent.
Now, you're aware of the fact that Eric Menendez testified for, I think, the better part of 10 days in this trial.
Yes.
And Mrs. Bazanich brought to you one fact involving confusion about where he had the conversation about purchasing a handgun. Is that right?
Objection. Misstates the evidence and argument of this.
Sustained as to the form of the question, and the answer is stricken.
You're aware that he testified for 10 days?
Yes.
In your cross-examination just now, you remember Mrs. Bazanich bringing to your attention the testimony concerning where it was that he had a conversation on Friday that led him to learn there was a 2-week waiting period for the purchase of a handgun.
Yes.
And you indicated that one explanation for Eric Menendez's confusion on that point, for his being wrong, which I believe he also testified to, did he not?
Yes.
Okay. Was that he has a naming problem.
Yes.
And did you see in other aspects of his testimony a similar naming problem?
Yes.
With respect, for example, to the purchase by his mother of a rifle, did that piece of evidence indicate a naming problem?
Yes, it did.
And with respect to what states various cities are in, did that indicate a naming problem?
Yes, it did.
Now, in your opinion, if someone is going to make up a story like that, does he have to name the place at all?
No, it does not.
Now, are you assuming in your analysis of the significance or lack of significance of that testimony that, in fact, he was at a different store than the Big Five?
Objection. Assumes fact, not in evidence.
Calls for a conclusion on the part of the witness. Objection sustained.
Well, Mrs. Bazanich asked you for your opinion of whether or not his testimony in that regard was significant.
Yes.
And you indicated it wasn't because you know he has a naming problem.
Yes.
Does that mean that you assume he was at a different store?
No.
Objection. Move to strike speculation.
Overruled. The answer will stand.
Is there another analysis that you have applied to that information to explain the cognitive dissonance, if you will, between saying Big Five and there not being real handguns being sold? We
Yes.
assume, we've yet to hear that evidence, at Big Five.
Yes.
And what's the other analysis of that?
He could have been at that store and misunderstood these guns, and looked at one and assumed it was another one, not being familiar with guns.
And in your experience, you've had a great deal of experience, have you not, in understanding how people's memory works? In your role as an evaluator, as a therapist,
Yes.
do people have photographic memories for conversations occurring years before?
Not necessarily.
Well, do they tend to have line-for-line literal memories?
Not for years before, no.
Now, you have alluded to Eric Menendez's statements to the police on both August 21st and September 17th as having some kind of special significance to you?
Yes, I have.
And did they have significance with respect to Eric's tendency to tell the truth?
Yes, they did.
And would you explain to the jury, no, strike that. You heard Mrs. Bazanich ask Dr. Tyler, for example, if Eric lied to the police. Do you remember that?
Yes, I did.
In your opinion, on balance, in evaluating those two statements, did Eric Menendez lie to the police?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
What is significant to you about the statements of August 21st and September 17th?
What is significant to me, more so in the September, because it's a longer interview, is that there was one misstatement made about seeing a Batman movie, but more likely than not, that not only were the statements true, but the statements placed him at the scene of the crime, and that some of the statements were indicators both of confession as well as guilt.
Now, when you're saying that the statement placed him at the scene of the crime, obviously he was at the scene of the crime and he and his brother called 911. Is that what you mean?
No, that's not what I mean.
What do you mean?
He was also at the death scene.
And are you saying that he's telling the police, I was there when my parents were killed?
Yes, I believe that.
And how does he do that?
He does that because several of the statements speak to sensory stimulation and memory, and specifically by that I mean the smelling of the smoke that does come through both on the first interview. He says he smelled smoke. Later in the interview, a few pages later, he says that something about being 4 hours before. So clearly, being able to smell smoke is something that he would have had to have been there to have smelled.
Okay, so if I understand you, you say he is actually giving them these clues that he's there.
Yes, he is.
And what follow-up questions do the officers ask in August and September to his revelation that he both saw and smelled smoke?
Objection, irrelevant, beyond the scope and call for conclusion.
Right, as to the objection, it's irrelevant. Objection sustained.
Well, is there any further discussion? Do the police ask?
Same objection.
Sustained.
As a crime scene evaluator, if a suspect told you that he was not at the scene of the crime, he had arrived 2 hours after the shooting, and yet he smelled smoke and saw smoke, as a person who's evaluating crime scenes, would that be of significance to you?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Sustained.
I'd like to approach on this issue, Your Honor.
There's no need. She has no expertise in gunshots or use of firearms. She said that. Objection
I
sustained.
don't believe that's
Objection
true.
sustained.
Well, that's not the issue upon which I want to approach.
It would seem to be, so objection
No,
sustained.
it isn't.
Go ahead.
You're
Nothing-
reading
wrong with
my
something
mind
else.
now as well.
I try.
Such talent.
Go ahead and ask your next question.
You understood that the implication of Mrs. Bazanich's statements was that Eric Menendez was lying to you, did you not?
Yes.
You understood from her recitation of other questions that she is implying that he is a liar.
Objection, leading and object to the form of the question.
Overruled.
Calling for conclusion.
Overruled.
In talking to the police in this case,
Yes.
do you find instances where he is virtually confessing?
Objection, calls for conclusion.
Sustained. The answer is stricken.
Do you find instances where he is telling the police the truth about family, the same truth that he told you?
Judgment calls for a conclusion on the part of the witness.
Sustained.
Did he tell you the truth that he killed his parents and how it happened?
Judgment calls for speculation.
Your Honor, I would like to approach.
All right, we're about to resume. Just a point of reference, ladies and gentlemen. We had anticipated, well, let me back up. The lawyers told me that they would finish this examination this morning, and we're still at it this afternoon. So it's taking quite a bit longer than anticipated, and it's unfortunate because we had the other jury come in today, and we had expected to get to them this morning, and we're still plugging away at this afternoon. So they're waiting in the wings, so hopefully we'll finish this fairly quickly so that we can get on with the next phase of the trial. And once we finish with this witness, I'll give you a little more information about the scheduling and as to your situation. All right, you may continue your examination.
Okay, would you relate to us which things that Eric Menendez said to the police on the 17th were significant in your evaluation of him?
Yes. On September 17th, let me just start reading.
Just tell us what was significant. If you need to rely, that's the statement itself that you've marked?
Yes.
Okay, go right ahead then.
Okay, on page 8, it's a pair of jeans I have like lumps here, and then he says a hole comes out here, back here, and a hole comes out back here, almost like a bullet hole or something.
Now, what's significant about his telling the police that he has jeans that may have a bullet hole in
Well,
them?
this is the first spontaneous statement he's made in 8 pages, and he goes on and explains it, and he really wants to show the police officer these jeans.
Your Honor, I move to strike, he really wants to show the conclusion on the part of the witness.
Objection sustained. That portion of the answer is stricken.
Does he tell the police he wants to show them the jeans?
Yes, he does.
Okay. What's the next significant thing?
Okay, the next significant point is where he talks about there was a lot of smoke in the room,
Right?
and the next is, from what I remember, I thought about it 3 million times in my mind. It wasn't loud. Did you notice the TV? And then he goes into the
Okay.
point about the TV.
Let me point out to Dr. Burgess, you don't have to read.
Just to clarify, which statement is this? The one the night of the shooting
No, this is September 17th.
in New Jersey?
The New
New
Jersey
Jersey.
interview.
Dr.
Right.
Burgess, you don't have to read the statement. You can
Okay.
summarize the particular piece of it that you're relying on. Now, this particular piece that you just talked about, where he said he's thought about it 3 million times, does that have any, and he had talked about the smoke in the room, does that have any significance to you?
Yes, it does.
And what does that tell you?
It's a recurring intrusive thought that is specifically about what he saw.
Okay, and would you expect that in recurring intrusive thought about what he saw if this was a cool, calculated, planned homicide for money?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
Now, is that significant in your conclusion, the prosecution's just been probing, that this was a crime of high emotionality and low thinking?
Yes.
Why?
Because if he had high thinking, low emotionality, this would not be something that would be coming into his mind. It would have been done. If it was a plan, it would have been done, it would have been over with, and it wouldn't have been thought about 3 million times in a 3-week period.
Are you finding in that statement that there is a traumatic effect of this incident on Eric?
Yes.
And would you expect a crime that was planned for the purpose of money to have a traumatic effect?
Objection, improper opinion.
Overruled.
No, I did not expect that.
What is the next indication in that statement or the next statement by Eric Menendez in that statement that you found significant?
Okay, on the same page as I smell the smoke every day,
And is that like the previous statement?
yes, but he repeats it, he didn't have to.
Okay.
Again, just going on to the next page, he now gives a description. It was like a slow haze, the room was like dark yellow, it was like a full slick haze, and sitting from there, what I remembered, so he goes now into what he sees as well as what he smells.
Okay, and what's the significance of his now telling the police this 3 times, that he saw the smoke and he saw the haze?
He is really telling what's in his mind. I mean, this is his telling what's in his mind.
Okay.
So, and this says that he is right back at that crime scene.
And do you think this is part of the story that he and his brother were supposed to tell the police?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
If you had any, well, Mrs. Bozanich asked you about his ability to tell this story that he and his brother had decided to tell the police after the crime. Remember
Yes.
that?
Yes,
Do
I
you have
do.
any indication that as part of the story they were going to tell the police that they saw smoke and smelled smoke?
No.
Is that the kind of pre-planned alibi that you're familiar with organized killers?
No.
Do organized killers try to give away the fact that they've been at the scene of the crime at the time of death?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
Based on your research in the literature, do organized killers give away the fact that they're present at the time of death?
Same objection.
Sustained.
You've talked about, just to seg you off here for a second, talked about this notion that what Eric and Lyle Menendez told the police about going to the movies and then going to meet somebody in Santa Monica did not fit your definition of an alibi.
Yes.
Did any part of that story, okay, that they told, that we went to the movies and we went to Santa Monica, actually cover them for the time of the shooting?
Objection, improper opinion calls for conclusion.
Rephrase the question.
Yes. What is an alibi?
An alibi is something that you give so that it covers you for a period of time when something happened.
It means you're someplace else.
Someplace else, yes.
Okay. And it's a way to establish, is it not, that you're someplace else?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you aware of the fact that in this state they don't lock the doors to movie theaters?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Well, the question is she aware of that fact?
I'm not.
Well, have you ever been in a movie theater where you've been locked in?
No.
Is it your understanding and belief that if you go into a movie theater, even in Los Angeles, you can leave?
You can leave, okay.
And is it your notion of an alibi to tell the police that you were at some place to meet somebody when you didn't meet the person?
Right, that doesn't make sense.
And when the person will know that you weren't there at the time that the shooting occurred?
Yes.
Is that your idea of an alibi?
No, that's not my idea of an alibi.
Now, is it necessary in order to create an alibi that you have to create a ruckus in a residential neighborhood with 2 shotguns?
No.
And Mrs. Bozanich suggested in her question that they used shotguns to make a lot of noise.
Yes.
Does that make sense to you with respect to creating an alibi?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Is that something that you believe is preparatory to creating an alibi?
No.
Is that preparatory to getting caught red-handed?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Is that the kind of activity that you've categorized as a disorganized crime scene with a high risk of detection?
Yes.
Now, you have indicated that in making your assessment or evaluation of Eric Menendez and in assessing his credibility, whether you believe what he's telling you, you considered the fact that he's in jail faced with a very serious crime.
Yes,
correct?
I did.
Is it your opinion that because a person is in jail, he could not have been sexually molested by the person he killed?
No.
Is it your opinion that there is usually a reason or a cause for homicide?
Yes.
Is it your opinion in this case that the sexual molestation of Eric Menendez was an originating cause for these homicides?
Yes, it is.
You were asked whether or not all secretive families are families in which incest or abuse is going on.
Yes.
And I believe you said no.
That's correct.
Are most, however, incestuous and abusive families secretive?
Yes, they are.
Is secrets the way that abuse continues?
Yes, it is.
And did you find in examining all the information in this case that this was a highly secretive family?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, can we take that break because I have to make that phone call?
How much longer do you have?
I have about 20, 25 minutes.
And you committed to that phone call at this hour?
I'm committed to the phone call, yes, but not to what the phone call wants.
Yeah. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break, only 5 minutes. So we can keep on going here. So at 5 minutes after the hour, we'll continue. Don't discuss the matter with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it. 5 after 3 is when we return. All right. We have all the jurors back. You may continue your redirect examination, rather.
Thank you, Your Honor. Concerning the interview that Eric Menendez had with the police on September 17th, was there a passage in that interview that you recall when Eric was talking about when he was little?
Yes.
And was there something significant to you about that passage in that statement?
Yes.
What was he, without reading it, basically, what was he telling the police?
He essentially talked about when he was younger and little and he used to love everything, but as getting older, life is colder.
And did that suggest something to you about what was going on in his state of his mind at that time?
Yes.
What was that?
What was going on in his mind had to do with reflections on what his life had been. It's a pretty clear statement of that.
Is it also a reflection of that he has hurt someone?
Yes, that certainly is present too.
Do you recall his asking Detective Zoller 2 questions during the course of that interview? The first one being, would the police have shot me if I came out with a gun?
Yes.
And was that a significant statement to you concerning whether he's, part of him at least, is telling the truth?
Yes.
And do you recall his also asking Detective Zoller whether or not the police had figured out that it was someone that they, meaning his parents, knew?
Yes, he did say that.
And does that bear on the same issue?
Yes, that bears on the total interview.
Do you recall his telling the police in that statement about his mother having bought a gun and about arguments in the family?
Yes.
Do you recall his telling Detective Zoller in that statement that he wanted to get away from his father, that he wanted to go to college and to live at the dorms?
Yes, that is in the statement.
Now, is there anything that he says in that, either the statement of August 21st or the statement of September 17th, where he is suggesting that any other people, bodies, or entities may be responsible for the killing of his parents?
Objection calls for conclusion of further witness.
Does he say anything about anybody else being involved?
No, he does not.
Does he direct the police to look into any other areas of his parents' lives?
Objection calls for conclusion.
Sustained.
Are there any words in that statement that tell them, look at his business, it might be the mob, it must have been a burglary, anything like that?
No, that is not present in the statement.
Now, you indicated that the things that you looked to in evaluating Eric's credibility had to do with the context of the statement, the details that he gave, and how those details fit into your wide understanding of root patterns of child molestation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Was there also anything about, I think you said on cross-examination, you also looked at what you called affect.
Yes.
What is affect?
Affect is the emotional response that you can see, sometimes called demeanor, but it is when you ask a question, does the person smile, laugh, cry, frown? Can you read, if you will, an emotion?
And in evaluating a person who has made a statement to you about child abuse, are there certain emotional responses that you anticipate or expect if the person is being truthful?
Yes. You generally expect some type of affect or emotion.
Now, when you were interviewing Eric Menendez in the jail for these 50 hours, was that a situation in which he was under any extraordinary stress?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
In your opinion, was the situation, you were creating the atmosphere along with him, were you not?
Yes.
And were you trying to create an atmosphere of extreme stress?
No.
Were you trying to create a different kind of atmosphere?
Yes, I was.
And why were you doing that?
I was trying to create as comfortable an atmosphere as possible so that he would be able to tell me what had happened to him, regardless of what the question was, with as much, fewer defenses than people usually use defenses, to be able to be genuine and emotive, be able to express his emotions.
And was he genuine, emotive, and able to express his emotions during those 50 hours of interview?
Objection improper.
Sustained, rephrase the question.
Did you find his affect during those 50 hours of interview to be appropriate to what he was telling you?
Yes, I did.
And why was it appropriate?
Because depending on what he was talking about, he was able to show a fairly good range of emotion, and it was matched the type of content he was discussing.
And did you think that he was acting?
No, I did not.
What significance do you place, if any, on the fact that as a high school student, he took a drama class?
I don't place any significance on that.
Now, you have testified that, in your opinion, at the time of the shooting of his parents, Eric Menendez was in a state of extreme fear and operating on the body's survival mechanisms.
Yes.
Is that a mental state?
No, it is not.
What is it?
That is a neurobiological state. It is a normal adaptive response that the body gives forth when placed in a dangerous situation.
And in your analysis of the few days preceding the shootings, were there varying levels of fear that, in your opinion, Eric Menendez was experiencing?
Yes, there were.
And over the course of those days, at different times, was he in different phases of the fear response?
Yes, he was.
And during the actual shootings, was he in that second phase that you've talked about?
Yes, he was.
And is there then a third phase that I think you described he was in right after during the foyer?
Yes, there was.
Now, Mrs. Bozanich has asked you about the Saturday night incident. And I think you indicated that was a situation in which he neither fought nor fled.
That's right.
What state was he in?
Well, one of the states was a freezing state. He was positioned, but not acting and not retreating.
And did that bear at all in the fact that he did not get up, as Mrs. Bozanich had suggested, and unlock the door and allow his father in so that he could then shoot him? Did that have any significance to you on his attitude towards his father?
Yes.
And what significance did it have?
The significance is he did not want to shoot his father.
Now, you were asked a question about the sexual preferences, if you will, of Mr. Menendez. In every incest family where the incest perpetrator is a natural parent,
Yes.
okay, didn't that natural parent have to have sex with an adult member of the opposite sex in order to have a child to molest?
Generally, yes.
And there are, of course, well-documented cases, are there not, of father-son incest?
Yes, there are.
And those fathers obviously had to have sex with a female to produce that son.
That is correct.
So that doesn't tell you anything about sexual preference, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Mrs. Bozanich asked you if you had ever contacted the prosecution to see if they had any information that you hadn't already been provided with. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You're aware of the fact, are you not, that the prosecution has your report?
Yes, I am aware of that.
And you're aware, are you not, that for months the prosecution has had your curriculum vitae?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Did they ever contact you?
No, they did not.
Did you consider in your evaluation of the credibility of the information that Eric Menendez was giving you the fact that during his testimony none of his evidence concerning sexual molestation was impeached?
That's correct. I understand that.
Now, concerning the issue of the expectation that Eric Menendez had about going to UCLA, okay?
Yes.
Mrs. Bozanich showed you a report from a witness who has not yet testified in this case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Are you aware of other reports from other witnesses who indicated that it was Mrs. Menendez who wanted Eric to go to Berkeley and Mr. Menendez who insisted he go to UCLA?
That was my understanding.
Now, I think you testified at one point that over the course of those few days before the shooting, there was sort of a gradual increase or heightening in the fear level.
That is correct.
In your opinion, from Tuesday night, when Lyle Menendez indicated that he would talk to Dad, if you will, about the molestation of Eric, through Sunday night, was there a constantly increasing level of fear?
Yes, there was.
And were there moments when that new level would abate somewhat?
Yes, there were.
And then would something else happen that would raise it to yet another level?
Yes, that is correct.
And is that why you talk about the events of Sunday night being cumulative?
Yes, it is.
When you were analyzing all the information that you had, and particularly the information, well, strike that. I think you indicated that in response to a question from Mrs. Bozanich concerning those 5 critical factors in those days,
Yes.
that you didn't just analyze, you didn't just make render an opinion on what Eric was feeling, if you will, at the time of the shootings based on those 5 days, but on everything else you had looked at.
That is correct.
And what did you mean by that?
What I meant by that was I went through all of the materials that had come in from the prosecution side, all of the interviews that I could have available, especially the police interview, any kinds of reports that were available.
And when you're talking about the consistency of the behavior
Yes.
of Eric Menendez during those last few days, are you viewing that through the prism, if you will, of his lifelong relationship with his parents?
Yes, I am.
Now, what was your understanding, if any, concerning when the particular bed that Eric had moved from the Beverly Hills house to his house was purchased?
I don't know when it was purchased.
So you don't know how long he had owned that?
No, I
before he
don't.
moved? Do you believe in your professional opinion, you have talked about children who are the victims of abuse developing coping mechanisms, rescue fantasy, other mechanisms, correct?
Yes.
Is it common that among these children that there is a point, particularly in adolescent, when for whatever reason they just cannot take it anymore?
Yes.
And did you see such a point being reached in Eric Menendez's life?
Yes.
And what was that point?
The point was certainly at the point that he was preparing to get out on his own and go to school, go to college.
And so he had had a mechanism to get him to that point.
Yes, he had.
And when that mechanism failed, what did he have?
When that mechanism failed, he was completely, all of his hopes and all of his wishes were now collapsed, and that would now require a rethinking or a trying to find some new way of coping.
And given the history of this family and its interactions, was his turning to his brother a logical or an appropriate or a predictable thing that he would do under those circumstances?
Sustained.
How do you understand his turning to his brother at that time?
I saw this as a logical choice for him, someone he found in the family. He had always idolized his older brother. There certainly has been testimony about how much he would write about his brother, and this was a very solid bond that he now was working on to get him out of that situation and to move forward.
And from the perspective of how he was raised in this family, was it an irrational act for Eric Menendez to rely on his older brother?
No.
Sustained, the answer is stricken.
Was it an understandable act given the history of this family?
Sustained.
Did he have, in your opinion, based on everything you know, anyone else that it would have been logical for him to turn to?
Overruled.
No.
Now, you were asked by Mrs. Bazanich about Dr. Oziel and this waiver that Mrs. Bazanich mentioned.
Yes.
Do you recall Dr. Oziel himself admitting that there were other waivers besides the one that was admitted into evidence?
Yes, I remember that.
And did you, I think you testified that you could understand a child molester allowing his child to go to a psychologist, particularly in the context where there's going to be waivers of confidentiality. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You had talked about this pattern of molestation and incest, particularly behaviors in families, of one where efforts are made to make sure the child keeps the secret.
Yes.
As the child gets older, do the strategies usually change?
Overruled.
Yes.
And why is that?
Because as the child develops, there are going to be additional aspects that come into being, and so that there can be a remodification of some of the coping. What worked younger may not work when they're older.
Okay, I'm talking about it, though, from the perspective of the perpetrator, if you will. If a child has lived with a secret, and as far as the perpetrator knows, kept the secret for year in and year out, and is now an adolescent, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is it more likely or less likely that that child is now trained to keep the secret?
Oh, yes, the child will keep the secret, yes.
So would there be less anxiety about the child revealing the secret at that point?
Yes.
Sustained, the answer is stricken.
Do you think Jose Menendez, well, do you think any child molester in an incest family would be as concerned about a child who had kept a secret for 10 years versus one who had not?
Sustained.
Did you see, based on everything you knew about this family, any particular risk to Jose Menendez that the secret was going to be revealed by sending Eric Menendez to a Dr. Oziel who would go along with a non-confidential therapy of an adolescent?
Sustained.
Would you ever take an adolescent into therapy where you suspected, or you had reason to suspect abuse, and agree to share that therapy with a parent?
Sustained.
Is that appropriate practice?
Sustained. Sustained.
Why
On to
didn't
something
you?
else.
Yeah, okay. You indicated you didn't contact Dr. Oziel.
Correct.
Did you have a lot of material concerning Dr. Oziel's relationships with a number of different people besides Mr. Menendez?
Yes, I did.
And did you read all that material?
Yes, I did.
And you said that you believed that the notes that you had of Dr. Oziel's were not original notes, but reconstructed from memory. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Are those notes upon which you, as a professional, would ever rely?
No, they're not.
Would you rely on the opinion of Dr. Oziel based on everything you know about him?
No, I would not.
I have nothing further on.
Any recross?
I'm going to object to that. That is absolutely untrue and
Right.
an improper
That's-
question.
Right, let me hear the question again, please.
I'll rephrase it, Your Honor.
All right.
And I would like to approach on this issue because that is simply a misstatement then.
All right, again, you're arguing the matter before you do approach, which is obviates the need to approach, so the request is denied, the question is withdrawn, you may ask another question.
Dr. Burgess, do you understand that your report was not made available to prosecution until shortly before you took the witness stand?
The object is an improper question, Your Honor, given the rules of
Objection overruled.
115.
Objection overruled. You asked the question. Now she's entitled to go into the same area. Objection overruled.
I just want to make...
Objection overruled.
Can I just make a record?
Say you're citing Proposition 115. Objection overruled.
Exactly.
Okay.
Do you remember the question?
Yes. My understanding is my report was made available before my testimony. I don't know precisely how long, but I know it was made available before I testified.
Within 2 days before you testified.
Objection misstates the fact.
All right, it's a question. The answer is she doesn't know.
And during the period of time before your name was made available, was it your understanding that you could contact the prosecution and discuss your findings as to Eric Menendez?
I object to perform the question is vague, Your Honor, with respect to her name being made available.
All right, just rephrase the question.
Dr. Burgess, were you at liberty to discuss your findings with the prosecution prior to your report being made available to the prosecution?
I'm not aware of how that would work. I really don't know. I did not contact prosecution, as I've already said.
And you had no discussions with the prosecution prior to testifying about the content of your findings as to Eric Menendez, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down. You're excused. And let me see counsel at the sidebar here. In discussing the matter with the lawyers, they indicate that the next two witnesses who are to testify will be before the gold jury and not you folks. And the way things have gone and the way time estimates have been, regardless of what they say, it seems that we won't need you for the balance of the week. This is Wednesday, and these other two witnesses probably would take the rest of the week to finish. There's a problem with one of the gold jurors Friday afternoon. So the way things look now, we won't be able to get back to you until Monday at 9 o'clock. But before I let you go, let me say a few things to you and ask a few things of you. First of all, it's very important that you not be concerned with and not speculate about or think about what is going on in the courtroom when you're not in it, when there's testimony being offered in relationship to the other defendant. It only concerns his case and is of no concern to you, and you should not be concerned about it. You have to make your decision based only on the evidence you see in the courtroom while you're in the courtroom and my instructions on the law. Secondly, I haven't asked this for a while, and it's important that I continue to do so. The inquiry has to do with whether you've been exposed to anything about this case in any form whatsoever outside of the courtroom. Some of you have already told me of things, and I've discussed those with you. I received one or two notes that I've shown to counsel that have given me some information and didn't require any follow-up discussion. But other than what you've already told me in either writing or orally here in the courtroom, has anyone been exposed to anything else about this case outside of the courtroom in any form whatsoever? All right. Okay. And we all looked over. We all looked over to the same spot, but all right. There's no response over there. All right. One additional thing. I did get a note, and quite honestly, I don't know which jury sent it to me. It's an anonymous note, and it has a concern expressed in it, which is a legitimate one, and it's basically a concern that during the course of the trial there might be some comments or remarks made in the jury box by one juror or another that is distracting, even if it's not about the case particularly. It could be some observation in general about things or whatever, and that creates a distraction for the people around the person making the comments. So I don't know if this jury generated that note or the other jury. It doesn't really matter, but it's a legitimate concern, and it's one that you should keep in mind, that during the course of the trial, as I've said to you, you must not discuss this case with anyone, which means you must not discuss it with anyone outside of the courtroom, and you must not discuss it with your fellow jurors, whether you're in the courtroom or in the jury room or anywhere else. You have to wait until the evidence has all been presented, and when you go into the jury room to decide the case, which only happens after all the arguments of the lawyers are given to the jury and my instructions on the law, and then the 12 jurors go into the jury room and then discuss it. And that's, by law, the only time you're permitted to discuss the case until the case is completed. So please keep that in mind as well during the course of the trial. All right, I'll remind you again not to discuss the case with anyone, and don't form any final opinions about it. Don't permit yourselves to be exposed to anything about this case outside of the courtroom, and we'll see you all back here Monday at 9 o'clock. Monday at 9 o'clock.